Hello, everyone. We are trying to get any echoes taken out. Jeff and Martin, if you have any other devices that are producing sound.
No. I don't think it is at this end.
Hello, everyone. We are trying to get any echoes taken out. Jeff and Martin, if you have any other devices that are producing sound.
No.
All right, I was the guilty party. Welcome, everyone, to the Beyond Multiple Choice Conference. My name is Brian Moon from Pérez Technologies, joined today with my co-hosts, Jeff Frost and Martin Rhodes of Assessment Tomorrow, as well as our organizer, Christine Hadid. Jeff, Martin, feel free to introduce.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody from this side of the pond, and welcome to what I hope will be 3 days of very interesting and very challenging inputs from our speakers.
Okay, thank you, Martin. My name is Jeff Ross. Everybody, I'd like to say a big welcome. Pleased to see such a good turnout, and with Martin and Brian, and hopefully everyone, looking forward to a fascinating few days and looking forward to interacting with everybody. Enjoy, as they say. Thank you.
As I noticed, this is the third Beyond Multiple Choice Conference. The three of us were inspired to pull together the Beyond Multiple Choice Conference, the first one, by a desire to share innovative practices in assessment that weren't apparent at some other conferences we had been attending. The state of the art seemed to be bringing some old approaches online, and hence the title of the conference, to go beyond multiple choice. The first two conferences we hosted in Washington, D.C. We had a respectable size of delegates, about 90 folks in some very fun and interesting locations. This is our third go around. Obviously, we had not expected to be virtual, but here we are. We do have over 1,500 delegates signed up to participate at some point throughout the conference. From across the globe. We think this speaks to the desire for innovation and assessment, for the better use of capabilities, computer-based capabilities in particular, and a disenchantment with the state of practice. I think we'll be hearing quite a bit this week about where people's seeing the perspective of assessment more broadly. We do have delegates and presenters representing perspectives in K-12, higher education, and the workforce from around the globe. Again, this speaks to the diversity of our community and a shared desire to engage and learn. So let's get to it. We do first want to recognize our sponsors for their support this year. Our headline sponsor in particular, Tavion Test Security, as well as Inspira, Better Examinations, WIRIS, Surpass BTL, eCOM, Quantum Improvements Consulting, TAO Testing, your hosting sponsors, Sarah Learning Assessments and Assessment Tomorrow, and eLearn Magazine, with whom we'll be publishing a special issue covering the conference early next year. There'll be more on that later. We do hope that you'll engage over the next few days, either in Zoom or in our Whova app, or in our LinkedIn group and on social media, hashtag BMC 2020. The chat is open in Zoom, and we'll be sharing some information directly through chat in the Zoom meeting. We do ask that if you share the conference, particularly on social media, that you only share the homepage for the conference, beyond-multiple-choice.com, and not the webinar stream address. That way we can register participants and continue to share information with them in the future. Also, if you are in the participants list twice, please remove one of your slots. Announcements, exhibits, and networking will take place in the Whova conference app. You can check your your email for download instructions, and we'll also place instructions in the chat for that download email. Be sure to join our LinkedIn group. This is where we'll continue conversations after the conference, and we'll be adding that link in the chat as well. And please bear with us as we manage this virtual event. We'll be moving presenters in and out of the panel. We may have some changes to the agenda, and hopefully I won't disrupt with any more audio problems. We'll try to be as efficient as we can. This is my directorial debut, so any mistakes will be mine. I'll claim those up front. Also, as we go throughout the week, be thinking about what you like and what you don't like this week. We'll be seeking your feedback to help shape future events. And lastly, rumor has it there's some other event happening in the US today and maybe for the next couple of days that might draw your attention. We're going to be here for the next 3 days, so please do whatever you need to do and come back. The sessions will be recorded and made available after the conference on a channel, probably YouTube. The presentation slides will also be made available, so just check your email for that in about a week. Jeff, Martin, Christine, any other startup?
Oh, I think that's a good introduction, and we're all looking forward, like you are, to the presentations and to being challenged. And probably one thing that we all need to bear in mind is we've had a difficult year in education with COVID-19, and it doesn't seem to be ending just yet. So I guess all of us are probably encouraged to try and find ways to keep our students on track, and that's an important part of what we're trying to do.
Absolutely. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. Again, we're going to have probably just a few minutes delay between the sessions in particular as we move folks in and out. So just bear with us while we move folks around, and we'll get started momentarily with the first session, which will be chaired by Graham Hudson of GA Partnership.
Okay, I'm in.
We will get started with our first session of the day. And to kick things off, we'll turn it over to Chair Graham Hudson. For the panelists, you will be permitted to talk when it's your turn. And then otherwise, I'll shut down your cameras and then we can just focus on the current speaker. So Graham, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Brian. And thank you very much for the introduction, Jeff and Martin. I'm delighted to be here introducing the first session of Beyond Multiple Choice 2020. And it looks to be a great lineup that we have. And the virtual event, I'm sure, is going to be absolutely cracking. So good day from here in the UK. I'm Graham Hudson, as Brian said. I've been involved in assessment and testing over the last 35 years in various guises, and currently now help and work with awarding bodies who want to make change into the digital environment. And I'm delighted that we've got with us today three people, two presenters, Kristen DiCerbo, who's going to talk to us first, Laura Slover, who'll be presenting next, and then when we have the panel session, Mark Oswald is going to join us, and I'll introduce each of those at a time. So Kristen is the Chief Learning Officer of the Khan Academy. She's an educational leader with a demonstrated history bringing sound learning science and assessment research to the development of digital learning experiences. And we're looking forward to her presentation now. Welcome, Kristen, and very nice to see you.
Hey there, thanks, Graham. Good to be here. Good to have all of you join us today. I'm going to talk a little bit about a vision of a future of assessment without tests. Let me tell you a little bit about my background so you know where I'm coming from. I started off my career actually as a school psychologist, so doing a good bit of clinical assessment. And then from there, I've also worked for Cisco, the networking company, designing simulation-based performance assessments for the Cisco Networking Academy. And then at Pearson, started as a research scientist doing work on game-based and simulation-based assessment, and then went on to lead a team of learning researchers and designers who embedded what we know about research into products. And most recently have become the Chief Learning Officer at Khan Academy, which, if you're familiar, is an online site providing instruction and practice in the breadth of K-12 topics and curricula. So I've had my hand in lots of different pieces of assessment. My focus is definitely on the K-20, so elementary, high school, higher education, slightly less in the careers, but some is there as well. And so I'll hit on each of those pieces a bit throughout the talk, as you'll see, and kind of how that comes in and through. But I thought I would set the stage and start today just giving us a little bit of ground setting of the times we're in, since this session is about the response and the future after COVID. Certainly we want to think about what are we hearing from teachers and parents and examining bodies. What are the different stakeholders in assessment thinking and hearing about assessment in our current times, particularly as we've moved from all in class, in person to more remote environments and remote learning experiences. So from teachers, what we've been hearing a lot of is, one, my usual forms of informal assessment aren't available in remote learning situations. So teachers are very used to looking out in their classroom, seeing heads nodding or shaking, puzzled looks on students' faces, being able to informally call on students to get answers. And all of that is just much more difficult when we're doing Zoom meetings. I'm sitting here talking to all of you and I can't see any of you. So all of you, I'm sure, had these experiences, but for teachers who are looking for that feedback to understand what their students know and can do, this is a big change for them. And the second thing we're hearing, of course, is if I give a test, how do I know it's the student's work? How do I think about what it means to be able to have some security of some of the tests that we're giving? From parents, we're definitely hearing that parents are now closer to their students' work, because often they're at home with them doing it. And so they're actually asking more often, how do I know if my kid's on track? And if they're not, what do I do if they're not? How do I think about that? What should they be doing? How can I be better supporting my student, given that so much of the learning seems to have fallen now back onto parents? And then we're hearing somewhat from examining bodies that, gosh, what got us here doesn't seem to really be helping us now. So all of these decades of thinking about how we administer exams and what that looks like isn't helping us figure out what to do now in this new world, when we can't have a whole lot of people all together in one physical space and thinking about what to do and what that means. So lots of pieces from COVID that we need to be thinking about as we start looking forward. There's also a few other things I think going on in the world that make these times a little bit different. First, particularly in the US, there's been a pretty big reckoning going on about our systems of that have produced racial inequality over years and years, and really the role that education plays in educating all students and providing a fair playing field to open opportunities for everyone, and the extent to which our existing systems help all students succeed, or do they reproduce some of our inequalities? And I think we as a community need to be thinking about those ideas as well. And then finally, we are of course in the digital world, and we are now able to collect and store data from interactions in digital learning environments. We can create more engaging experiences digitally than on paper. And we can create more realistic contexts for knowledge and skill application. So if we're really interested in, okay, we want to know not just do other students have this knowledge and these skills kind of in general, but can they apply them to new situations to solve new problems? Digital environments can help us do that. And so we want to think about, what does that mean for helping us move forward, and what we want to think about for the future of assessment. So given all of those things together, I'm going to ask some interesting, hopefully somewhat provocative questions about maybe we want to think about and take this opportunity of change to think about potential other different approaches than we've been thinking, particularly thinking about the idea of a test as an event that happens in a set amount of time with a short period of activities that the examinees are asked to take all at the same time, all together where they are. In fact, we want to think about maybe, and that's interesting, we're going to try to reload. I've never had this happen in a slide deck before, so we're going to try to see what happens. There we go. All right. What if we have all the evidence we need in our digital learning environments to infer what students know and can do without them having to take a traditional test? What if a test wasn't a one-time event? What if we had assessment without tests? So what if we were able to take all of the information that we have now from our digital environments and be able to use that to make the inferences we want to make about what students know and can do? So what would that mean, and what would that look like? First, we definitely want to think about systems. So this picture is actually from some work that I did when I was at Pearson. As we were thinking about what this means and what it would mean to take a whole bunch of activity and bring it together from different places to understand what students know and can do. And we said, well, there's some things we're going to have in place to be able to do that. And at the bottom, you see this idea of a student profile. We're going to need some kind of persistent idea of what the skills and knowledge are that we want to collect information and evidence on over time. So that's going to be important, is having that idea of a persistent profile that's collecting data from these sources and it's getting updated as new information comes in. And then we've got this idea of a learning progression. So for us, you need some model of those knowledge and skills that then is what all of these different pieces of evidence are hooked into. For us, we really liked the idea of learning progressions, which are describe how students progress over time from novices to experts. So for instance, one we worked on was about learning what the geometric measurement of area. And so it's the idea of moving from, hey, I can have individual little squares that I can count to figure out the area, to recognizing that, hey, I can add those up into rows or columns, and that helps me figure out how many there are faster. And hey, that multiplication is really just the shortcut to figuring out how many squares there are. So that's kind of like a progression from moving to counting squares to understanding not needing the squares and just being able to do the multiplication. So that's a very fine-grained learning progression. But we can talk about much larger learning progressions as well. But if we have something like that, then it helps us be able to manage all of the evidence that could potentially be coming in. And as we think about this, we thought about, well, we've got lots of interesting work going on in the games world, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit more. We've got work going on in the digital and performance tasks. So things we're doing online, maybe like simulations, maybe other things that students are doing online. And then we might also want to bring into this some of those teacher observations. What are non-digital activities? Could they be entered into this system as well to be able to give us some of that evidence? And then finally, the piece that we want to think about along the edges here was, if we were going to do something like this, there would certainly need to be a lot of professional development for teachers and educators, for all of those that are thinking about bringing together this kind of data and systems. So this is kind of a big idea that's not going to happen. It's not a quick change overnight, but you can think about how bringing all of these pieces together could give us a whole lot more information about what students know and can do than we're currently able to capture in our existing processes and procedures. So that's the first thing, is thinking about systems. But even then, when we start thinking about assessment this way, we really need to think differently about the things we're asking our participants to do. So we're going to want to think about, for example, what does it look like? And when we think about traditional items, how are those different than maybe a digital activity that someone might be doing? So when we think about items kind of pose questions, they have answers, they're either correct or incorrect, and we spend a lot of time making sure they only assess one construct, one thing. So we're really sure, if you get it right or wrong, what it is that it's telling us about. On the other hand, if we think more broadly about digital activity, so think of online simulations, think of games, all of those kinds of things. Quite differently, instead of posing questions, they're requesting action. They're asking you to do something. And instead of just having answers, there's a whole bunch of features of your performance that we might look at. So how long did it take you? Which strategy did you use? All of those kinds of different things that we might be able to gather. And instead of just being correct or incorrect, that's an attribute. It might be slower or faster. It might be a more efficient solution or a less efficient solution. So there's different attributes of your performance other than just its correctness that we can look at. And finally, most of these kinds of performances are multidimensional. So they're bringing in multiple skills together. On the one hand, that's good for validity, because really what we want to do is think about how students are using these skills together. It's pretty seldom in real life that we're just using one skill in isolation. On the other hand, it's pretty tough for validity, because it's hard to define which skill exactly students are struggling with and what caused them, if they're not doing well, to not do well. So there's new challenges in thinking about this way of identifying evidence for students and thinking about what's bringing them to learn. But I think it's pretty exciting, and there's some good ideas and good examples of how people are starting to move this forward. So I'm going to identify first some of those promising places where some of this work is happening. So when we talk about game-based assessment, shout out to Valerie Shute at Florida State, who I have been a good colleague with for a number of years, but has really done a lot of the groundbreaking work on game-based assessment. She's worked a lot on Physics Playground, but has also taken some existing games like Plants vs. Zombies 2 and built game-based assessments around those. I'm going to talk about one of the games that I worked on, which is SimCity EDU, where we were lucky enough, I was lucky enough to be part of a consortium that SimCity and EA, Electronic Arts, the gaming organization, said, hey, here's the code to SimCity. Can you build a game-based assessment around it? And we looked at it, thought about it, said, what can we do with this? And it landed on wanting to assess systems thinking, the idea of understanding which parts of a system interact with other parts of a system, that one action in a system can have multiple causes, and an effect in the system can have, multiple things that led to it, and one cause can have multiple effects. So in doing that, a couple of things that came about. One is we realized that SimCity, if you're familiar with it, is this really open-ended game. You're building a city from nothing. So you can do a million different things, but in assessment, we need to have that kind of narrowed down to make sure we're going to be able to see the things that we want to see. What are the indicators to do that? And my experience in all the games that I've worked on is there's kind of a constant tension between the making a fun game that's really students want to play and being able to have the constraints required to observe the things we want to see from an assessment point of view. So it's definitely interesting to think about how we build those together. But eventually we ended up with SimCity EDU. We ended up creating scenarios where there was the city was already built and students had to troubleshoot what was going on. So for example, we built one where there was already a whole bunch of air pollution in the city and students had to figure out what to do in the city to eliminate the air pollution. And some of the things they could do, for instance, coal plants were causing a good bit of air pollution. So you could bulldoze a coal plant. But if you did that, it lost power to the city. And so if you think about the evidence we were collecting, we were trying to understand, do students see that coal plants have multiple effects? And so if someone put down an alternative source of energy before they bulldozed the coal plant, that would be an indicator they understood the coal plant was not just causing pollution, but was also powering the city. So it had a multivariate view of causality. So that's like one little piece of evidence that we would then put into our model to assess students' level of systems thinking. So you can imagine all of the time and effort it went into to develop all of those little pieces of evidence and to be able to think about how to bring them together. So that's a little foreshadowing that's going to come later when we think about how this is all coming together and getting to scale. But so that's using process data, thinking about how we use process data from these games as our evidence, not just the piece of it. As you can imagine, and as I've found, and we'll talk a little more about later, this is time consuming and it's pretty expensive to build these games. So another place that I've kind of gone is walking back a little bit from some of the games and working and thinking about simulations instead. So on the left are some simulations I did as part of a research project, but there's other folks that are doing this too. There's INKITS is a science inquiry assessment and tutor, and does some really interesting things around thinking about how to walk students through the process of scientific inquiry. Short Sims by Clark Aldrich is also doing some interesting things with thinking about often the more employer environment. And what you'll find with both of those is they're constraining the responses that students can give. So instead of trying to wrestle with these huge log files, they're saying, hey, we're going to put you in this environment, but your responses are still going to be some choices that we've given you. And so it's much easier to think about the evidence from them and how that evidence looks much more like evidence from our traditional assessments that we might want to bring together. And thinking about, it makes it, I think, an easier problem to try to build, to think about, okay, we're going to focus on making interesting and engaging scenarios, but not try to do that and try to build on all of the performance data that's also included in the process data. ANKITS does do some machine learning, quite a bit of it, and has some other interesting things where that drives some tutoring behavior within the system. So they're not, totally going just with some of the simple responses. But it's an interesting. I'm bringing it up because I think this tension of trying to do everything and thinking about making engaging assessments in new ways, and also being able to capture process data and all of that is a pretty big challenge. We might want to think about pulling some of those pieces apart and tackling them separately. More on that in a few minutes as well. And then finally, we want to think about how to bring all of this together. And so if we're really thinking about this idea of assessment without tests, it's not the idea of playing one game. It's not the idea of doing and working your way through one assessment. It's, can we bring those ideas together? And this picture is just a kind of a representation of a Bayesian network. So that we're probably going to have to rely on some more sophisticated statistical machinery than our traditional classroom assessments have. And so one of the things in the work that I did here with some great colleagues who brought a lot of the thinking around Bayesian networks here, including Roy Levy at Arizona State, is this idea of we could take, in this example, we took 3 pieces of evidence from a game, 2 pieces of evidence from an online performance assessment, and then 2 teacher ratings about this idea of geometric measurement of area and where they were in their progression on geometric measurement of area. But just like when you give a traditional test and the items that are in a testlet are more correlated with each other than they are with other things, we also found, for example, that the pieces of evidence that came from the game were more correlated with each other than they were with the other pieces of evidence. And so we had to do some things like be able to pull out the common variance that we think is variance from taking the game from some of the other pieces and so we could think about pulling out what is that commonality that just comes from playing a game. Maybe it's actually your familiarity with game playing, because we don't want that to be the assessment that ends up as, we want to know what you know about math and area, not what you know about playing a game. So it's a push on some of our statistical machinery to think about how do we build these kinds of models that help us really isolate the skills that we're interested in, given we've got much more complex performances, and a lot of our performances are having students do multiple things. So there's a lot of work to be done, I would say, here in thinking about what's going on under the hood. What are the things that we're doing to accumulate the evidence over time into that student profile? So as you've probably seen, I've alluded to some of the challenges that are coming from doing some of this work, but I want to go into a little bit more of what some of those are. And so first, change is hard. So if we're thinking about how change is trying to change some of our big systems. I mean, assessment is embedded in how we think about many aspects of education. So there's a lot of pieces of that require, for lack of a better word, change management. But one of the big challenges as we think about trying to scale this is that the time and the budget that we need to create some of these assessments, particularly these game-based assessments, really exceeds the time and money that's available. And so when we think about, when I'm, coming from Pearson, which is one of the biggest, assessment providers in the world, still this was true. So if it's true for me at Pearson, it's definitely going to be true for other folks that are trying to build these from startups. But the idea is, all of that work around, you need to have an assessment expert, a content or a content expert, a game design expert, and they all need to work together in ways they've never worked together before. So all of that is really different and new. And it just takes a lot of iteration to be able to get to that place where you've got the fun and the evidence at the same time. That doesn't just happen overnight. That takes doing a lot of play testing, going out and having 10 students play it and observing what they're doing and having them think aloud. All of that's really challenging to think about how to build that in. So there's some things to be solved there. So people do things like think about templates, think about maybe doing simulations instead of games, thinking about how do we make reusable exercises so that we don't spend all this money to build something that actually fits in about 10 days of instruction, but in fact can maybe cover a whole semester, and what would that look like? So there's definitely challenges there. The second piece is, as we think about fitting into our existing education systems, our existing education systems are small c conservative. They're resistant to change. And that's for a reason. Like, we don't want to just be experimenting all the time on kids learning. We want them to think about where those are. So it's not easy to say, hey, we're going to get in and every day for a week, we're going to have students playing this game. Teachers want to be able to understand what the students are doing. They want to be able to think about how they're going to help their students when they get into trouble in the game. What is that going to look like? So all of that is really important to think about. If we're thinking about any kind of change to the system, how do we make sure that everyone is coming along with us and we're not doing something that's going to not be able to work because it doesn't fit in the system? I've actually been reading Justin Reich's Failure to Disrupt book recently, and it's all about how educational technology has over and over again come, with this promise of we're going to disrupt how we do things, and spoiler alert, doesn't really work out. Education hasn't been completely disrupted by educational technology. So we want to think about ways we can work with the system and what that looks like. And then finally, we want to think about the roles and responsibilities of teachers, students, and technology. So teachers already are coming into this ecosystem with some conceptions about what their role is in terms of how they assess students. And examining bodies come in with their thoughts about this is how our role in assessing students and what that looks like. And so if we're thinking about how technology potentially could come in and change a lot of that, we need to think about how that then changes those roles and responsibilities. And what does it mean for the teacher if, for example, all of this data is now available, but maybe they're actually seeing less actual student work than they did when they had a piece of paper in front of them? So all of that is really important in thinking about how we do this change. We have to bring people along with us. So a couple parts of that we want to think about in terms of how we're doing things. And so one of these big pieces is communication. Oh, and this part of my slide, in fact, is not loading. So that's all right. We're going to go back here and talk about communication for a minute. You know that big probability-based slide? All of this piece and all of this evidence comes out and it tells us the probability that someone is a novice or an expert or somewhere in between at this idea of geometric measurement of area. Well, you know what? Lots of people don't really understand what probability is. And as part of some of this work, there's actually Roy Levy and Lainey Bradshaw wrote a paper about all the ways that people misunderstand probability. So if we think about some of the statistical models that it takes to build in all of the evidence accumulation, we're stuck then with thinking about, well, how do we communicate this to all of our stakeholders in terms of what they're doing? And often what it turns into is your red, yellow, green dashboard. And so we end up taking these probabilities and making cut scores and making it, well, these people have likely mastered, these haven't. But that doesn't tell us a lot about what that means for students and learners. What does that mean that they need to work on? And what does it mean that they need to do next? And so I think we need to, through all of this, make sure that whatever we're asking students to do in terms of the tasks and the activities, that we also pay really close attention to how we're communicating what we've learned. What are the inferences we've made and what does that look like? So what I found, for example, is with teachers, if we want to think about educators, we want to think about what are the decisions that they want to make from the data from all of these students' experiences. So generally, they often fall into What do I need to review with the whole class? What is the class kind of not getting? How could I group students for small group lessons? And third, what students kind of need either a hey, good job, high five, or a hey, let me sit down with you and work on this. It looks like you're struggling a little bit. So that kind of individual intervention. So we want to think about communicating in ways that drive those decisions as opposed to thinking about here's your score. So that's another important piece as we think about bringing together all of this information, is helping to drive those final pieces. All right. And the last piece that I wanted to caution about and bring through is I don't want in all of this for us to forget our foundations of making good assessments: validity, reliability, and fairness. And so as we think about what this all looks like in terms of bringing together lots of different pieces of information, on one hand, we could say, hey, reliability is probably going to be great because we're going to have tons of data pieces, and that we know the best way to increase reliability is to have more data. On the other hand, there's a lot of noise in this system, and how do we think about pulling through that signal about what students know from all of that noise? And a lot of the traditional ways that we have to assess validity and reliability may not actually work, or may need some rethinking as we think about new models of assessment. So when we think about validity, of course, we've got different pieces, different kinds of evidence for validity. But one common one, of course, is relation to other variables. So how does my score here correlate to scores on other tests that we know measure this same thing? That's probably the most common thing that's reported in terms of validity and what that looks like. But if we're thinking about how a game correlates to a traditional multiple choice test, what is that correlation that we're looking for? Because if we're looking for that traditional, 0.8, 0.85 correlation, what was the point of making the game anyway? We could have just stayed with our traditional measures if we're just measuring the same thing. But if instead we want to come up with potentially different measures that are maybe getting at different components of this construct, or maybe they're getting at this one is, different kinds of engagement with those. All of those pieces, then we need to think about what is our rule of thumb about what kind of correlation we're looking for. Obviously, if it's too low, there's nothing in common between these two kinds of assessment. They can't be assessing the same thing. So we need to think about, for a lot of our new forms of assessment, how we're thinking about our traditional notions of validity and also reliability. So if we're thinking about internal consistency, if we're thinking about test retest, well, in some of these scenarios, we're expecting students to learn as they're engaging in some of this. So how do we think about test retest reliability when actually students are learning as they're playing the game? Or what does that look like? So these are all solvable pieces, but they take a little bit of new conceptualization about how we're thinking about testing and retesting. And finally, fairness. I don't have a slide on fairness, in part to drive home the idea that there is very little research about fairness in these new forms of assessment. And so we want to think about even just taking the idea of a game. What kinds of students are familiar with games and are just going to know how to jump in and play, versus who's going to not know, like, where do I click? How do I figure out what to do in a game? What does that look like? I'll tell you who does that a lot is when we do play testing with adults. And they're like, I don't know what to do. And we usually find the 12-year-olds just jump in and start working on it. But there's all of those different pieces in terms of what, if we're thinking about new kinds of assessment or bringing different kinds of assessment together, how do we continue to think about whether these are ending up with fair consequences for the students that we're assessing? So with that, I'm going to offer some potential ways forward and some ideas. So I've been doing this now for over 15 years, all these thinking about different kinds of digital assessment. And as you saw, at Pearson, did a lot of this research. And here's the thing, after all those years, really don't have great game-based assessments in production. And so I think there's a couple things. So one is that idea of solving this problem of scale. But the other thing that I've come back to now is starting to think about one thing at a time And this idea of not trying to do it all, not trying to have, you know, the 16 games and the simulations and bringing it all together, but hey, maybe focus on the experience here, focus on making engaging tasks, or maybe focus on how we're going to bring lots of different information over time together. Or maybe over here, we'll think about how we want to combine those rich experiences with some more simple responses. So response types that remain simple, but problem types that remain complex. So again, thinking about simplicity and not overcomplicating things. So I think that as I will say, created some of this really complex under the hood machinery, it creates so much complexity that it's hard to actually scale. So simplicity is my new motto. And so some of the things we do at Khan Academy, if you're familiar with Khan Academy, tons of multiple choice questions, but we have a pretty solid view of thinking about what is student proficiency over time? How do you get to mastery? What does mastery look like? So all of that is thinking about how we can bring some of these ideas and explore them maybe in a more granular way, but pulled apart instead of all together. And finally, I would say doing this work with educators instead of to educators. So very often, lots of us are in spaces where we're working on research projects. And in the end, we do go out to classrooms to test them, but they're not part of the design process. And if we're going to create new ways of assessment that are going to fit into our systems, we need to do that with educators and in combination with educators. And that's another lesson learned through hard experience. So there's some thoughts on moving forward and thinking about ways that we can move assessment forward and think about how we might be able to make inferences about what students know and can do without making them sit down and take something that looks like a traditional test. So I will stop there. Thank you all for your attention today and look forward to the panel discussion in a bit.
Well, I hope you'll agree with me that that was a phenomenal talk by Kristen. I have to say my mind is reeling with the information that's been thrown at me. I think the enthusiasm that Kristen has displayed there is amazing. Some really mind-expanding ideas. And I thought what was really nice and interesting and important is during her presentation, the focus on the educators and the pupils and the outcomes that we're looking for them. And after all, that's what we're here for, isn't it? So there are some great questions coming through. What we will do is seek to answer those when we get to the panel session. It may not be possible for us to cover everything off, but I'm sure that Brian, Jeff and Martin will enable those questions to be answered later if we don't cover them off during the panel session. Now, I do have a small announcement, and that's just to indicate that Nicole Turner-Lee, who was also going to be a keynote presenter, has unfortunately not been able to attend. We know that there's a very important event happening in the US today in relation to the presidential election, and Nicole Turner-Lee has been engaged in that activity and therefore sends her apologies and cannot be with us. So I hope you'll understand. Now I'd like to introduce our next two speakers, Laura Slover and Amber Burks-Cole. Laura is Chief Executive of CenterPoint Education Solutions, and Amber is Manager of District Relations. CenterPoint is a non-profit organization that empowers educators to help students succeed. Their high-quality standards-aligned assessments and professional coaching help schools improve instructional practice and boost student outcomes. And they're going to talk to us about using assessment data to inform instructions in the time of COVID-19. So Laura and Amber, over to you.
Thank you, Graham. It's nice to be with everyone today on this special day in the United States. I hope that many of you are going to get out and vote today. I'm going to take a moment to introduce myself. And Amber, you pulled up the slides? Okay, great. Thank you. As Graham said, I'm Laura Slover, and I lead an organization called CenterPoint. And just a little bit of background about me. I started my career as a classroom teacher, a high school English teacher. And in that experience, I served on the district curriculum and assessment committee. And that is where I fell in love with assessment, as I realized how integral it was in terms of everything I was doing in the classroom and needing to understand what my students were learning, what they knew, and what their misconceptions were. So I then launched a 15-year career at Achieve, which is a policy and advocacy organization, working with states to improve their standards and assessments and the alignment between the two. That led to my work on the Common Core writing team, setting standards and expectations for all students in terms of their preparation for college and careers. And then that led to my leadership in the PARC Consortium. I think the Americans on this call will know the PARC Consortium as the Partnership for the Assessment of Readiness of College and Careers, which is a multi-state consortium of states working together to develop assessments that would measure the new college and career standards. So after about 20 years working at the state level, I shifted my focus to working at the district level with districts and schools, really helping them implement an aligned curriculum and aligned assessments with the goal of making sure they're on their path to success, and to make sure that those assessments, which include interim, formative, and benchmark assessments that are more proximate to the classroom and to students and teachers, really reflect the high quality curriculum and are aligned and tightly connected to that curriculum. And I just want to reflect on some of Kristen's points for a moment. She started with equity, and I think that is such an important aspect of everything we do. And she started with some of the context about what's been going on in this country for decades and centuries, but really come to light in the last several months in a much more urgent way around racial inequities and making sure our education system serves all of our students. And as I think about my work over the last 20 years, really at the core of the standards movement and around the core of what assessments do, they are designed to advance learning and open doors for kids and help teachers really gain the understanding they need of student knowledge and skills so that they can support that learning path. So I was really happy to hear Kristen start that way. I think that's, what else do I want to say about my past? Oh, I served 8 years on the Board of Education in DC, and now I am serving as a board member of a local charter school here in DC. And I think through all those experiences, I've really gotten a sense of the importance of assessment for all sorts of different purposes, to inform instruction, to oversee and ensure progress, and to make sure that all students have access to rich curriculum. On the slide here, you'll see a few of the partners that we've worked with at CenterPoint. You'll see that some of them are curriculum organizations, some of them are schools, some of them are school districts, and some of them are states. And in everything we do, we bring this concept of alignment to our work. And so what we're going to talk about today is this intersection between curriculum and assessment, and talk specifically about some of the challenges that we've seen in the districts and schools we work with related to COVID-19. We've listed 4 here. There are a multitude, and Kristen touched on some of them. I'm not going to touch on all of those, but we're really focused here on, given the challenges of this dramatic shift and very quick shift from traditional in-classroom learning to virtual or hybrid learning. There have been changes in curriculum scope and sequence, to address initially just the shift to virtual learning. And then as we've come back this fall to address significant learning loss and the need for both reteaching or going back to look at some of the content that was missed, and then looking ahead to how to accelerate kids and to get them back on track. That's been a major challenge for educators, for schools, for districts and states. And it's one of the things that has created a lot of questions and challenges for thinking about assessments. So from that core place of challenge, the second issue that I want to address today is around how do you think about aligning assessments for the sake of validity and fairness to the written and taught curriculum, even as that curriculum is transforming and changing. The third challenge we want to talk about is how to deliver those assessments in a virtual environment in which teachers have less time, less flexibility, students are home, and Kristen mentioned this as well, they may be receiving their education in different ways. So how do we make sure that assessments can match those experiences? And then finally, we're going to be focused, of course, on the here and now, getting kids through what they need to get through today, given where they are. But we also have to keep our minds on the long game and making sure students over the next year or two get caught up so that they're back on grade level, and how to think with your mind about both of those things. The short-term immediate needs and then the longer-term challenges are going to be, a significant problem of practice and something that we want to talk about today. So I'm going to kick us off, and then I'm going to transition to Amber about halfway through. So I'll talk about the first two issues, and then she'll come behind me and introduce herself, and then talk about the second two. So first of all, the scope and sequence of what kids are going to receive has got to change. We know that in all of our work with districts and schools, we see educators saying to themselves, how am I going to get through this period of time until things go quote unquote back to normal? And we know that things are not going to go fully back to normal, but we also know that in-person instruction and typical school models will return to closer to normal someday. But in the moment, schools and districts are having to move heaven and earth to adapt their curriculum and shift their scope and sequence so that they can do two things simultaneously. Go back and make sure kids have the highest priority skills from the previous year and accelerate them and consolidate their learning because they have less time with their students right now. So it's a both and situation, and that requires some consolidation. I've got a slide here from a curriculum called Odell. And one of the things that we've been thinking about with the Odell curriculum, which is a new curriculum that's been judged very high quality by Ed Reports, which is an institution in this country that judges the quality of curriculum based on a number of criteria. They have tried during this time schools that are using the Odell curriculum, like with any curriculum, have tried to consolidate their teaching by focusing on the super standards that make their teaching as efficient as possible. The curriculum does this in particular by taking the 9th and 10th grade ELA standards for reading and writing and turning them going from 10 larger standards to 4 very focused standards, reading closely for textual evidence, making evidence-based claims, researching to deepen understanding, and what's the fourth one? And making evidence-based arguments. And those are chunked in ways that make sure that students aren't missing things, but that they're really being accelerated into where they need to be now. because we get less time with kids, and in some cases, ELA classrooms might have less time to support independent reading in person, consolidating the standards into bundles allows educators to focus on the most important skills and then to assess those directly to ensure students are mastering them. It's worth noting that I chose Odell because they're an organization we're working with right now, but we've also been working with other high quality curriculum companies like EL Education and Illustrative Mathematics in math. So this kind of activity of rescoping a curriculum and bundling into larger parts can be done with any curriculum and needs to be done and is being done strategically now. The first part of doing that could be, if you can go to the next slide, is really going back to something that Kristen talked about, which are progressions and progression maps, and making sure that you can group content into particular bundles based on your progressions to fit your instructional models. There are different ways of grouping and bundling. You can focus on looking across second grade, third grade, fourth grade, for example, and picking out things that kind of aggregate up to where you want students to be, or you can look within a grade level and group those standards and within the progression to create a bundle. Either way, you're going to have to adjust your assessments to create a tighter alignment to make sure that you've got reliability, that you've got validity, and that you've got fairness. So let's go to the next slide, which really gets into how some of the ways that CenterPoint is thinking about this. And first of all, alignment. We at CenterPoint are really wonky alignment nerds. We think that systems must start with the premise of alignment, or they will be inefficient, unfair, and possibly leads teachers and students in the wrong direction. So one of the key challenges we're seeing is that as classrooms and teachers and schools revise or regroup or resequence their curriculum or bundle it, as we were just talking about, they're forgetting that second really important piece, which is to make sure that their assessments change along with it. I think it goes without saying, but it's worth saying anyway, that to teach a curriculum in a new way, but not to adjust assessments means there's going to be a mismatch. And at best, that's inefficient. And at worst, it, as I said, leads to misunderstandings of what students know and can be able to do. It can lead to missing things altogether or redundancies. So I think this concept is perhaps one of the most important ones during COVID, but generally in thinking about an aligned system. So there's another concept here that in order to get the most critical data from an educational experience for kids, particularly during COVID, may not mean more assessment. And to Kristen's point, it may not mean more tests. It just means more regular and frequent capturing of information in perhaps different ways. It's not just that we want to amass any old data. We need more focused and aligned data. And I think that we're Kristen and Amber and I are very aligned on that. Here's an example of what you might do in terms of chunking. Schools can be looking at, for example, the different colors to chunk their teaching and their instruction. And then you should realign your assessments with those chunks and those bundles to fit your instructional model and to fit the time that you have. Kristen talked about that, and I think that's critical teachers are teaching in smaller chunks. They're teaching in chunks of time, excuse me, and they're teaching in different ways. And so thinking really strategically about how to chunk your assessments experience for kids and create them in a way that they can be moved around flexibly will be really important. I'm going to pause there and turn it to my colleague Amber Burks-Cole and ask her to both introduce herself and then address the other two challenges that we wanted to talk about today. And then I'll come back at the end and say a few more words.
Good morning, everyone. I am Amber Burks-Cole. I, like Laura, began my career in education as a classroom teacher and then moved into district administration in Austin, Texas, where I still live. Also spent some time at the New Teacher Project, and now I'm lucky enough to work with the alignment nerds at CenterPoint to work with districts across the country to bring this alignment to fruition. One of the things that we've been having a lot of conversations in collaborative environments, thought leadership with school leaders across the nation is about this sort of paradigm that we're in right now, where we spent the summer planning for the school year. We didn't want to have too many surprises for teachers and students, as everything's changing every single day, it feels like. And then we launched our schools. We spent the first 2 weeks really attending to this most social and emotional well-being of our students, of our teachers, and getting familiar with the different technologies, the different platforms that we're using. Then we moved into this instructional moment where teachers were delivering high quality curriculum. Not a lot of attention was paid to assessment in some cases that we're looking at. So now we're talking to school leaders about how we go back into what's been happening in these classrooms for the last 8 weeks or so, where some students are falling behind. Some students may have gaps from that unfinished learning. They may not be performing on grade level. We have some students who seem to be clicking right along, and some students who are really excelling. They're really doing well in this digital environment where they're receiving more individualized instruction. But what we need to do is take what we think we know and turn it into what we actually do know, and we do that through assessment. One thing that we've been recommending is to look at the assessment plans that you have in place and develop these sort of small, short cycle assessments that really target specific pieces of the standards. So for example, if you take a standard and then unpack it, you can break it down into smaller chunks again, which form learning objectives or targets for your students. Then you can create these assessment items that specifically target these small, short cycle assessment pieces. Going back to that graphic that Laura showed, you can target those by looking at the progressions across grade levels. This is an example from operations and algebraic thinking. One of the things that we know we want to do is track as much data as we can by breaking things down as far as we can, so we get a complete picture of how our students are performing, and then we can be efficient and effective at planning their instructional pathways. Our fourth strategy that we want to call attention to is to be flexible. We have to be, given that everything is changing every day, but also remain focused. Everything we do at CenterPoint comes through a lens of equity, and part of that is maintaining our grade level standards for students. Our focus should always be on making sure that every student has access and opportunity for those grade level standards, but knowing that we have to be flexible to go back into looking at those progressions, and that when we give them high quality assessments, we get the information that teachers need to target those instructional gaps, to accelerate instruction, and make sure that every student is making progress towards mastery of those grade level standards, even if we have to do it over a period of 2 years instead of one traditional year like we're used to. So to wrap up our 4 strategies that we talked about today, first was modifying the scope and sequence, looking at bundling your standards together and looking at grade level progression, so you can see how the standard changes over time and where the most effective place is to target those power standards. Our second takeaway was looking at flexible aligned chunks, ensuring that alignment piece so that our content can be moved around and we're not taking anything away from students as they move through the grade level standards. Our simple takeaway 3 was to track as much data as often as possible using small short cycle assessments. And then our fourth is to maintain our focus on those grade level standards, but also know that we have to build in some flexibility for our students and for our teachers. I'm going to pass it back to Laura for a few parting words on alignment. Laura, there you go.
I just wanted to take a step back and think about, we've been talking about alignment between curriculum and objectives and their objectives with assessments and chunking the assessments and aligning them to the specific content that students are learning, which is very important. And taking a step up at an uber level, all of the systems of all the components of the system, whether it's curriculum and assessment, whether it's the culture and the talent development, and whether it's the strategic planning around goals and objectives, all of those things really to create an efficient, effective system should be the focus of a district framework. And so this is a framework that we typically use when we start discussing with a district how they can set up their system and how we can support them. I want to close here so we can have time for questions. But I wanted to say that one of the things that Kristen so eloquently said was the importance of engaging educators in this cycle. First of all, on the development of the frameworks themselves, the engagement in the curriculum and unpacking the curriculum and really understanding, and then thinking about the assessments themselves and how we're going to measure the content that's being taught. We typically start from an evidence-centered design, using teachers to inform the conversation in terms of what they would look for if they were going to see their students be successful. How would that look? The other thing we're starting to do, and we haven't really talked about this yet, is engage kids, engage students in helping craft meaningful learning experiences and assessments that allow them to show what they know in ways that are engaging and frankly inspiring for them. And I think that's going to be really increasingly important, first of all, in COVID, because they're home, they're not as engaged with their teachers. There's lots of distractions at home, whether it's parents or siblings or, life, as Kristen mentioned. And I think that when we quote unquote go back to normal, it's going to be even more important to keep students engaged and focus on their learning and to create a different dynamic in schools when they go back. I think the other entity and other constituent group we're going to have to pay a lot of attention to is parents. Parents have now been watching their kids learn at home. In many cases, parents are helping their kids learn at home. And they are, and I think, simultaneously frustrated and worried that their kids aren't getting enough content. And they finally see how hard it is to be a teacher and how much work teachers have to do to constantly be on their feet with their approach to teaching and learning. So I think parents are a constituent that is going to increasingly need information. And we're going to have to think about that as we not only design assessments, but also think about how to share those results with them so that they can continue to be as engaged in their students' education. I'm going to ask Amber to throw up the last slide. This is how you can get in touch with us if you need us, and we hope you'll follow us on Twitter and get engaged in the work. Amber and I do a lot of blogging, so we'd love to have you join us in that sphere. Thank you so much. Graham, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Well, thank you ever so much. Thank you so much, Laura and Amber, for that presentation. Again, I mean, just such a lot of real thinking going on there about how best to tackle the challenges that we've got and where we're going to go, following the current environment that we're in. So thank you ever so much. And we've had quite a lot of questions beginning to emerge, which I will run through as many as I can. But first of all, I'd like to introduce the other member of our panel, Mark Oswald. Mark is Chief Executive and founder of Open Assessment Technologies, based in Luxembourg and the US. And Mark and I have known each other for quite some time. I was trying to think when we first met, Mark. I think it was IAEA in Tel Aviv when you did a presentation there with your colleagues, and we've collaborated and things over the past. So I'm really delighted to have you on the panel too. So thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, Graham.
So I'm just thinking about where to start with the questioning. And the first one that I think I want to ask you about is the environment that we're in provides us with potentially a unique opportunity to make change. Kristen said that we may make change slowly, but I do wonder whether we should be now looking to take advantage of the circumstances that we're in to make change quickly. Do you have any comments on that? Who would like to kick off?
Yeah, I'll take the first stab at this. So I think our customers are already making changes. So we're seeing it in our existing contract work that we do. And it's really driven by the COVID-19 learning loss, because when schools were in a complete lockdown in the early part of the year, even though most students kind of had some online connectivity, a lot of them weren't really engaged, also because teachers were struggling to make sense of this new environment. And so that has created quite a few ripple effects through the learning process. And so that's what organizations are doing, and they're trying to get their grip on it through assessment. So by measuring really where students are. And so I think the vision that Kristen portrayed, it's definitely something really valuable to work for in the future, but to deal with the immediate needs, we see customers resorting back to assessment. And like Laura said, the challenge is to align it with the curriculum in this changing environment.
Thank you, Mark, for that. Laura or Kristen, do you want to add a comment to that?
I think from my perspective, after a number, years of trying to move this stuff forward, it does feel like the door is open in ways that it hasn't been before. And that there's an opportunity here to show what can be done. I think in the spring, everyone was in emergency mode, and it was really, taking whatever could be done, and there wasn't a lot of thought and planning with it. But now in the fall here, we've got a little more chance to kind of show a thoughtful approach to how we might move things forward beyond what our traditional conceptions have been. So I do think the door is open for us. It will remain to be seen when we get through all of the COVID issues, if people revert back to what they've done, or if they're able to carry some new practices forward.
Okay, thank you. Laura, do you want to add to that?
I totally agree. I think this is, I don't think we should go back to normal. I think our normal has not served kids, and it has served a few kids. It's not entirely broken, but it's not effective enough. And I don't know the answer, but I think it is probably one of the most existential questions. We are at an existential moment in education. And I think it would be very cool if smart people like those in this conference and policymakers could sit down and say, okay, if we were to design from scratch, this wouldn't be it. This system we have is outdated by a century. So what would it be? And it's certainly going to be more technology infused, more personalized, and more focused on what students, the career paths and the opportunities they have. But even as we personalize, we can't sacrifice rigor. And I think that that is a worry I have about this general sense of like, everything should be personalized. Well, yes, it does need to be personalized because every student is unique and different, but that shouldn't mean that we fall down on rigor and only demand high standards of some students and not of others, because going back to where we started with Kristen, that will then reify and exacerbate cultural differences and expectations of different kinds of students, and actually could create further gaps between affluent white students and their non-affluent and more minority peers. I don't know if I answered that, but I think I just reaffirmed the challenge.
That's a pretty good answer, I have to say, Lauren. I'm just watching the chat here. There's people doing shout outs to you and all of you in relation to making the change. And my own view is that it takes people like us in the industry to actually drive change, and it takes a certain amount of risk and willingness to address risk and to go out on a limb. And sometimes that's driven by individual people or organizations who are prepared to invest their time and resources, and sometimes their reputation, to make it happen. And I think we have to be in the vanguard of this, and now is the time. However, that's my view. So there's a couple of questions that have come through that sort of relate to validity and comparability, and I'm not quite sure how to address this, who to address this to. But in the presentations that we've had, we've been talking about different sources of evidence that we can use to assess students' performance, capabilities, competencies, and so on. So if we're drawing those in from more data points, how do we square that in terms of the validity of the assessment and continuing comparability, given that, generally speaking, we've been proselytizing we assess one thing at a time because it's the best way of getting a valid assessment? Are you with my train of thought there?
I think so. So first we want to think about what is the use of this assessment? What is the purpose of it, and where does it fit in? So I think the answer to this question is different depending on whether you're talking about an assessment that is classroom-based and meant to inform, or is this an accountability assessment? Is this a certification assessment? And so I think those are different things that we might want to think differently about. But the ideas of validity are that what we want to look at is, to me, ultimately the final inference that we're making. And so to what extent does the score or the information that we're communicating from this assessment help us understand what the student knows and can do, predict their performance on either performance in college or at the job, or whatever that is, and whatever the purpose of assessment is. So to me, we want to think about that ultimate thing, as opposed to thinking about, how does the validity of this game compare to the validity of this multiple choice test? We want to think about, if we combine them, how does that combined score help us better understand what this student knows and can do, and can help us make better decisions for their instructional program, or where that is.
Yeah, lovely. That's great. Thank you. Do you want to add anything, Mark, Laura, to that?
Yeah, I would add to the list of the different types of assessment, because there's yet another category which is about policy making, where ministries of education, they run nationwide diagnostic assessments and then determine based on the outcomes how to adjust curriculum or where to reinforce teaching skills, for instance, because in many countries you find discrepancies between regions, where you have the more affluent regions, that's not a surprise, performing better than regions that are struggling economically. And so it doesn't just influence curriculum decisions, but ultimately also budget decisions and staffing decisions. And so, yes, the spectrum of assessment is really broad. And so when asking these questions, it's also, I think it helps to really think about what type of assessment, what objective it is you are pursuing. Because the answer to the same question can be very different depending on what type of assessment program you're thinking about.
Yeah. Laura?
That's a great point. I'm glad you said that. You know, in my previous, I'm dating myself. Everybody's going to know how old I am. But in my previous 20 years, I really focused on that state level accountability testing. And that has a very different purpose. It's an important purpose, but it's a very different policy lever than the kind of assessment for learning that we've been talking about today. It is much more interesting from that policy perspective, that Uber perspective, to think about comparability among students and among states, and which states are offering, from the standpoint of equity and fairness, quality education to their students. I think the kinds of assessment that Kristen and I were talking about are much more focused on learning and helping students in the moment, having teachers help students in the moment fill their gaps, address learning loss, point their path to the future so that they're prepared. They're all really important purposes, but to Mark's point, they're not the same. And one of the things that we've learned in our time at CenterPoint is that clarity around purposes and uses really matter, and not everybody is steeped in the assessment literacy that they need to be able to select, well, this is a great opportunity for a diagnostic assessment versus I don't need an assessment at all. I need something more game-like, or an activity of the kind that Kristen was talking about. So being able to think about an assessment system with different opportunities for collecting information, some of which feel like formal tests and some of which don't, I think is a different way of answering your question, Graham, about what's ahead. We have to be able to do that. Otherwise, we're gonna face increasing levels of disengagement from our kids.
I think that's a really interesting point. I have a bit of a hobby horse. I obviously, so I'm just picking up on a question there from Michelle. We'll see if we can answer that, Michelle. I have a slightly different hobby horse, and that relates to the students that we're teaching now, who are in the Gen Z environment, and who ubiquitously use technology as part of their daily lives. And we put them into schools or even the exam context, and then we give them the 19th century technology to make them demonstrate their learning and competencies. So I just say that as I just add that in passing. So it's a couple of other things here, a slightly different tack. Somebody's been asking that traditionally in this environment, we've been thinking about formative assessment on the one hand and summative assessment on the other hand. And maybe this picks up a little bit of a point that you're just making there, Laura. You know, how does the models that you're beginning to promote and you've been working on in terms of the gamification and in the case of assessing as we go along, how would it fit into that sort of current perceived continuum, formative versus summative?
In the things that I talk about, my kind of question or challenge is, if we have hundreds of data points over time of students engaging in activities related to this knowledge and skill, do we need to say, wait, sit down, and I'm going to give you 100 questions about this topic to see what you know? I'm not sure we need that, but I'll caveat that. When we start thinking about purposes of, again, school accountability, thinking about where all of those things fit, we're going to need to figure out how and what that looks like if we're thinking about this kind of new world. So I think there is some thought to be doing, again, back to what Laura and Mark were saying about all the different purposes of testing, about what we're doing. But in terms of like a summative classroom assessment where, hey, we're going to take the midterm now, or this is the final. If you've got all of this collection over the course of time of where students are doing, those certainly to me become less important.
I just want to pick up on that because I can't remember Graham or Mark, which of you said it, but it's going to, in order to move the field, we're all going to have to be brave and step out of what we're doing and take a gamble on what it could be. And one of the ways, it's going to sound ironic to this panel that I'm saying this, but one of the, since I am the, the mother of Park, but one of the ways that I think we need to move is to put less weight on those end of year summative assessments and more weight on the data collection that happens throughout the year. How to do that in a thoughtful, responsible way that doesn't minimize the important accountability aspects of the end of year tests. And when I say important accountability aspects, I'm talking less about teacher accountability and more about the accountability of the system to deliver high quality curriculum and learning for all of our kids, particularly the ones that are most at risk. And if anything, if I look back at the last 20 years, that's been the most important signaling purpose of those end of year assessments. But as we shift to this new environment and thinking about what could be, I would like to see more emphasis placed on interim benchmark and formative assessments if we can gather those information with reliability and show that they give just as good information about where students in different subgroups are and where they are in moving towards that end of high school, college and career ready benchmark, then I think we could do that. And I think like it's on us to figure out how we do that. What are the kind of research studies and validation studies that we would need to do to give people, and when I say people, I mean policymakers, the confidence that they need in order to shift that focus and that weight.
Yeah, it's good. I suppose, bravery to do that. Yeah. Do you want to add to that, Mark?
So we need to be thought leaders in this space because we have to lead that charge.
Do you want to add to that, Mark?
Yeah, so not directly to that, but there's something that's been on my mind since the very first presentation, which I need to put out there. And which is taking it a bit a level closer to the technology and the need for interoperability. Because the picture, the future that Kristen painted, it requires that data flows together from lots of different places, and also the personalized learning that Laura mentioned isn't possible without that. So and any people out there here in the audience who are looking at building that future, don't forget about that issue. Because without interoperability, your data will live in silos and you will not be able to combine the dots and to connect the dots. And interoperability is not something you can buy, it's something you do by requiring products that conform and are certified according to industry technology standards, in particular IMS Global. So it's a non-profit organization who works for the benefit of all the users out there. So that is my recommendation here as you think about the future.
You're here.
That is such an important point. And I'd love to follow up on that because you've made the much bigger point about how technology should talk to each other and that the interoperability is a necessity to fuel this kind of learning. I think about that also in a small way, but an important way. The content that we build is not on a proprietary platform. It can be put on any assessment platform. And that's a different way of thinking about interoperability. We call it platform agnostic because we believe that assessment content, it shouldn't matter whether I use, any company. I don't want to talk about particular companies, but it should be that I can get great quality content, great assessment questions, great activities, regardless of what LMS or what test platform my district happens to have selected. So we believe in that that exact point, and I'm glad you raised it.
Well, you had to get that in, didn't you, Mark? I mean, it wouldn't have been a presentation from you unless you'd slipped something in about interoperability in there, and quite right too. So time for one more question here. There's one that's coming from Rebecca Hamer at the IBO, and Rebecca, as you may know, is looking after the e-assessment SIG at AEA Europe at the moment. I'm going to read this out because I think it's best. It's directed primarily at you, Laura, so let me try it. When you speak of alignment, you mention aligning the assessment with the reorganized scope and sequence or grouping of the learning. But should the reorganization of scope or sequence or grouping be aligned with the learning outcome, which attaches the assessments with the very start of the design of the teacher learning environment? So I think the point there is you've talked about it being attached to learning, but the emphasis here may be learning outcomes. I hope, Rebecca, I've interpreted your question correctly.
I think that if I'm interpreting it correctly, I would say yes, because the way we want to design assessments in any circumstance is through a process that we call evidence-centered design. And we didn't invent that. It's a pretty well-known term, but I'll just define what we mean by that, which is that you start with the end in mind. In this question, you start with the outcome, and then you kind of back map from there, and you say, well, if that's our outcome, what kind of experiences do we need to give students to show that they can do those things? And what would some high quality performances of that look like? And then to sort of unpack that from the reverse standpoint. And in other words, if I want them to know something, if I ultimately want them to understand probability, I have to then give them the, you have to give them the experiences that lead up to understanding the concept of probability, but you also have to give them opportunities to show that they know that. You can't test them on the quadratic formula and say that that is evidence of their understanding of probability. I don't know if that answers the question, but I believe that evidence-centered design is the answer to that, and that's how we do our work.
Brilliant, thank you. And I'm sure Rebecca will get back in touch with you if she wants to pursue that further. Won't you, Rebecca? Any comments from either Mark or Kristen on that just before I close?
I'll just note, and I replied a little bit in the Q&A to someone who was asking about this. I also am a disciple of evidence-centered design and was lucky enough to work with Bob Slover for a number of years, who was one of the founders of it. But the idea, as I talked about keeping things simple, the idea of what are the knowledge, skills, and attributes I want to know about? What kind of evidence would tell me about those things? And then how can I build a task that would produce that kind of evidence? Like, just thinking in those buckets has helped me with that, like, keep it simple idea as we move forward into more complex spaces. So I just wanted to note that I also find that to be a helpful framework in thinking about things.
Thank you. Mark, chip in or not?
Yeah, no, I think Laura and Kristen covered it really well.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I just want to say thank you myself, and also I'm sure on your behalf to Kristen, Laura, Amber, and Mark, who I think have made a splendid opening to BMC 2020. I'm sure they're all already signed up on the Hoover app. If they're not, they will be after we've done this session. And please do get in touch with them through that. You'll also see in the chat box that Brian has said he'd like some feedback on the session, so do take a minute or two to do that. And I'm going to hand over to him now as we move forward to the next GEM STEM assessment, which is our next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Graham, and thank to all the participants in this session. We will do our turnover now, so give us just a few minutes. Thanks.
Good morning. Hey, Gaspar.
Thank you, everyone. And with this, I'd like to turn over to our next chair, Robert Karmelich from WIRIS, and this will be the Next Gen STEM Assessment session.
Thank you. Just make sure we got everybody. You got Emily there, Jordan. Perfect. Gaspar's here. Well, I don't know where, I know Jordan is in Utah, so good morning. Gaspar's in Barcelona, so good afternoon. Emily, are you East Coast? Or?
I am near Toronto, so Eastern Standard. It is 11:15 here.
So it's still good morning. I'm in Southern California, so bright and early down here. But perfect. Today we're going to talk about next STEM assessment, and we've got 4 presentations. I've got your 3, but then Tanya, who wasn't able to join us today, is going to do a recording, and we're going to have one of the, I think either Jordan is going to put that video on after everybody speaks, and then what we'll do is we'll open it up afterwards for some question and answer with that. So I think without further ado, I will have Gaspar start, and he's going to talk about innovative strategies for remote STEM assessment. So Gaspar, it is all yours.
Thank you so much, Robert. I'm going to share my screen. So hopefully you're all seeing my screen right now. Yeah, so like Robert has said, I'm going to talk a little bit about what we consider to be some areas of focus that STEM assessment should be looking at. Just in general, I mean, this is something that our company has been focusing on for many years now, but especially in recent times, these are going to be, we consider, especially important areas. So the whole concept is how we can make STEM assessment better, and that's a large topic that we don't have enough time in just 15 minutes to look at. So the way that we're going to do it is just to do 4 brief examples, but that illustrate how important it is to have systems that allow you to do STEM assessment in the same way that you might do so in the classroom. So just to recap, basically, as we all know, we're all tired of hearing it. I'm certainly tired of saying it. But it, of course, bears mentioning that the current situation has made it necessary for us to shift to distance learning, distance assessment. It's not possible to all be in the classroom, at least not all of the time. And so because of that, there definitely is going to need to be an improvement in how we do that distance assessment. If it's going to be anything similar to what we do in the classroom, which of course we don't want to lose, because then we have just overall a worse education for students. So as 4 quick examples of things that are strictly necessary in STEM assessment, and there's many more, but these are 4 very big topics that we consider in our experience to be key in order to be able to do STEM assessment the right way. Even if we're not talking about remote STEM assessment, you know, in the past 10 or so years, maybe a little bit more, even in classrooms, the shift has been towards more online tools such as, well, LMSs like Canvas, Moodle, etc., different assessment platforms that are digital to begin with. So this is important even if we're not talking about distance assessment. There we go. Now I'm back. So to begin, math formulas, even very simple ones, are a key point that are not totally covered by, you know, the default system that you might find in an LMS or in some other type of assessment platform. So we have 2 very simple questions here. The first is something they might find in any grade between K through 6. What is the sum of these 2 fractions, 1/8 plus 5/8? So now I'm going to pretend that I'm the student and say, okay, the answer is just going to write it right here, 6/8. So that's one way that I could have written the answer. Another way that I could have written it is 3/4 if I decided to simplify it. Sorry, 3/4. And we already start to see problems. There's two different ways to write the answer. There's, well, actually a bunch more different ways. For example, these fractions are like nice and formatted. They appear as fractions. This is just a bit of text. So how does the platform know what is the correct answer when they could have written it one way? They could have written it with these special icons. There needs to be a unified way of interpreting that answer. And particularly if you don't want to count all of the answers as equally valid. So for instance, if you want to say, I want this answer to be simplified, then this is not going to be worth as many. You don't want this to be worth as much of as many points as, for example, the fully simplified answer, which would be 3/4. And you know, that's an example of how you can start to have problems. Or you know, they might write something like 0.75 because they did it with their calculator, and you decide to allow that too. So you have a lot of different ways of writing the same thing, even with a very simple answer that you might find at a grade level math education. You already start to have those issues, which you know are usually solved not very elegantly. You know, you have to say something like, if it's not going to be manually graded, if you want it to be automatically graded, write your answer in decimal form with only so many significant digits, blah, blah, blah. You have to put a lot of restrictions on how the student writes the answer. A lot of the times, assessment systems are going to grade a right answer wrong, incorrectly, due to all of these different problems that I mentioned. And so you really need a robust system that can interpret all equivalent answers as such. And like I said, distinguish between being simplified or not. Here we have an example that's even harder to handle, because the other one is in the end a number, and computers can handle numbers more or less with some proficiency, but an algebraic expression. So if I want to simplify this, then I could have been the student and I say, okay, x plus x, that's 2x plus 1. But you know, there's x's on two sides. I wrote this way on purpose. So maybe instead of putting the x's on the left, I wrote 1 plus 2x. And you really, really don't want to be to have the question statement say something like, write all of the variables on the left, because that's just open to your interpretation. And you wanted, you know, because if it were a graded exam on paper and the student wrote this or the student wrote this, you want to count those both equally. You know, you don't want to have a particular way of writing any of those. So, and they could have written something totally different. Maybe they write, well, I mean, this is just a stupid little example, but this should also be counted as the same. Obviously, the student's not going to write that, but with this simple example, it's not going to come to that. But you can imagine with an answer that has to be an algebraic expression, all of the multitude of ways that you have of writing the expression that you simply cannot possibly conceive of. And so you need a system that can interpret math in order to be able to do that. That's our opinion on the matter anyhow. And many math teachers do agree that you need to have something that can interpret math formulas, because otherwise, well, you're stuck with multiple choice. And I think the idea here is to perhaps go beyond multiple choice. That would be nice. So that's, if you have something that can interpret algebra, then you will be able to do that. That's enough for math formulas for now. We'll maybe come back to it later if we have time. The next topic, let me go back into presenting. The next thing that a good STEM assessment engine has to have is good feedback that tells students something about the way that they did something wrong or right, and how they can change the way that their process in answering the question. So I have 3 levels of sort of feedback that from worst to best that you might see as a response to a wrongly answered question. The first is just a very just blunt system kind of generated response that says wrong or incorrect. You might change that, maybe you have an option to customize that to be a little bit nicer and say something like try again. It still doesn't tell the student much about what they're doing wrong. And in the third case, for example, say if we go back to the question of adding two fractions and they wrote the right result, but it's not simplified, then you might want to say something. I mean, if you're the teacher and you're grading this manually on a piece of paper, then you will say, you've added it correctly, but the result is not simplifying. So how do we make this happen automatically? Well, we'll get into that a little bit later, but it is something that needs to happen if the assessment is going to be good for anything, because at the end, the assessment is a way for, well, assessments, they serve multiple purposes, but in a lot of contexts, you want the student to be able to learn from it, hopefully. And if you're just telling them right or wrong without telling them what they can do better, then you're not really helping them learn very much at all. And that's why we consider feedback to be one of the biggest points that a STEM assessment system should cover. The next, which is sort of a new topic, but probably a very important one and increasingly so, are touchscreens. So, students are using maybe not phones, but iPads, other types of tablets, laptops with a touchscreen to answer questions. And okay, so this is a formula. It's not even, well, it's a fairly lengthy formula. It could be something even lengthier. And say that I'm on a touchscreen and I want to write this formula. So now I'm going to do a little thing, just to give an idea. Say this is a rather big phone that I have. It's the iPhone. Well, I forget which one, but it's pretty big. And even here, I have to. Okay, wow. Now I'm writing a formula. To go to the symbols. That's minus. Oh wait, no, I forgot that I have to actually press the fraction button first. So I have to. Luckily I have good accuracy with my fingers and I have been able to write a fraction, but it's going to take me a while to write that formula. It's not going to be the best, at least with this kind of approach. Wouldn't it be nice if I could just do something like this and write the formula well, I'm going to do it because I can't write backwards. I'm going to write negative b plus minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac all over 2a. I wrote that very sloppily. Hang on. And for some reason it's not loading. If I'm on a touch screen, I'm going to want to just be able to write the formula the same way that I do on a piece of paper. And what an intelligent system might do is actually take that formula and recognize it and turn it into a typeset formula as if I had written it with the toolbar. So this might seem like a very specific topic, but I think we have to recognize that it is important because most quizzing systems, if you're just doing multiple choice or matching other types of or just writing text, for example, that's fine. There's not really much of an issue with doing that on a touchscreen. So for everything but STEM questions, or for a lot of different types of questions that aren't STEM, there's no issue with doing it on a touchscreen. Why shouldn't we also be able to do it with STEM questions? Well, the answer is we should be able to do it with STEM questions as well. So that's very briefly, and we'll, obviously I've just conveniently shown something that one of the WIRIS products is able to do. We'll get back into that maybe at the end. But that's the issue of touchscreens in a nutshell. Then lastly, lastly, just for the quick examples that we feel highlight the different issues from STEM. Of course, there's many, many more, and we have different proposals for all of those. But lastly, for now, is graphs. So a very common type of question throughout all of grade school education and even higher education. You know, maybe this one wouldn't be found in a college question, but you can imagine different types of questions involving graphs. Hang on one second. If I am the student and it says draw a line perpendicular to blah, 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 and it passes through the 0.31. Okay, so pretend I have a tool that allows me to draw lines miraculously, because I don't know, it's the system has provided something that allows me to draw, and now I'm the student. Okay, it passes through 3.1, and it's perpendicular to such and such, so it might look something like this. Okay, so I drew the line, and now what? I mean, this is going to have to be manually graded, or what? I mean, there's no other option. The same way with math equations that we saw before, where you have to write, where you could have written 2 plus 2x plus 1, or you could have written 1 plus 2x. This line that I drew here is obviously very inaccurate, and no system is going to be able to, well, at least currently, there's not really many solutions for being able to grade something like this automatically. It's going to have to be graded manually, and maybe not, and the system for drawing the line itself may not be the most friendly. So, well, this is another issue that we don't feel is yet covered by the default assessment platforms that we find out there, default settings of LMSs or other graphing tools. Being able to assess this type of question automatically is something that we think is very important. So conveniently, the points that I have brought up are things that we aim to solve, and we do solve for in our tool known as WIRIS quizzes. So WIRIS quizzes, what it is actually a STEM assessment engine, and that allows you to do all of the things that I have shown as problems here, and more things. If you have any questions on what is possible, if you have an example such as the ones that I've given here, I have this problem that comes up because I have this type of math question or science, physics, whatever, and I don't know how to do it with the tools that my LMS or my platform provides. We will be happy to help, and probably the answer is that WIRIS quizzes will be able to solve whatever STEM related question you have. So like I've said, it does allow you to write formulas and tell whether it's actually an equivalent math formula to the one that is the answer. How are we on time?
I think we're getting close to the end of that session. So if you've got a couple more things to show, let's go ahead and run through those, and then we can jump to our next presenter.
Yep. No, that's pretty much it. That's going to be it. Just noting that WIRIS quizzes is our proposal for how we can start to solve these issues, and nothing else. That's just thank you all very much. Thank you to the organization of Beyond Multiple Choice. I am Gaspar. Again, you can reach me for anything that you might need at gaspar@wiris.com.
Perfect. Thanks, Gaspar. I should have done a better introduction at the beginning. By the way, my name is Robert Karmelich. I'm the CEO of WIRIS for the United States. And our next, and we're going to save some questions at the end. So I've got a couple that are geared towards Gaspar's presentation that we can address after everybody speaks. But next up, I want to introduce Jordan Morrow from Qlik. And Jordan, if you want to go ahead and maybe do a brief introduction to yourself, and we can open it up for your presentation.
Absolutely, happy to. So it's a pleasure, everybody. My name is Jordan Morrow, and I'm the global head of data literacy for Qlik. And today, and I've been doing this role for well over 4 years, been in the BI and analytics and data space for a long time. I feel very old, but I was asked to speak because bringing in a different approach, a different thought process around assessments, around data and analytics, and how these things work together. And really wanted to touch upon for this presentation what data literacy is, how to assess for it, and how we can enable different audience members and different things to work together within data literacy, especially if we're taking a look at STEM, when we take a look at assessments and how we can assess individuals, especially as they come up through education systems in a much more concrete way. A little more background on my job. I actually, when we're not in a lockdown sort of period, I travel the world working with organizations, both from the private sector and the public sector. I worked with universities all the way down to elementary and secondary education, where my entire job is helping organizations of whatever shape and size to figure out how to use data and analytics more effectively and how to get their workforces to do the same. And historically, there's been so much focus, so much emphasis on data science, when 99% of the population, they're not going to be data scientists. So how do we bring around data and analytics skills, especially as we see STEM and sometimes called STEAM education on the rise? And so, and I've seen my calendar get busier with these different organizations on the front and different universities trying to empower not just students with these skills of the future, but also to empower the professors and those driving assessments and things of that matter. So to begin, I want to start by defining what data literacy is before I walk into some of the things that we do to assess it and help understand and build proper assessments to learn about this feature. Data literacy, as we define it, is the ability to read, work with, analyze, and then communicate with data. It's this ability to properly use data and analytics to drive decision making. And so this can come, and this skill, by the way, I was one of the first in the world to build a program around this skill. I never thought much of it, but now it's one of the most in-demand skills within data and analytics around the world, because as organizations are trying to capitalize on utilizing data in any way, shape, or form, they understand the workforce needs to be there. And this is where universities have brought me in, is how do we, one, maybe incorporate data literacy more into the curriculum side of things. Two, how do we help professors and teachers use data literacy to assess students so they can do a better job of preparing plans and everything like that? And then three, how do we properly educate the students for these jobs of the future? Now, when we think about data literacy, when it comes to this mindset of analytics and the ability, data is just data. We have to understand data just sits there. And it's when we make analytics a part of it that data can be transformed. And I think we hear far too often more and more around data, what data is, et cetera. And if we're thinking about skills of the future and how things are going to progress moving forward, we have to think about our individual abilities to be able to process that data. Take a look at the pandemic we're living in. Take a look at how much data is being thrown our way. If you're in the United States, it's election day. Countries all over the world are receiving data on a daily basis, where they need to be able to assess it using descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, and prescriptive analytics to make better decisions. The same thing should be built into the assessments that we're using, whether it's a data literacy assessment, whether it's a math skill, engineering, whatever it is. We should be using analytics to describe, which is the descriptive part. The diagnostic side then tells us why things are happening. Predictive then helps us, like, for example, my assessments that I use around data literacy, we want to build predictions on what courses people should take to improve their skills and so forth. And then prescriptive can be built right into the assessment, where the assessment itself teaches us what we should be doing. So all of these things coupled together can help us drive better decision making, if you will, around data. And if you think about STEM education, if you think about assessments in general, one of the gold mines that comes from it is the actual data. And so we need to be able to transform that data from the assessment to be able to do things more powerful for whatever capacity we're looking on, students, a workforce, et cetera. Governments, that's actually some of the things I've been able to do is work with governments to build their better data strategy. So these are things that have to be considered whenever we're using assessments and data. And why does this matter? Well, when you think about STEM education, I spent some time, a little story here. I spent time right before the shutdown occurred up in Washington at a college up in the state of Washington. While we were there, I was talking to one of the professors about how they're operating things, how the students are operating, what's happening. And what he told me was that, as you'll see, and I bet we can see this across the world, is there's an absolute increase in students who are taking STEM education related degrees and backgrounds or majors. It's not always been that way. And so there's a double approach that when it comes to assessments, whether for students or professionals, that we have to look at. We have to look at one, the rising generation, because one, the data is the foundation of the new economy that we see in front of us. We have to understand that that rising generation is going to be dealing with jobs that are shifting, they're changing. Data and technology jobs from when I started in my career are vastly different than they are now. I mean, just think about it. Here's my iPhone right here, right? iPhone's only been around for about 13 years. And I started my career before then. So it's this background and mindset of the data and jobs are going to be shifting. So we have to assess it correctly. Analytics is what's going to transform that data. So we have to assess analytical capabilities. And then finally, the assessment should drive us to understand, do people have the ability to get insights from the data? Data is just data. We need the insights from these assessments and data to build out proper learning paths for those that are taking the assessment. One of the things that we're noticing and seeing within STEM education and people who take jobs in STEM fields as they leave university is there is a growing need, if you will, for soft skills. So one of the things that we have to remember as we build these different data and analytics STEM assessments and build these assessments into whatever we're doing, we cannot forget those soft skills. What we're finding is a lot of students, and I get asked to mentor students quite often, a lot of them are saying, Jordan, what classes should I be taking? What should I be doing? And so what I'll say is you don't need to worry about the data science classes you're taking. Your university is going to do an excellent job of putting you in the right classes there. Let's start looking at your soft skills. What courses are you taking on communication? What courses are you taking on storytelling and things like that? So assessments should drive it that way. Now why does data literacy and assessments matter in this way? Well, we did a large study to understand the state of data literacy. And when we went through this study, we found overall numbers would show about 1 in 5 people consider themselves confident in data literacy skills. So when we hand out whatever kind of assessment it is, we collect that data, and then we need to use that data to do diagnostic analytics to make decisions. Part of the problem comes in is a lot of people are really good at descriptive analytics, so they can describe what happened. They have no clue how to do diagnostic analytics, how to find insight from the assessments that they're taking, using those assessments to build proper learning paths and build these different things that people need. And the number I want to focus on here for this study that we did is the last one, that younger age group, 16 to 24. Now, those that are entering STEM education, and it starts early. I've got 5 kids myself, and my youngsters that are 9 and 11, they're already doing STEM education, which makes this nerd very happy. But the reality is, just because we do stuff with technology doesn't mean that they know how to do stuff with data and analytics. Doesn't mean when they get results from a study or they get the results from X, Y, and Z that they know how to make decisions. So these assessments and these things that we do with data literacy are designed to help us truly understand how that works. Now, why do we see that gap? Now, that number that we just saw, let me go back real quick, of 16 to 24-year-olds, only 21% are confident in data literacy skills. When I do interviews with journalists around the world, that's the number one thing that stumps them. They say, I thought that age group was already data literate. I said, well, they're very digitally literate. But that does not mean they know what to do with data. And so we reskill them, or not reskill, excuse me, upskill them, reassess them to figure out those gaps. And this is a lot of times where those soft skills in the assessments come in. Many reasons we see the gap that we're seeing through the assessments that we drive. Democratization of data, when we're putting data into the hands of the masses aren't comfortable using it. A very digitized digital world that we're living in. I think everybody can agree everything that we do is digital at this point. And I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I think we're still learning to deal with it. But this digital transformation I saw a chat question earlier and part of a conversation earlier on in one of the earlier sessions around should we be making and redoing assessments for the remoteness that we're living? Well, absolutely, especially since right now predictions are we're not necessarily going to go back to a pre-COVID normal for probably a good year. And that's based on studies and all these different things. So there's this understanding that as we're building assessments, we'll show you, here are 3 assessments that we utilize, and I'll talk through each of these. The reality is the assessment world that I deal in, before I build large organizational strategies, we start with an assessment on data and analytics. The whole purpose of that, whether it's at a university level or an organizational level, is that when it comes to jobs of the future, skills of the future, particularly in data and analytics, it's not a one size fits all, not in any way, shape, or form. So we actually go for the 3 assessment approach. We do a technical assessment and that's the first one you see on the left-hand side of your screen. That technical assessment on analytics and statistics helps us to understand and get a baseline of, okay, if we're looking at you for these different jobs and skills of the future, where do you reside? What are your skills, strengths, and weaknesses? We then actually have the middle one. And this is an assessment we've been using for a while that I would encourage everybody to start diving into. This is a soft skills, confidence-based skills. So not a 1 + 1 = 2 type formula, but tell us how often you're using data. Tell us what processes you're using for data. That data literacy persona assessment allows us to bucket participants, whether they're students, all the way up through someone who's been in their career 30 or 40 years. It allows us to bucket them within different segmentations, and being able to segment and profile from a demographic perspective with data allows us to build the proper training and learning plans that we're doing. And then we actually have a 3rd assessment. This one actually is launching here in January. It's a measurement assessment. It's basically a benchmark assessment so that we can take from schools to organizations to public office to whatever it is, these assessments to show, okay, this is mapping your organization when compared to your peers. This is mapping your personas when compared to everything. And this is the technical breakdown. As we do this, this builds these sort of things for us. We have direct learning roadmaps and ways that we drive the learning through our assessments. So I understand I'm not walking you through a lot of the technical aspects of our assessments, but more the big picture of how I view assessments in general as we're shifting into this digital and technology-driven world. The reality is we have to do these combinations, not looking at a one-size-fits-all, not measuring. There's a quote out there, it's attributed to Albert Einstein. It's not said by Albert Einstein, but it's a great quote that basically says, everybody has creative power within them, but if you teach a fish that what he's supposed to be doing is climbing a tree, they're going to think that they're a stupid idiot the rest of their life. Same thing, when we're doing our assessments, we don't sit there, especially when I'm looking at this one on the left. It is very technical and it is extremely hard. In fact, I was on a call yesterday with an organization where someone said, I took this technical assessment and been in their career 30 years. And he was like, and I put my head on the table thinking, what the heck? I don't know any of this. And I said, that's the point, is your career path has not been designed around data and analytics. It's not been designed around these skills that your organization now wants you to have. That's not a bad thing. Now let's combine it with this sort of area, put these together and put you on the right learning path. Doing that with this sort of breakdown, this sort of layout of learning. And I wish I could zoom in better on this learning path. You'll see there are key characteristics. You see the 4 characteristics of the definition of data literacy: reading data, working with it, analyzing, communicating with it. Building these things together allows us to part and build together the right learning paths. Doing this can allow us to then frame strategies. And I think that's one of the best things that these assessments for STEM in the future are allowing us to do. My job takes me to organizations within pretty much any industry you could think of. And seeing when an organization assesses and an individual assesses themselves correctly, it allows us to do these things. And I'm seeing it at the university level. I'm getting brought in more and more as people, and the comment is brought up to me, and I apologize if there are any math teachers on this. I'm a math geek, statistics geek. I'm sure we have math teachers on here. The question has been brought up to me many times. Should we be teaching Algebra 2 anymore? Should we? What could you bring in its place? I love Algebra 2. I think there's a place for it. But should we be emphasizing more emphasis on statistics and probability? Should we be building assessments around these sort of things versus the standard things that we've been doing for such a long time? And these are the conversations I think we need to have from an assessment and a skills perspective. What can our STEM assessments do for individuals as they expand out into their careers? And I think that's a vitally important thing. And I'm coming up on my time here. And the last thing I would say from an assessment perspective is, again, don't forget the soft skills. When I'm asked from, all the way at the university and younger, like I said, I'm getting brought in more at the high school and elementary level now. What should the focus be? Should it be statistics of these things? Yeah, absolutely. That's great. But at the same time, combine it with a person's and an individual's natural curiosity, creativity, and critical thinking. Those soft skills need to be measured in the assessment, because I can tell you right now, we have a lot of people from STEM education leaving university, going to business. They don't necessarily know how to apply this in their careers. Here's a prime example of this. I was the most unique request I've received was from an engineering university in Brazil. So engineering, STEM, it's got a lot of math, it's got a lot of things built into it. And they asked me, Jordan, we need your help. We need you to help us teach calculus differently. And so I started to dig in and I started to look at how they were teaching calculus. And the way they were teaching it was from a formulaic position. And I get we have to teach formulas and get that in front of people. But they were not teaching at all context-based learning on where this will be implemented out in your career. And so the students would take the courses, they could pass it, but then they're like, how will I ever use this? And so we reframed how they were going to be teaching calculus to bring it more applicability based, and still have formulas, still how to learn to do calculus, all those things, but really bringing context based pieces to it. So that needed to be a part of assessments, it needed to be a part of quizzes, tests, etc. So that when those people entered the workforce, they could take what they learned and then apply it effectively. So I appreciate it. I'm looking at my clock, trying to stick strict on my 15 minutes here. You can visit my materials, qlik.com, data literacy, connect with LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, any of it. So thank you, Robert. I'll turn it back over to you. And thanks everybody for these few minutes I got to share with you.
Rick, Jordan, thank you so much. We appreciate that. And I'm sure we're going to have some questions for you afterwards. That's a great presentation. Now I would like to introduce Emily Brown. She's going to talk about improving number sense through online diagnostic assessments. So Emily, if you'd like to do a brief introduction, and then I will turn it over to you.
I will. Thank you very much for the invitation to be a part of this panel and to be a part of this discussion. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, you're good. Thanks.
Thank you. I just had a class this morning at 8 o'clock, and I always check to make sure when I change screens that people can see where I am. So welcome everyone. This session is on improving number sense through online diagnostic assessment. My name is Emily Brown. I am a professor of mathematics at the Pilon School of Business in Mississauga, Ontario at Sheridan College. My background is I'm a graduate from the University of Calgary with a B.Ed and M.Ed, and my focus was on mathematics education, math for teaching, and those impediments for learning and teaching mathematics. So I currently teach business financial math and business calculus and algebra. I found the first two presentations very interesting and a lot of things connected to my work and this presentation today. So Jordan, I teach from a very applications-based strategy, and always trying to make my students already know the answer of when will I ever use this. So welcome. So in this case, my story begins in 2006 when the Ministries of Education and Training Colleges and Universities, so that's the K-12 sector and the post-secondary sector, those ministries came together and launched what was called the College Math Project. It later evolved into the College Student Achievement Project. I'm going to refer to that going forward as CSAP, where it looked at mathematics success as well as language. I'm going to specifically speak to the math side to things. So from 2006, data was collected from students. This was the first type of research that existed in the province here of Ontario, where it followed the mathematics journey from students going from secondary school into college to see how they performed, whether their secondary school mathematics really supported their learning in post-secondary education. What was noted prior to that is that, a grade in a certain secondary school math course didn't translate as equivalent to a grade at a different school, and so on, depending on teaching and grading practices. So the results of this research created some concerns, and the timeline goes forward to creating an Ontario College math test in 2016, the writing of Closing the Numeracy Gap in 2015, which really highlighted some concerns and some practical solutions to closing this numeracy gap, and brings us forward to today, 2020, where this assessment and remediation system has moved forward into a variety of other applications. So what was of greatest concern when we looked at our own assessments and global ranking of math assessments, for example, the OECD assessments or PISA assessments, was that Canada's ranking in mathematics was declining. From the beginning 2000, when the PISA and OECD assessments began, Canada saw a steady, consistent decline in mathematics scores, and that's worrisome. In 2018, if you look at our lovely Canadian flag, it appears that we've gone up in ranking, but in fact, that is a result of some of the higher performing nations such as Singapore, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Macau not reporting their data for 2018. So it just looks like we were doing better, but in fact, we were declining from 2015. Of greater concern or further concern was the fact that Canadian adults, 55% of Canadian adults scored below that desired level of numeracy, level 2 numeracy. And that's the level that is deemed necessary to be successful or be numerate in our current technological society. So that raised some real concerns for our ministries of education and, of course, as a nation. So from the data that was collected over almost a decade, it was consistently determined that about a third of students were at risk of dropping out of their college programs because their first semester grades in mathematics were poor. So the concern was, if you had bad grades in first semester, did you drop out, or did you persist and try second semester, at which point another percentage of students would drop out. So this data over almost 10 years was consistently indicating that a third of students were at risk, and of the highest percentage at risk, 37% of business students were at risk. And again, I teach in the business school. A lot of students say to me, I took business because I wouldn't need math. Well, we can all agree that that's certainly not the case. So in this particular demographic, we were looking at almost 12,000 students who wouldn't be graduating as these students are. It translates into a large number of students not attaining their academic or professional goals, resulting in far greater concerns with respect to social equity, who's accessing post-secondary education and who isn't, and the economic advantage for individuals. It also raises a concern around high skills and high wage inequity as a society as a whole. So what happened? So the ministries came to the research team and said, well, for almost 10 years, we've been reporting that we have poor retention in college programs because of math grades. And so what can be done about it? Basically, a lot of colleges in Ontario had assessments, post-admission assessments coming into the schools, and they determined that there was a real gap in skills coming into to the college programs. Depending on the college, you either had a streaming situation, you had remediation situation, but if it was post-admission, you had all the prerequisites, so there you were, what was the college going to do with you? So it was suggested that if we could have a common math assessment that was delivered to students post-admission, we would at least be able to see which students would need additional support before going into their program math, so that they were more likely to be successful and continue to reach their academic and professional goals. So a feasibility study was conducted to determine if the colleges were on board for a common math assessment that would be implemented across the college system. We have 24 colleges in Ontario, and they were all engaged in this conversation. They all provided the initial data over those research years. So having a common math assessment would allow colleges to compare apples to apples. So regardless of what school, what secondary school you graduated from, what were your skills when you came through their doors? It also allowed for a direct comparison with students who were perhaps taking transfers to other schools, or who were taking up pathway opportunities. So with the support from the 24 colleges in the Ontario college system through this feasibility study, we were a go to have an assessment development project. So you can see the pathway here. Once the feasibility study was completed, we were looking at gathering assessment items. We wanted those assessment items to come from the colleges themselves so that they were reflected in whatever assessment we developed. We wanted to look at what assessment framework would be best. So it was kind of a Goldilocks approach. What assessment would be too long, too short? We wanted something that was just the right size in order to determine students who know from students who need extra help. We, of course, developed the assessment and field tested. I'll talk a little bit about that. And then implementation and expansion into other uses. The feasibility study really highlighted what the key components would be from the colleges. What were they looking for? So first and foremost, we wanted an assessment for learning. It wasn't to be a summative, you know, here you've got it, here you haven't. All the colleges agreed that we wanted an assessment that would support student learning. We also heard loud and clear that the issues weren't with calculus, the issues were with basic numeracy skills. So we wanted to develop something that assessed those skills particularly because those are the ones that were where the gaps existed. We wanted a high standard of quality around this assessment. And again, the last thing would be something that was cost effective. We didn't want to increase the cost to students, to the colleges, or to the college system. So at best case, we wanted it to be cost effective. So first of all, assessment items were gathered from all of the colleges who offered an assessment. We looked at all of the first year college math course outlines, and from that drew common threads. So where were the commonalities across all of these math outlines? And when we looked at all of the commonalities, we determined that these topic modules were present in 80% of the course outlines. So there were obviously specific topics that would be included in a highly technological or science-based course, a health-based course, and business course. But these were the 9 topics that were common in most of these courses. So they were the ones that formed our topic modules. And then we didn't want to just have, you know, a calculation question. We really wanted to determine how a student will operate within the context of the mathematics. So performance expectations were added to the framework. similar to a PISA assessment or TIMS assessment, where we had A, did they know? Can they do the work? B, can they apply the work? And C, can they reason with the mathematics? So those were performance expectations added to it. So each of those topics were populated with questions that existed in currently used. Some were in-house, some were online assessments, and those questions were gathered. What was noted was an overwhelming number of those assessment items that were already in use in the college system were basically in the A category, knowing. Can you do a calculation? Really low hanging fruit. Very few or fewer had a B performance expectation, and far fewer still had a C or reasoning expectation. Also, what was noted was many of the assessment items that were currently in use were multiple choice. And for this high quality assessment, we wanted to move beyond multiple choice and look at how students can be assessed differently. So for each topic, when we looked at the framework, you can imagine it as a grid system. We had them organized in blocks of 3 to 5 items per block. So how do we know if a student knows enough about fractions, about decimals, about percentages? How many questions should they answer correctly in order to be determined as knowing something about it, being able to apply something about it? So those basic numeracy topics were made into blocks. Each of those questions then was field tested, and psychometric data was collected on each of the assessment items to see how they behave, and this assessment emerged. Each assessment for each individual is different, but the difficulty level for each assessment is the same based on those assessment psychometric properties. So for students, we would have a diagnostic assessment where they would determine their level at the time of testing. Again, in the case of colleges, it was post-admission, so they were already into their program. Now we're just determining what skills they actually have to apply to their college education. They would get a green light, an orange light, or a red light, depending on their level of competency. If you got a red light, you knew that you had gaps that needed to be remediated. And so you would go on to the practice and mastery remedial modules. And later on, you would take a summative assessment so that you could see, have you improved since the diagnostic assessment? Are you better prepared for your college math course? So I'll leave these: assessment framework, assessment items, and test design. Again, a test is unique for each test taker, but with the same level of difficulty. The upgrading modules are based on mastery of the learning, not simply base understanding. They're broken down into small micro steps so that a student can visualize, conceptualize, and engage with the mathematics. The remedial modules are very interesting, very engaging. Students enjoy doing them very much. And then the summative assessment is very similar to the diagnostic, where they're presented with those 9 topics again, and to see how they've improved and where work still may be done. The assessments can be as long as 36 items or as short as 8, depending on those gaps that they've been trying to remediate. So thank you very much. I'm hoping that you had a little bit of a taste of the assessment process, the assessment development, some of the challenges that we faced, and some of the successes. I think that at this point, given the circumstances that we're in, as far as remote learning, there are real evidence now that the colleges and universities who had to pivot and now are teaching remotely, those who are using this assessment and remediation system have really been able to pivot successfully. without gaps in their learning, and students have been able to continue with their education. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thanks, Emily. Appreciate that. And I'm seeing a couple questions coming through, so we'll be able to push those to you after we have the last speaker. And it's not a speaker. Tanya Nofar, unfortunately, she wasn't able to make it. She is doing a recording on a project-based approach to high school math assessment, and she's from the Oklahoma City Public Schools. So I will go ahead and just start the video. And I guess, Brian, are you going to go ahead and start the video?
Yep, we're going to go in.
Okay, perfect.
All right, we are able to get it running, but we're having some audio issues. So I think what I'd like to do is while we work on that, we'll get the panel started.
Perfect. All right. So I guess feel free to throw some questions in the Q&A box and into the chat box. I did get one specifically for Emily. It says, did you look for an externally normed validated assessment for your purpose? And the second question to that, was there no desire to compare students and institutions with those outside of Ontario?
Emily, before you answer, if I could just ask Philip to introduce himself as well as a panelist.
Okay.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Hope you can hear me. I'm Philip John. I'll just give you a little bit about my background. I'm an emeritus professor of chemistry at Harriet Watt University in Edinburgh, Scotland. After retirement in 2018 as senior dean, I joined the Australian Council for Educational Research as a consultant, and also became an honorary professor at the University of Edinburgh, working with their e-assessment groups since 1999, some time back. I was head of the academic development of Scholar, which is a program I'll tell you about, and became chief executive of that a few years later. The important point was Scotland has developed and deployed e-learning in its secondary schools for now over 2 decades through Scholar and through a national LMS platform called GLOW. What it delivers is high quality learning material, highly interactive. Right from the very start, it was replete with animations, simulations, high quality graphics, and more importantly, formative assessments, which underpin the learning. So currently, and for many years, we've delivered these programs to over 400 secondary schools, both public and private, in a range of subjects, STEM, languages, and business. I think as far as this conference is concerned, the use of formative e-assessment was a the success of Scholar. We have over 30,000 items across 30 courses. I think it was imperative, certainly at the time, to go beyond multiple choice, and we were very fortunate to have a proprietary e-assessment system developed in the Department of Mathematics under Professor Cliff Beavers. And that meant we could explore a lot more avenues for assessment than you can in fairly simple examples. So I just wanted to make one final point. And that is, you can remember 20 years ago, we used dial-up modems and cables and so on, which is fine. But technology advances. What is important is to get the pedagogy right. And if the pedagogy is right, it continues despite the advances in technology. So that's clearly very important. And the second point about that I want to finish on was, really at the time, we were looking ahead 5-10 years. And so that's really what we need to be doing now, is thinking about our assessment tools, which will take advantage of artificial intelligence, augmented reality, and all those features, and actually embed them, actually do the business of embedding them in our schools to make effective teaching and learning. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Philip. And along those lines, I guess before I refer back to Emily, we did have one of those questions, is this: do you think that educational institutions need to create digital STEM content with remote assessment tools or LTE integrated tools?
Well, I'll go back to Scotland again. I think we wanted the teachers to develop their skills in teaching and not having to develop their own materials, online materials, because essentially, as we've seen in previous presentations, you need a group of experts to create them. You need the subject discipline experts. You need experienced teachers who bring to the table all their knowledge about teaching and learning. You need educational developers. You need communications people. You need presenters. You know, that isn't in one person. And so our strategy was to create the materials for the upper levels of the school systems to be used by the teachers. I don't think that's changed. I think in any sense it's becoming more sophisticated with the tools that you have. And to learn those tools with all the demands that are on teachers is quite a job. Yeah.
And Jordan, since you're doing a lot of the analytics on that, you could probably chime in as well. Give us your thoughts on maybe how the analytics component plays into what he was talking about.
Well, analytics, like for me, a lot of when I think about analytics and driving solutions, that's to me what the analytics needs to be a part of, is driving whatever solution we're going to use, whatever we're going to determine will be the outcome. I think what we've seen, at least from the technology sector, so I work for an analytics vendor. That's what my job is. So they do a lot of technical assessments for users of the product, for wherever, if you will. but there isn't much solution-based approach after it from the analytics piece of it. And I think that's a frustration, at least for someone from my position. I don't work with our product. I'm actually product agnostic. Data literacy, this was mentioned earlier in an earlier session, is a product agnostic thing. It's not something that deals specifically with the product. So when I see a technical assessment go through, and then basically what you hear is, oh, okay, great, here's your tool to use.
Yeah.
What a frustrating point. Versus let's actually analyze what's coming through, see the right solution come through, and then what you get is a much more skilled individual that comes out of it. I think one of the biggest frustrations organizations are having with technology and tools right now is adoption rates are extremely low because they're not fitting them to the individual. They're force fitting. It's like literally putting the square peg in a round hole. And I think analytics gives us the ability to drive the proper solution throughout. And I think that's one of the best things that can happen with an assessment.
Mm-hmm.
And along those same lines, Jordan, I'm assuming, well, I think that the pandemic is driving it even further right now because they have to incorporate some sort of remote instruction everywhere now, and that changes the paradigm and the dynamics.
100%, yeah.
What have you seen? You talked about decision-making process and the analytics change the decision-making process. With this pandemic, what are some of those decision-making processes? What are the key ones that are being made now?
Yeah, it's a very interesting one right now. I think the pandemic, what it did, organizations, schools, everywhere, public, private, anything. Before the pandemic, they were investing millions, trying to capitalize on data, try to get more intelligent, trying to do all these things, but not necessarily jumping all the way into the pool, if you will, if I'm going to use an analogy. Versus then the pandemic hit, shut everybody down. You had to become digital, and they were hoping to be data-driven at that point, hoping to be able to make things and decisions. They found out very quickly they weren't ready for it. They weren't ready to make data-driven decisions. They weren't ready. They didn't fully understand their workforce. My calendar, which has been busy for years, got even busier, just virtually at this point versus on an airplane somewhere. So what I'm seeing now is organizations truly are trying to assess themselves, understand themselves. Individuals are doing the same thing so that we know the pandemic will end at some point. They're trying to do it quickly right now to stem the tide of any negative impacts from the pandemic. And two, they're trying to use assessments and things to see where will we go for the future. That's one reason I call data literacy a skill of the future, is if you look at studies, there's a massive skills gap and they predict that skills gap will still be there. So the pandemic, in my mind, brought to light a lot of the gaps that organizations had.
Emily, you wanted to.
Yeah, I think from an education perspective, I sit on the board of our provincial achievement test for the province of Ontario. So the standardized testing that takes place annually. And we've always had a look in the future that we would digitize. And of course now, the two worlds have combined where, digitization is perhaps the only way we're going to be conducting an assessment perhaps this year or into the next year. And again, the problem with any type of testing and collecting of data and analyzing data is who gets the data and what do they do with it and how do they make good decisions based on it. So, even with my own assessment development project, you keep analyzing the data and reporting the data. We are literally, a data collection and analyzing agency, but what happens later? So are we changing our teaching methods? Are we looking at, more successful pedagogies that teachers can implement, that students can learn better? We're also looking now at, with digitization, being able to look more granularly at which student groups are doing better. So again, that social equity, are students in, lower income neighborhoods doing worse? How can we support them? What about, students, who have, difficulties with learning? How are they going to be supported? So digitization allows us to analyze more deeply, make decisions differently, and it's certainly the way for the future, right?
Philip, you had some thoughts on that?
Yeah, data is hugely important for Scholar. There are two reasons for it. We acquire a huge amount of data across the country. First reason, I think, is to look at our own performance in terms of the activities that we have. So, you know, metrics around time on task, how much is used, both at the individual, the class, the authority, and national level. And then, yeah, because we're financed through the schools, we send back the data to the local authorities so they can look at the usage between subjects, between schools. That, from our point of view, is extremely useful. It's an accountability. We have to account for the money we spend. But also it means we can direct any professional development and professional learning to the schools who actually require it. So there's a lot more to say about our data analysis, but that gives you a quick overview.
Yeah, and I'm going to just chat a little bit. I think Gaspar is off, but going back to kind of the tools that for the assessment piece, I've heard from a lot of instructors, whether it's higher ed or K-12, and Jordan, you mentioned the fact that people scrambled when this pandemic hit. It's, you know, what do we do? There's big choices to make. Do we get an LMS? Do we get video teleconferencing? You know, how do we make sure that we're not missing a step in teaching the individuals? And one of the things that I heard from them is having different LTI integrations into an LMS or different tools that people can use remotely has really helped them save time. They're able to create things on the fly, and it's helped them spend more time doing the teaching because all the things behind it can drive results and drive grades and drive different things. What are some of your thoughts on that?
I completely agree. So all of my assessments have always been digital, and they build into recommendation engines. They build into self-paced learning, recommendations into instructor-led workshops. If we want to do it virtually, it's got to be virtually now. But I completely agree. I think the future of assessment with technology is so powerful. To digitize this, to get it into the hands quicker, to get recommendation of algorithms in the background, really can simplify what in the past, like we're talking analytics here, it can simplify and enhance our ability. If it's doing some of the analytics for us, as we lead and try and put things in people's hands to improve their skills and upskill them, this digitization is a good thing in my mind. And it allows us to really not only use, and Emily talked about this just a second ago, not just use what we get right then, but it allows us to iterate on our process over and over and over again. Or do we need to change questions? Is one of my questions being answered a certain way every single time? So maybe I need to reword my question. Collecting all that information from the digital side makes our life even easier and even better.
And that's one of the things that Gaspar was talking about too, with the WIRIS quizzes with that remote assessment tool. It gives you the ability to create different variables and different parameters. As an instructor, you can create that. So if you wanted to retest, and Emily, I'm going to ask you to answer this as well, because it kind of feeds into what you were talking about. As an instructor, if you can create random parameters, and so every student in the class gets a different question. You were talking about teaching and making sure that people are doing, you know, the repetitive components, and this allows you to go ahead and test the conceptual knowledge that they have, and I think that's important because sometimes, you know, so often they get exams and they're just trying to push people through. They do one thing, they just want to test and find out if they got the correct answer versus understanding the concepts. So I think some of these tools are very important in getting our students moving forward.
One of the most important things that certainly teaching remotely has brought to the forefront is an idea that we put forward a decade ago, where we wanted to have education accessible to every learner when they're able to learn it in a way they're able to learn it. For example, what if, a single mom wanted to go back to school, but she couldn't come to classes in the day, or she was only available in the evening and only after certain hours and so on. How do we make education and upskilling and so on accessible to all of those learners? So having things that are adaptable, that are available on any device, that are, pedagogically sound. I mean, those are the ways that we wanted to move, and these are the ways that this pandemic has forced us to move, right? As far as creating an assessment with different levels of knowledge, that was something that was very important. We didn't want to just create an assessment that, was testing how well your computational skills are. It was that applications based, are they going to use it? How are they going to use it? Can they tell when they should be using it? So the modular system that we created could also be adapted for certain programs. So if a health science program wanted to embed applications-based questions that came from their health science sector, they could do that, technology and so on and so forth. So we are able to make it perfectly adaptable and perfectly accessible. The flexibility of it, the fact that, the questions change algorithmically means that, you could have a variety of students working on the same assessment or the same remediation and get different questions based on their responses, right? So how did you answer this one? Okay, then we need to take a step back and you get a question that's, again, further back in the skill set. So again, making education and accessible when students need it and how students need it. This is the driver right now.
And I think you hit a really neat topic. You said that you want to teach students why they're going to use the tool instead of just A plus B equals C kind of thing. So maybe can you elaborate a little bit more? I saw some of the slides and I thought they were really neat. And I wish that David would incorporate this earlier, even when I was in school. A lot of people don't know how to do budgets, and that's incorporated in math. A lot of people don't know how to pay a mortgage or balance a checkbook. And it would be neat. I think you guys may be doing stuff like that teach skills. And Jordan, you talked about soft skills or different skills of that nature. These are things that we're going to need to learn, and they'll be with us for the rest of our lives. So I don't know if you want to talk about that just a tad.
Yeah, this is really how I arrived at being a teacher. I became a teacher very late in life. I went back to school at 44. I'm almost 60 at the end of this year. And how I started was that curiosity of learning. When I started teaching, it was in an inquiry-based learning school. So there was always the question before the answer. And the question was meant to come from students. What is it that I need to know about this topic? Not just the calculation. So where will I see this? How will I use it? And that has followed me through my teaching at the K-12 level into post-secondary level. Where exactly am I going to see it? I'm looking at marginal profits. What's the base of your business? You want to make a profit. What does that mean? Reducing costs, increasing revenue. Everything that I teach is taught from a perspective of applicability. Where am I going to see this? Perhaps my students aren't going to be the ones making those decisions or making those calculations, but they may well be the ones to receive that data, and they're going to have to make decisions based on what they are given. So I want to make sure that they can do that intelligently and understand the application and what the next steps would be. So it's so important. Just a calculations-based course isn't enough.
Jordan, you look like you have some thoughts on this.
Oh, amen. It's yeah, and not much else you can say, I guess.
Yeah.
Philip, what are your thoughts on that as well? I want to open it up to everybody.
Yeah, I'm not great deal. I agree entirely with what Emily was saying there. The context is all important. One of the policies of the Scottish Government is the so-called attainment gap. That is the gap in achievement between the pupils from well-endowed households to impoverished households. And I think for the people, from the young people from the latter, you need to give them some idea of the context of what they're learning. Because those from well-off households, they pretty can see that already, but for others, it's not obvious. So I think it's incumbent on us to make sure that that context is known.
Let me see. I think I've got
Robert, can I go back to your original question about the development, and did I look at existing assessments and
Sure.
and about comparative? I'll just make this point really quickly. So I was the project developer, so I got all the assessments. I scoured existing assessments that were within our college system and also beyond, of course. We did have a lot of old paper-based tests. And again, we had a lot of multiple choice assessments. Some colleges were using AccuPlacer, which is an American-based assessment tool, which wasn't really aligned well to our curriculum. So certainly all of those things were looked at, considered, and compared to what we were trying to create. We also did assessment testing in other provinces, and our assessment has extended into those provinces as well. When the initial implementation was happening, one of the colleges took it on themselves to benchmark it compared to what their existing assessment, and so to benchmark students' performance on one assessment versus this one that was created for the college system. And it was determined that you know, they were comparable, and we could go ahead with implementation across the system.
And what types of assessment tools were you guys looking at if you guys were doing a comparative analysis on that?
Prior to this development?
Yes.
Yeah, it varied. That was part of sort of the feasibility study, was what assessments were you using? What did you do with the data? A lot of colleges collected data and then didn't do anything about it. It was like, well, okay, this student doesn't, you know, isn't going to be successful. So we literally looked at all of the colleges and what assessments they used, and then what they did with the results. And so some colleges offered a pre-course or a remediation course. Some colleges streamed, so you would go into your program math, but instead of 2 hours a week, you'd have 3 hours or 4 hours, right? So give students more time so that instructors could work on patching the gap in the foundational skills, as well as teaching the program math. So there was as many colleges as there were as many solutions or assessments and solutions that they use. So we really wanted to be able to have the college system have one assessment so that they really could compare student achievement for, you know, in one case versus another, if students were applying to programs, and also if they were transferring programs. Because right now, you know, if you had a student who had a score on one assessment, you couldn't really predict that they would achieve the same score, or they had the same knowledge from another assessment. So it was consistent across the college system.
That's good. I could get a note here that's asked if you had that. Is that report you're talking about public?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Laura, you can reach out to me. I have that.
Jordan, I was going to go back to you. We talked about decision-making processes at institutions and how analytics play there. What are some of the major decision-making pieces that they're looking at now using those analytics? Has that shifted from what they used to be doing?
It's not necessarily shifted. I think it's enhanced is probably a better term. When we look at the decision-making processes, a lot of what I help organizations do is combine experience and human element. I think we forget that a lot of times when we think of data and we think of analytics and everything that's coming in, unfortunately, some people get caught up in the hype that data will drive everything. And the moment we do that, we're missing out on the fact that we as humans have a lot of experience, we have a lot of knowledge, we have a lot of ability. And so I wouldn't say a lot of bigger decisions. I think what's happening is the decision-making process is getting enhanced, where there's a combination between the human element and the data. And that balance and that ability to frame things together is really helping organizations to make smarter decisions. Because I think for a while they've been caught up, hey, we're investing in technology, this should drive it all. Now we're using these assessments to place people in the proper places within data and analytics, to do the proper upskilling and teaching them how they can use data to enable them with their already big experience, their backgrounds and everything. Like that person yesterday who took one of our assessments, very hard one, didn't score well, and was like, do I have to rethink my entire 30, 40-year career? No, of course not. You have 30 to 40 years of experience. Now let's see if we can enhance it a little bit with data and analytics so that you can make a smarter decision. That was relieving to this person because they felt that, oh, I took this, what's going to happen? Versus this context, as we keep talking about, context-based approach. So, like I said, it's enhancing people's abilities, which is pretty fun to watch.
I've got a question. Emily, it says, and this is when we'll go back to the beginning. Did you look for an externally normulated, validated assessment for your purpose? And then a second question, and was there no desire to compare it to students and institutions outside of Ontario?
I think I answered that. And yes, I looked at a variety of assessments that were already being used. That took several months of scouring and reviewing, and then there were some online assessments that were being used in the college system at that time. I mentioned AccuPlacer specifically, but it was determined that we wanted an Ontario-based assessment based on our needs, that we wanted to see, our college coursework reflected in it. So we did that. And Veretta was our development partner, and Veretta ended up being the implementation partner, and they're now expanding its usage into secondary school. So bridging grade 9 students into secondary school, and also as professional development learning. As again, 55% of Canadians are determined to be below level 2 numeracy. So how does that impact their professional goals when they're hired on at a job? How is the employer going to ensure that they have the numeracy skills to do the work and to develop in the job that they've taken on? So.
Perfect. Well, we're closing up right now. I think we've got about 2 minutes left, but I want to open it up to final thoughts. Philip, would you like to give some final thoughts?
Yeah, just harking back to what Emily said, I mean, we wanted to develop our own assessment system, firstly for research purposes, we're a university, but secondly, we could be a lot more flexible around what we thought the teachers required, and particularly what the students required, because over half our accesses are from students at home. So, for example, we introduced what we call steps. In other words, a young person who gets stuck in a bit of mathematics at home may not be able to resolve that until they get back to school. So in terms of our setup, we had the question, or they were randomized anyway, but the questions were broken down into the steps, so you could give a person a little hint about the first step, and then move on to 2 or 3. And that was very successful. Rather than having to interact with a commercial supplier of assessment systems. So the bottom line is to continue to innovate, and we found we could do that more easily through our own system.
Yeah.
Jordan, final thoughts.
I think a lot of great things have been said. I think my final thoughts always turn when we're thinking of STEM and assessments and data and analytics is, I've said it a couple of times, is just not to forget the soft skills, because what we're seeing is a lot of those in their careers, data scientists and things like that, they just don't know how to apply things. And so as we're building assessments, as we're trying to teach, is just to remember those soft skills of decision making and communication and leadership, and those things will really enhance a person's ability to succeed in what's going to be a digital data-driven future.
Emily,
Yeah,
final thoughts?
final thoughts. I'm going to sort of build on Jordan's comment. I think that we have to look at our assessment and our data and look at the intended and the unintended consequences. How are our decisions going to impact the human element? So we're looking at assessing students in math. Okay, so then what? We create this this change. What are the unintended consequences of this change? Are we going to be eliminating them from a certain to access a certain post-secondary institution or program, or from a profession? So we have to look at how we're going to support people's success, young people's success, and adult success, right? And really look at the consequences of our decisions.
Perfect. Well, everybody, Philip, Emily, Jordan, thank you guys so much. Appreciate all the great content. A little note from Brian, he said, make sure we've got a lot of exhibitors that have their booths open. So feel free to go visit them if you have additional questions. I'm sure this recording is going to be posted for everybody to review. But thanks again. Thanks for your time. And everybody have a great conference and a great day.
Terrific. Nice to meet everyone.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
Great, thanks, Robert. Thanks to the panel. We're actually going to take a bit of a break. We had the technical difficulty with the video earlier, but we're going to put that in the chat room for folks in the Zoom session so that everyone can take a few minutes to watch that video and hear it. At the top of the hour, we're going to move into our first lightning demo from TAO testing. And once again, want to thank the panel and encourage everyone to download the Whova app and visit those exhibit booths. And there's a couple of giveaways, digital giveaways, as they're possible in the virtual booth. So please take time to visit those, and we'll see everyone at the top of the hour. We do have, incidentally, it's two lightning demos, but it's the same demo. So you could either come back at the top of the hour, hear it, and then take another break, or if you want to take a longer break, we'd see you at 1/4 the hour for the demo. Otherwise, we will see everyone at the demo and then for the sessions this afternoon. Thanks again to the panel. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are going to proceed now with the lightning demonstration from TAO by Open Assessment Technologies. I'm going to introduce Thomas Hoffman. Thomas is actually going to give 2 lightning demos back to back. So if you're listening now, for the next 15 minutes, you'll have Thomas's attention, and then again for another 15 minutes for those who want to make a second session. So with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Thomas.
Hey, hello. Let's see. Start my video. And let me start sharing my screen. Okay. Hoping folks can see my screen now. And then, of course, now I can't get into what I need to get into. All right, so just a slight correction from my side that I actually will be doing one long presentation. It's going to involve a couple different things, so it won't be 2 short ones. It'll be one long one, but I won't take up the full time, so we have some time for some questions at the end of it. So again, my name is Tom Hoffman. I work for OAT, and I'm giving a demonstration of Tau, and I'm going to talk about our existing platform and a new platform that we have some new clients starting to use. So Tau is a trusted partner. We've done over 100 million tests worldwide. We have a whole bunch of users. We're in a bunch of different market segments like K-12 and higher education, credentialing, certification, and we promote the use of open source and open standards. So we release our code to the public as open source code. And I'll get to the standards in a second. So we're known across the world for delivering high-level professional assessment, and we have a global community of users, not only people who host it themselves, but for folks where we host their instance of Tau and do some customizations for them. And we do open source. So as I said, we release the Tau core, which you can get online at tautesting.com. And we promote and use the IMS standard. So that's one of the big focus areas that you'll see that we make sure that our products we make follow the IMS standards so that we can have more interoperable communications with other companies and for those people who want to own their own content. So, as I said, we're a leading solution for higher education, K-12, and some of the stuff that we have on our next generation of assessment platform include authoring, rostering, delivery, reporting capabilities. We have been building that, and I'll be demoing it towards the end of this demonstration. The new interface, which is fully WCAG 2.1 AA compliant, and we're very excited about that. We started from the ground up on that one, and we have a remote proctoring capability today. So they typically come in tiered package solutions, so it's kind of easy to figure out where you might fit in for your organization. At the lower end, we have something called Tau Ignite, and then for more professional, higher volume customers, we have Tau Pro. And of course, if those specific packages don't meet your needs, you can discuss with us an enterprise level solution, and that may even include customization work and some minor modifications for your program. Okay, so I've been working in assessment for over 20 years now. I started my work in academia, did some research projects. I was a co-founder of the Nimble Assessment Systems, which was dedicated to accessibility and accommodations. And I've been involved in the IMS standards for since 2008, starting with the APIP standard and QTI3, which is just getting out the door today. So very proud of that. And now I'm responsible for the product management for Tau at OET, and I also manage the standards and accessibility conformance. Okay, so enough of this. Let's go to the demonstration. Make sure I have you guys in here. And so we don't have a whole lot of time today, but I do want to just get quickly to areas about Tau that I think you'd be interested in as assessment people. So of course we have full user management and the ability to change the settings of any users you have on your system so that they have different permissions for different areas that they may be working in. But let's just jump right into creating some items, because that's always the fun part. So I'll go into my area where I made these items previously. But in this case, I want to actually make, just show you something new, right? So I'm going to make a new item. We'll start from scratch, just so I can show you all the capabilities. I can name it whatever I want. Beyond multiple choice item. Okay. And I'm going to go in and just want to show you quickly. I don't have to walk you through each one specifically, but I just wanted to show you the way Tau is organized in a way that makes it really easy to author your item. So we have these common interactions that are open right away for you. So if you just want to have a choice interaction, just drag it right in the spot. I can write saying, what is my question? And then I can go directly into editing what are the choices that I might want to have, right? So I might want to say, anything I want to put in here. Right, so I can go in there and edit right away, pretty easy, and you can see the layout right away. And if I wanted to add additional information, I can also do that by just clicking on these little plus buttons, right? Maybe just a text block underneath here that might say, and what else do you think, right? And I might have different kinds of interactions that I might put. So I have all the interactions that are allowed within QTI 2.1. We support all 19 of those common interactions. So you can just drop those in there, and allows you to start making edits and choices right into your interactions. And if you even want to have side-by-side kind of questions too, we have the capability of you just saying, well, I'm going to sneak in another column over here on the side, and now I'm going to have side-by-side. So a fairly complex amount of layouts that you can do within Tau very easily. And I'm just going to get rid of some of this stuff so that we can, so I can show you some other more interesting stuff. And that is the beyond multiple choice stuff. So in addition to these common interactions, we call them common because people tend to use them more often. We have inline interactions, like little drop downs for inline choices that you can add very easily. Text blocks, all the graphic interactions where you use some sort of graphic as the background or as the choices that you might want to be moving around. But we also have a support for what are known in QTI as PCIs, portable custom interactions, and these are also what people sometimes think of as the TEIs, the technology enhanced items. So we have these are custom made kinds of items that you can author, and not only can you include them in your tests in Tau, but you can make some edits yourself. We have a sort of parameter-based way of authoring this content. So I might want to, type in some equation, right? Some equation, right? So if I wanted, I could also input math item spare. This is the response area that I have that allows test takers to enter their answers. But I can include whatever I want in this palette, right? So I can take things out, add it, and I can make it very specific to the question that I'm asking. And I might want to just make a very small amount of choices that are in here, right? So I have all the choices that I have here. And so even though it's a custom-made interaction, it can work interoperably with other folks who support the PCI standard for QTI. So that's a point I like to show out. These are all custom-made interactions. Let me show you another one. Maybe something like fractions might be fun. And it's going to start with a sort of model like this. And I could say, well, there's more. I can change other parameter points, make it bigger, smaller, change the way it looks. And I have all sorts of things that you can do about the choices. So one thing I just want to, I'm going to throw some of these away so we clear our palette, as it were. So one thing I want to mention too, I'll go back to a common interaction, that within Tau, it's pretty easy to see, not only directly start working, right? I can go right in there, but I also have the possibility of these little parameters for each ones of these interaction types. So the choice interaction lets me say, do you want them to pick one thing? Do you want them to pick more than one thing? Do you want to shuffle the choices? And then I can go right into the, let's just quickly put in some data of some kind, just to show you that you can also go now have parameters related to the correct responses, right? So you might want to say, well, number 3, that's the correct answer. I could have custom processing. I could use the regular processing that is used for correct answers. I've got all sorts of complicated scoring additions that I can add. Basically, anything that you can think of for a QTI kind of item would be something that you could include in any of the Tau interactions. So that's building items. Okay. Tests are, I'm going to go back to here. We're not going to save this. That was just fun playtime stuff. And the tests are fairly easy to put together too. So let's just quickly make a new test. Just want to show how easy it can be to author these test environments too. So in this case, I have a single part. It already starts with the assumption you have a single test with a single part and a single section. That's just QTI standards code. And if I wanted to add items into it, that's pretty easy. I just go into let's pick some of my items here. And I might say, okay, click that one, and then I can add it to the section. And if I had multiple sections open, right, if I wanted to make a new section, I might want to include some different items, right? So Peter's usually got some good stuff here. I could add them, and I could add both of those to section number 2. Okay, so it's pretty easy. Again, we have the same sort of property parameter kind of settings for each one of these things. You can rename it. You can change the navigation mode, right, for the whole test. And then even these specific subsections have their own kinds of tools that you can add. We have all the test taker tools like answer masking or being able to use a calculator within this section. There's all sorts of stuff that you can do at the section level of the test, all sorts of parameters that you can change and modify and make fairly robust different kinds of complex or simple tests within this modifier. And it's pretty easy to see the structure of your test right away. And I'll just mention too, that all of this information that you're creating can be exported as QTI packages. So even if you're not going to be using it yourself within Tau and you're moving it over to some other system that would be using your items, you would be able to do that through this QTI export capability. Okay, so in Tau, what you do is you create your items, you create your tests, and then you're going to make a delivery, right? And in the end, your delivery is the thing that lets you set up now parameters about that testing session itself, including, let's just go in here and grab something, right? Including the title of the thing, when people will be able to access this test, when they won't be able to, what kind of security access they might want to have, or whether you have proctoring allowed at all in your test. So I also want to quickly run over the results just so that we can see some result capabilities, right? That you'll be able to see the results, and there's these downloadable packages. This is our demo site, so we tend to not have a whole lot of robust responses, but you can download them individually or export them all as CSV as you need to, okay? And so this is also the area too. I don't have any hooked up right now, but this is the area too where you would connect to your proctoring results and go see videos or the flags of potential problems for your proctoring situation. Okay, so let's quickly get out of here And I just want to show you an example item, an example test. We've got some good stuff in here, so let's see what we can, I like to use the QTI interactions one because it shows that full range of capabilities that we have in Tau. And forgive me, I keep struggling with this little panel that's floating around my screen. And so we have just a common set of, these are the easy ones, right? We sort of progress through the multiple choice ones and then allow you to choose things like making the order of things, right? So there's a nice order interaction. And then we have pairs too. So you can do where you associate two things that go together, right? So if I might say, okay, these are going to be the pairs that I'm thinking of, right? So if I have whatever, right? Whatever my pairs happen to be. So I can do that as well. There's a match interaction where I match the various things together in this more grid-like display. So that's a match interaction. And we have a gap match interaction, which lets me then take these words and I can put them right into the text. So I have these active areas within the text that I can use. And I just want to show down the bottom, this is where you're going to see your little tools that you're going to be able to use. Say you need to have some, you like the color to be a little different, or you need it to be reversed. Some people's perception of content can be different. And so sometimes they need special different ways of displaying the information so that it makes it easier for them to use. Or they like to use the little test tools, right, that let them do highlighting or get rid of them, whatever you want to do. Or maybe they want to save this item for later, right? So that's a possibility too. And on the left side, you'll see that I have all this information that's giving me the test status, how many I've seen, how many I haven't answered. My completion rate is on the upper right. And I'll walk through a couple more of these, not too many. So I want to make sure I save time for the new one and show you what features we have in this one. So this is a hot text interaction, and I can choose various parts to say these are my choices that I'm making from within the text. So the Tau platform has we support all the different interaction types that QTI has available to you. So it's the complete set here. That's why this demonstration includes all those things. And when you want to skip something, you can just skip. We have different navigation modes and different ways of moving through the test. So I'm going to log out of that one though. And I'm going to move over to our new test runner application. The authoring of information is the same. We still have that same authoring interface that we had before, but we have tests that you can now, so I'm going to be able to show you. And in this, as I mentioned at the beginning, we did a ground up development effort, which took in accessibility as one of the basic requirements of ensuring that test takers can finish and perceive and complete a test all by themselves without the need of special people or forms or anything like that. So we built the accessibility in from the ground up, and using either their own assisted technology or using the available tools that we provide, test takers should be able to complete the test. So what I'm showing here is the new, and you'll see the navigation is significantly different. We've cleaned that up quite a bit to try to make the focus a little bit more on the content that you're working with, get a little bit better feedback about the answers that you're trying to make and compare. And here's that little flag mark for review. So we've made the buttons a little bit bigger too, because this interface is much more mobile and tablet friendly. It allows itself to reorient to different either vertical or horizontal views of the content. And while it's difficult to demonstrate accessibility sometimes online, and I didn't want to risk hooking up some assistive technology to interrupt any of the demonstration, I did want to show at least some keyboard functionality. So we've added a lot of keyboard capabilities. So now using just your keyboard, so that flag that I meant add before, I can turn that on and off using just the keyboard. And we have included things like jump menus if you want to go directly to some specific place, open things up, close things. So I can do all of this just using my keyboard. And I can even get in and start answering questions and changing my choices, doing all that with a keyboard. And if we were using a screen reader, you'd be getting a lot of feedback about the status updates. We'll be reading the content as we went. So we built in that accessibility from the ground up. We're pretty proud of it. And I just wanted to just quickly run through this, show people what it's like to use the new TAO interface. Oops, I can't spell today. And it's a little cleaner. And I'm just really just trying to demonstrate what it's like to navigate through this test. So also mentioned too, we have a really nice overview section. Instead of having all of that test status and test information on screen at the same time, we've moved it over to this overview section that you can access anytime that you need to. And that allows you to focus on the task at hand, but also have complete access to all the information about where you are in the test, right? So I can either display all the questions, just the ones that I bookmarked. In this case, I unmarked my bookmark thing. There would be only one item if I had just had one item. Which ones I still need to do, right? So if in a fairly large test, sometimes you'll have skipped over something and you might want to just go to this as a quick way of finding out where do I need to go next, right? And then I can jump directly to this item, respond to it, and then move on. There you go. And so when you finish your part, you're going to submit it. I'm going to make sure I confirm all of that, and then I'm going to move on to my other areas. And just showing here, I've got two sections within this test. Can't type. And so if you have a very large item, you'll be able to scroll that and be able to change your answers. Again, here's our mark for review. I'll go to my overview. And in this case, you can see I have a bookmarked one. I have one that I haven't finished. They happen to be the same one. So there you go. That was the end of my test. Yay. So that's the new interface, which is, again, built with accessibility as the first one in mind. It's also built on a fairly robust, scalable cloud platform. And that's going to be starting to be available to customers very soon. We do have clients that are using it today. And you'll start seeing that more as the face of TAO in the coming months and years. So that was my set of demonstrations that I wanted to show you today. And I usually leave some time for questions at the end. So I guess my question is going to be, how do I, let's do this. There we go. Now I can see if there's any questions that people have. And I don't see any questions so far, but let me just make, whoop, there we go. I'm just looking in the wrong place. Okay.
Thanks, Thomas. This is Brian. I didn't see any questions either. If folks have questions, please put them in the chat. There's a question.
Okay, how are the graphics accessible? So this is a common thing that happens a lot when people add accessibility to something. So you can have a platform, so Tau is one of those kinds of things, where the platform itself says, this is WCAG accessible, right? And then it doesn't, what that means is it has the capability of providing that full accessibility. So in our case, we make sure that we have full access to all the buttons and to all the navigation areas. And if you put in content that is also made accessible, that will be accessible to the test taker. But the important part of that is it must be made accessible by the author. So within the Tau authoring capability, you can say, okay, the graphics, I have to write alternative descriptions. If you need to write a long description, you'll have to write a longer description. There's different ways that people make graphics accessible to the test taker, depending on the complexity of the graphics. So sometimes they'll even go as far as making a tactile representation of the graphic and make sure that that's physically distributed to the people that need that graphic. But typically it's done through just alternate text that makes the description of it. But that is dependent on the authors to provide that accessibility information. Yes, you can get access to a demo version of Tau if you go through the website. I'm trying to remember the exact path, but there's definitely a way for you to try out Tau. We have a demo site that allows you to try out Tau and use it. It only works for 1 day, so all your information will be wiped clean at the end of the day, but we do have demo capabilities. So another question we get a lot about is the user testing for the accessibility. So this is one which we've taken very much to heart, and I've had the opportunity to have two great situations where I think I've gotten wonderful feedback from test takers, particularly what we typically try to get a lot of usability testing on is for screen reader users, right? So when I was at Nimble, we had this great opportunity to work with was a rising senior. She was a little older, she was 19, and we were able to have her come in regularly and just give us, we would work on it, and she would come in and give us evaluations of all the information, and then we'd make changes to it. And at Tau, we're very lucky that we have a couple people that we are in regular contact in. Whenever we have new versions of something, we make sure we test it with these folks, because even your best plans, and you look for the best advice that you can get as a developer for how to make something accessible, you have to put it in front of an actual user. And we have one of the people we have helping us do user testing today is a school teacher, right? So we actually, what's great about him is he not only has been blind his whole life and has been using screen readers and refreshable braille displays, but he has a range of students at the school he teaches, so he understands the cognitive differences that might come up for someone who is new to using a refreshable braille display or a screen reader versus someone who's much more experienced, right? And so we try to make sure that both of those, that whole scope of somebody who's not used to using it and somebody who's very experienced are able to use it. So that inclusion of those people for user testing is extremely important in terms of making a usable, accessible platform. You don't want something that is just theoretically accessible. You want something that has been tested thoroughly by users. So I'll just mention that the demo test can actually be found at demo.tautesting.com/tau/main/login. So I hope other folks can see that as well. There you go.
Great. Thank you, Thomas. Really appreciate it. And hopefully folks will visit the demo site and appreciate your time today. At this time, we are going to change over for the next session, so give us a few minutes. And thanks again to Tao for sponsoring the session as well. All right. Now I'd like to turn over this session to John Winkley.
Hi, Brian.
Hi, John. It's all yours. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, apologies if you hear some banging in the background. It's we celebrate fireworks night, bonfire night on the 5th of November. 2 days ahead of that, people are letting off fireworks just outside my garden. So don't be alarmed if you hear any bangs. This session is entitled Gaming, VR and AI Assessment Technology. For those of us that have been involved in EdTech for a long time, we all know that the key is judging when a technology is ready. I have two tests. The first is I get my mum to have a go. She's in her 70s, putting on a VR headset for her. It was one of the most exciting and funny things we've seen on Christmas Day, but she managed and she thought it was good. So the first test passed. And the second test has been waiting to see if customers ask for it. I work in high stakes assessment. And when customers start asking about if things are possible, then you know it's probably time to start investigating seriously. We've got 5 really good presenters today who are ahead of the curve on this. It's a really exciting area. I think we're at that point where it's technically viable, the costs are coming down, the technologists have solved the usability problems, the kit is out there, and they're getting ready to pass the baton over to us assessment people to make it work in practice. So let's get started. First up is Adam. Adam, I'm looking for you on the screen. Hi, Adam. I'm going to put myself on mute. You need to share your screen, and you've got 15 minutes or so.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me share my screen here. Okay. And let's see if this works. Hello, my name is Adam Sobieski. I'm an artificial intelligence researcher, developer, and entrepreneur. Recent opinion polling in the United States and United Kingdom indicates that the public wants schools to teach students values and character. Three challenges face modern character education: defining character and virtue, the assessment of character and virtue, and the evaluation of character education programs. The 2006 United States Department of Education Institute of Education Sciences What Works Clearinghouse Character Education Interventions Evidence Review Protocol indicates 3 value domains on which character education programs generally focus: intrapersonal values, interpersonal values, and civic virtues. Intrapersonal values are those values characterizing individuals' behavior and attitudes in a wide range of situations and activities. Examples of interpersonal values include honesty, courage, perseverance, self-discipline, responsibility, and integrity. Interpersonal values are those values characterizing individuals' behavior and attitude towards others, family, peers, teachers, and other persons in student social environments. Examples of interpersonal values include caring, respect, empathy, trustworthiness, fairness, and tolerance of diversity. Civic virtues are those virtues characterizing individuals' behavior and attitudes towards the community and society. Examples of civic virtues include good citizenship, patriotism, and justice. The 2004 book, Character Strengths and Virtues, a handbook and classification by Christopher Peterson and Martin Seligman, describes 6 classes of virtues that are made up of 24 character strengths. Strengths of wisdom and knowledge, strengths of courage, strengths of humanity, strengths of justice, strengths of temperance, and strengths of transcendence. Strengths of wisdom and knowledge include creativity, curiosity, open-mindedness, love of learning, and perspective. Strengths of courage include bravery, persistence, integrity, and vitality. Strengths of humanity include love, kindness, and social, emotional, and personal intelligence. Strengths of justice include citizenship, fairness, and leadership. Strengths of temperance include forgiveness and mercy, humility and modesty, prudence, and self-regulation, self-control. Strengths of transcendence include appreciation of beauty and excellence, gratitude, hope, humor, and spirituality. The 2019 book, Positive Psychological Assessment, a Handbook of Models and Measures, edited by Matthew Gallagher and Shane Lopez, describes models and measures including cognitive models and measures, emotional models and measures, and interpersonal models and measures. Cognitive models and measures include optimism, hope, career and occupational self-efficacy, problem-solving, appraisal, creativity, wisdom, and courage. Emotional models and measures include positive emotions, self-esteem, love, social, emotional, and personal intelligence. Interpersonal models and measures include empathy, attachment, security, forgiveness, humor, gratitude, and moral judgment maturity. Current assessment techniques include text-based story items. Such items provide readers with narrative context and then present them with questions or choices. Stories can activate moral schemas, intermediate concepts, or specific contextual norms. Existing assessment tools using text-based story items include the Defining Issues test and the Intermediate Concepts measure. Some aspects of character and virtue can be assessed as students play educational interactive stories, such as choose your own adventure books, interactive films, and serious games. We can view the choices presented to students as items. Data of interest includes students' decisions and their response times. Interactive stories can be single-item stories, multi-item stories, or full-length interactive books, films, or games. Not every choice or item presented to students in interactive stories need be for the assessment of character and virtue. In this way, interactive stories can be more engaging and entertaining. Compared to text, multimedia can more effectively activate moral schemas, intermediate concepts, and specific contextual norms. As interactive stories can present students with consequences of their decisions, content creators have opportunities with respect to a synergistic relationship between assessment and instruction. A 2017 publication, Using Interactive Storytelling to Identify Personality Traits by Raul Paradita, Maria Ferreira, Carlos Martinho, and Ana Paeva, describes the use of an interactive storytelling scenario to identify players' personality traits according to the Myers-Briggs Type Indicator theory. By extracting the decisions made by players in an interactive storytelling scenario, the authors were able to predict players' personality traits. As students play more educational interactive stories and as more decision data are collected, predictions of students' traits should become more accurate. This should hold across various theories of personality, character, and virtue. With more decisions, models of students of use for assessment and instruction should become more accurate. Ancient philosophers, including Aristotle, often draw analogies between virtues and skills. It is argued that there is a kind of habituation involved in developing and acting from virtuous character. According to philosopher Matt Stichter, Aristotle begins his discussion of virtue by claiming that ethical virtue is acquired by habituation. Habits are built up by frequent repetition of actions, which requires experience and time. It is in his discussion of habituation that Aristotle makes one of his first comparisons between the acquisition of virtues and skills. For contemporary discussions on these topics, see the publications of Julia Annis, Paul Bloomfield, Matt Stitzer, and Nancy Sherman. Intelligent tutoring systems could select and sequence educational interactive stories to be played by students as homework exercises. While interactive stories could be assigned to entire classes of students, students could also be provided with individualized selections. Intelligent tutoring systems could select and sequence interactive stories to teach and to habituate students, to vary the themes of the interactive stories, to encourage engagement, enjoyment, and flow, to vary the ease or complexity of items, or to encourage self-efficacy. Intelligent tutoring systems could select and sequence interactive stories to corroborate and resolve student models, better assessing character and virtue. While so doing, intelligent tutoring systems could measure and evaluate educational interactive stories and the choice items in them. Intelligent tutoring systems could provide data and analytics to content creators for versioning interactive stories and the choice items in them. As intelligent tutoring systems observe student performance with respect to exercises, they can update their models of students. Student modeling allows intelligent tutoring systems to adapt and to individualize exercises. It is a challenge to define characteristics to use when modeling students for a domain. These characteristics may include knowledge and skills, errors and misconceptions, learning styles and preferences, affective and cognitive factors, and metacognitive factors. Relevant are varieties of student models pertaining to the domain of character and virtue, and the updating of such student models as intelligent tutoring systems observe the decisions which students make as they play educational interactive stories. While the assessment of character and virtue with educational interactive stories is envisioned as an important part of the grading of modern character studies courses, students' grades need not reflect only these assessments. The grading of character studies courses could also include components from the study of the history, theory, and philosophy of character and virtue, classroom discussions, essays, participation, effort, and overall progress. With new tools and new techniques with which to assess character and virtue, character education programs can be better evaluated. We can consider pre-tests and post-tests before and after character studies courses. We can analyze progressions through character studies courses. We can explore A/B testing scenarios. We can compare assessments of students who are taking or have taken character studies courses with students who are not or have not. Three challenges face modern character education: defining character and virtue, the assessment of character and virtue, and the evaluation of character education programs. With respect to defining character and virtue, some contemporary definitions of character and virtue were explored from Character Education Interventions Evidence Review Protocol from the United States Department of Education Institute of Education Sciences What Works Clearinghouse, Character Strengths and Virtues, a Handbook and Classification by Christopher Peterson and Martin Seligman, Positive Psychological Assessment, a Handbook of Models and Measures, edited by Matthew Gallagher and Shane Lopez. With respect to the assessment of character and virtue, with educational interactive stories, character and virtue can be better assessed. The data of interest includes students' decisions and their response times. Intelligent tutoring systems can handle the important task of selecting and sequencing reusable educational interactive stories, can observe students' decisions, and can use this data to update student models. With respect to the evaluation of character programs, with new tools and techniques with which to assess character and virtue, character education programs can be better evaluated. Volunteers and leaders from both the private and public sector, both civilian and military, are needed to move the ball forward towards modern K-12 and university character studies courses.
Thanks, Adam. That was great. Can I ask if you've got questions, just pop them in the chat bar, and Adam and the other panelists will be with us at the end of this session, and we've left a reasonable amount of time for chat. Thanks, Adam. I'm going to move on now, if that's okay. Next up is Clark. Are you there, Clark?
Yes, I am.
can see you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Wonderful. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to talk to you about some of the research that I've been doing on a category that I'm calling short sims. And to introduce, short sims are non-proprietary and technology independent. And the examples that I'm going to be sharing with you today were in part sponsored by Department of State, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Center for Army Leadership, ETS, and a bunch of Fortune 200 companies for both the development of skills and the summative informative assessment of skills. So again, my pleasure to be here. The basic premise of this presentation is the right combination of simple stories, graphics, and interactions can actually be incredibly powerful, perhaps more powerful than we originally thought in terms of presenting educational content, again, for both development of skills and assessment of skills. And I'm going to be showing a lot of examples here. By the way, if you want to go on at your own speed, shortsims.com/assessment will take you to this presentation, and shortsims.com/examples will take you to live versions of all these sims. So these are some of the best practices we've come to coming around these sort of short, interactive, highly engaging experiences. And one of them is to be very visual and use visual not just to present information, but to provide a level of interactivity to it. This is a short sim on teaching students about the demand curve, and it's all it's an underlying state-based system, but allows students to play around with the concepts and parts, and then also to be able to demonstrate their knowledge later on. In some cases, the real challenges here is how do we create the stuff we did for the State Department? How do we create experiences that are both have context where you're demonstrating knowledge in context and immersive, but still in a way that's really easy to create, calibrate, and repurpose. A tremendous emphasis on all of the short sim work that we've been doing is creating content that's fairly easy and fast to create and fairly easy and fast to repurpose and reiterate. It's very much aligned with a test item culture. Most of the short sims that I have here today took about 40 hours to create and probably have the equivalent of 10 test items embedded in them. The short sim approach, the pedagogy, which again is non-proprietary and platform independent, can also present various problems, and we can have partial credit systems embedded in it. So here's an example, sort of a classic SAT question, but in it is the ability to have two stages to it, and each stage can be graded individually. So it's a nice example of some of the multi-step problems that we can do in sort of a clever interface with short sims. A really, really important part of the whole short sim philosophy is creating content that's incredibly familiar to users. One place where sort of more game-like simulations have bogged down is the complexity of the interface. So by using a multiple choice thing and frankly, by having minimum words and relying a lot more on interactions and graphics, we create a situation that is instantly familiar to users. There's no learning involved in it. It's also very easy to deploy. It's sort of lowest common denominator platform, and in fact, it's platform agnostic in a deployment. So these are really important things in sort of this development of this pedagogy to augment both learning and assessment. By doing things like having coaches, which we use a lot of to set the scenes, having conversations being the primary model. This is one on in an Econ 101 concept of understanding the identifying where in this graph the revenue is, for example, and it's a very simple interface. People can just toggle around a box and find the revenue and identify it, and then go through the various other parts of the thing. So it's an incredibly visual system. So we're using graphics, we're using multiple steps so that we can really model any situation. The real essence here is this is not, this example right here is not part of a tool set per se. These are all just graphics, in this case, that I created in PowerPoint. So we don't need to rely on the tool itself to do a lot of the visual heavy lifting. As long as we can draw a few lines, we can start creating these kinds of interactive graphics that are not dependent on our tool sets, that are incredibly flexible. I could go in there in 2 minutes. I could change all these graphics around if I had to. So taking away the visual heavy lifting from the tool itself to basically any graphic program, and then being smart and clever in tying them together in a way where we create this sense of interactivity that's very satisfying. So the entire underlying structure of all of these short sims is state-based. And the really powerful advantage there is this stuff is, there's no randomness. Unlike sort of more complicated games situations, this stuff is absolutely state-based. It's incredibly predictable. The other nice thing about a state-based underlying system is it's incredibly easy to debug. Again, the notion of taking 40 hours to create one sim that probably covers about 10 items is really, really important. And part of that, unlike sort of more complicated computer games that do have randomness associated with them, for example, or do have more complicated interfaces, the simplicity of the set. So in the course of a lot of short sims that I've produced, the answer, the number of different scored situations is probably like 10 or 12, and it could be less than that or more than that, as opposed to, again, hundreds or thousands in sort of a dynamic computer game, or much less than that in a traditional assessment thing. There is the ability, in some cases, some of the stuff that we've done with State Department gives us the ability to actually look at answers a lot more subtly, and not only understand what is a right or wrong answer, but understand what are the different categories of wrong answers. This is a situation where we're teaching agents how to do passports. And so one situation here is an applicant walks in with a passport and signed it, and you're not supposed to sign it until you do it with the agent watching you. So the person says, hey, sorry, I signed it, I wasn't thinking. Now what needs to be done? And you can ignore it. You can process the application normally. You can process the application, but at the right time, cross out the name and have the applicant re-sign next to it. You can use whiteout or white corrective tape to cover the signature, or you can tell the applicant to take a new form and redo it without signing. So these are the 4 options we're giving the player in this situation. What's interesting about that is that underneath all of his answers, there's a lot of interesting subtlety. If the person, again, signs the passport when they weren't supposed to, and the agent tells them just ignore it, process the application normally, there's a failure there on logistics and process, but there's also a failure there in legal compliance. You're actually causing a big legal problem for doing that. And so not only is, so we understand that the right answer, process the application, is pretty boring, cognitively speaking. If you use whiteout or corrective tape, you're failing at the process level, but you're not failing at the legal compliance problem. Likewise, if you tell the applicant to take a new form and redo it without signing it, then that's technically a right answer, but you sort of fail in customer service. And so, we're seeing more and more, usage of not only in one short sim situation, in one 10-minute short sim, you might seeing 25 or 30 decisions a person's making, but underlying that, we have increasing our ability to look at all the different kinds of decisions and all the different kinds of problems that are made, and start coming to broader conclusions, including about character, where the person fails. Again, is it legal compliance? Is it logistics? Is it customer service? Is it something else? So we're being able to draw from sort of natural behaviors a lot of really, really, really interesting observations. We can, in some short sims examples, and this is some of the stuff we did for high potential employees, we can actually create a lot more complicated models that sort of break a lot of the short sim rules in terms of sort of underlying dynamics and cool interfaces. But in some cases, this sort of shared experience, and again, it still took about 80 or 90 hours to create this 10-minute experience. Again, you can play it on the site at shortsims.com/examples and play it yourself and sort of see this is a dynamic business simulator where the players will actually play through a business simulator and then sort of be able to talk about their results and their conclusions with other people. So again, it was sort of a nice example of using a more complicated short sim to create a shared experience. The other thing that we're finding is a lot of the AI platform creators have been having a problem, as you know, with traditional linear content. And this kind of short sims provide actually a lot more interesting context for AI systems to be able to predict behavior and understand learning. So I think we're seeing this kind of content having a lot more jagged surface area, where a lot more the transcript of a play is a lot more interesting. And here's a final example here, which is on inclusiveness. In this case, we're playing there's a little simulation where you're making a bunch of decisions. At the end of there's two big decisions you're making regarding how do you deal with an inclusive culture. We heard earlier the session before this about, how do we start measuring character? Well, we can start measuring character now. We can start measuring how people react to various complicated social situations and sort of what is the answer to them. And as with the earlier examples, the kind of problems, the way that they solve problems, tells us a lot about how they view underlying issues. The second part of this little short sim is, you're a farmer and you're growing plants. Well, you're making a lot of decisions there. In this case, you're making decisions about how do you view monopolies versus how do you view much more complicated systems. Do you have a bias towards a monopolistic system, or do you have a bias towards diversity, and how that plays out? So the real takeaway from hopefully this entire presentation is all this stuff is accomplished without complicated tools. This stuff is the underlying platform, the underlying technology is, again, is a handful of tools that are out there, and a lot more are coming to sort of create this thing. The important thing is the creativity of the author. The important thing is using graphics creatively, using clip art creatively, creating an illusion of animation and an illusion of motion rather than going through the expense of it. So creating very cheap experiences that are fast to produce, that can really create some amazing experiences. So short sims can be done now. They are very compatible with the test item creation culture. All of these sims were basically a series of test items that were put together under a common narrative. A rich portfolio of these things exists. And again, on my site, again, shortsims.com/examples, you can see a lot of them, and more importantly, you can play a lot of them. So this is a really revolutionary approach to teaching and to assessing teaching. It opens up entire new doors to much more visual, experiential things. We can start measuring how people interact with people. We can start measuring how people do things. The other thing you'll start noticing is these are very text light. We're incredibly aggressive in terms of cutting out the amount of text and using the visuals and the interfaces to do sort of all that heavy lifting. So my imperatives, my walk away for you all is first of all, just start creating some of these short sims yourself. They're interesting to create. They allow you to see content differently. They allow you to present a lot more learning to do content, not just learning to know content. And if you're someone like myself who believes that schools have unfairly not engaged a huge segment of the population because it's so symbolic based, this is, and one reason why this has been taking off in the military is because it works really, really well with more kinesthetic people who are much more action oriented and less word oriented. So the notion of bootstrapping development is really exciting. And ultimately, I think collectively, we can start to think about creating an unencumbered authoring environment for short sims. Again, the technology itself is trivial. The intelligence is not, you can create all kinds of clever authoring environments with more and more functionality, but the reality is that the underlying mechanics are very, very simple, and almost the more complicated you make them, the more limited you make your approach. So again, here's some on my own site is a Facebook page where we discuss short sim methodology and pedagogy. Again, the example page is probably the best place to go to see a lot of these things, or the homepage. And again, this stuff is all technology independent and non-proprietary. So the ability to actually start creating this stuff immediately is fairly unfettered. And questions, are we taking questions now, or are we taking questions later? So Clark, do short sims work on mobile devices? Yes, absolutely. Any pointers? Like everything, it's we can decide I mean, mobile is such a tricky word right now in terms of, what I worry more about is density of the screen size. But yes, if you know that you need things on a variety of platforms, you can minimize the use of graphics. If you know you're using it more and more on a fixed size, you can play with graphics more. Another question here, great point about minimizing text using graphics, really, really important. Can't emphasize it enough. It engages entirely new audiences. It's interesting when reading any educational text to think how often it's simply describing a picture or an animation. Yeah, and again, the notion of animation, the fact is that we can clumsily, but very satisfyingly create engaging interactive experiences that are reaction. And you click things and things happen, which is incredibly satisfying that we can do it away from, again, the need for expensive tool sets. So the questions are basically constrained only, otherwise the writing becomes very difficult. Yes, and you can have 5 or 6 questions in a row that build on each other. So you can have multiple, you can have multiple choice questions that do build on it. It's really nice to constrain it to some degree, otherwise you become infinitely splintered in terms of, you can have word clouds if you wanted to or something like that. I think is a good discipline to see how much content you can cover in the finiteness of multiple choice. And you have 3 nested multiple choices, and now you have 9 or 12 different answers potentially, and that should be satisfactory for most experiences. I found the more open-ended experiences almost to become more of an excuse why you don't have a finite training world. If you do really, really want to have a totally open-ended experience, you can have a short sim be a shared experience, and then people can write about it. Here's a lab, play with it, and then write a little essay about what you've learned from the lab. Or here's a social situation, engage the situation 3 or 4 times, and then again, now write an open-ended essay about the dynamics of the social situation. Or you're playing with a lab and you're mixing together chemicals, play with that for a while, and now write a little essay on what you learned from your little lab set. So there's no question, if you really are dedicated to open-ended questions, you're more than welcome to use short sims, again, as sort of the common lab that introduces and creates a similar experience between different people.
Greg's asking a good question, actually. Same question I was going to ask Clark about the psychometricians. There's a thing, isn't there, about just getting people from the sort of high stakes assessment world to engage with these new types of tests and new types of items. Do you find that the normal psychometric approaches work for your short sims?
I think we're opening up entirely new doors, and I fully expect the short sim approach to launch new research projects, to launch new kinds of ways of capturing information. I think everything we heard about before regarding how do we measure character, how do we measure, all this stuff, we're not going to do that through our old methodologies. Therefore, the point of this event. So there's going to be some great innovators who are going to take the short sim model and do amazing stuff with it. That's going to put us all to shame. It's fully compatible with the test item culture. It's fully compatible with our old ways of doing things. It's fully compatible, frankly, with the time schedule. I mean, it's really important in short-term development to create stuff quickly and efficiently. We can't spend forever making content. We have to create things quickly and efficiently. So it's completely compatible with the test item culture, but it's not limited by it. And that's the real beauty, is that we can go well beyond it in terms of creating and measuring a lot more interesting things.
Yeah, that's really good to hear. I guess one observation about the idea of having a sim and then asking a fairly traditional question afterwards is that makes it amenable to our traditional psychometrics. Rebecca from IB was asking, do you do assessment of higher order thinking?
I've done a lot of sims around very high order thinking in terms of, everything from social to to analyzing situations to whatever, and even to ethics, even to very behavior. So we've done a lot of really interesting simulations around a lot of very interesting a lot of interesting contexts. you know, and certainly when dealing with a lot of these things, you know, you're doing a lot of subterfuge. You're doing a lot of, you know, how do you get real world behaviors in a simulation? Okay, here's a simulation on ethics. Okay, it's a simulation on ethics. Okay, part one, ethics. Here's a question. You know, how do you respond to it? Obviously, you're not going to get a good answer. So it's a lot more interesting to, as with the last example there, which was on inclusive thinking and diversity thinking. You know, how do you test someone's bias towards inclusiveness or towards monopolistic thinking, you know, in a simulation? And again, if you look at the last example from that thing, which is the, you know, you'll see how we did it, which is a fairly clever and a fairly tight way. It's only 3 questions regarding, you know, you're a farmer and you're planting crops. Go, you know, have a successful farm, and we can see in something as elegant as 3 questions how someone does with regards to how do they think about, how do they respond to failure, how do they respond to success, how do they think about doing things. So yeah, I think we're gonna be hitting a lot of higher order questions and scenarios through this methodology.
Mark, thank you very much. I have a feeling we might pick this up at the end, if that's okay. Can I thank both Adam and Clark for sticking to the time really well. Our next presenter is Eliot from Iowa State. Eliot, are you there? You are.
I'm right here.
Over to you.
All right, thank you. Thank you all for attending today. I will do my best to keep the on time, you know, relay going. So what I'm going to talk about today is applying XR or extended reality training in university research in the workplace. So to give you a little kind of brief summary of who I am, my alma mater is Ohio State, so I do have to state right now that if there's any Michigan fans in participation here, you're going to have to log off. I can't speak to you. And for the fellow OSU alum I have there, go Bucks. But I did my master's and PhD at the University of Buffalo. I'm now a Cyclone. I work at Iowa State. So again, at the University of Iowa people, you're going to have to leave the talk also. And I'm also director of the Virtual Reality Application Center. I've also had 3 companies that I've started up. And one in the corner of their BodyViz is still running today. So I've had a kind of a nice smattering of experience between academia as well as industry. I've worked at big companies, I've started up companies, and so not just traditional academic all the time. My research interest, really, I'm a technologist. So I'm a hardcore sort of programmer, doing all kinds of stuff with cool technologies, virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, lots of 3D graphics simulation. I've been doing machine learning and big data for 25 years, so it really isn't that new to me, but we've been doing it. And lots of really cool applications, from command and control of unmanned aerial vehicles, which is that picture in the upper right there, to building cabins and large agricultural vehicles in our highly immersive environment, and to medical imaging. So I really kind of try and mix it up and keep it pretty interesting. And the center I direct is a pretty unique place. We're a pretty big center in terms of the university structure. That's the building that we're housed in. We have about 275 to 300 students running around pre or post COVID, and obviously not right now. And we also have a graduate program. So it's a pretty dynamic, interactive place. And our project teams really involve not just technologists, but people who are experts in human-computer interaction, human subject trials research, you know, so a lot of the, you know, you'd say the hard science, the soft sciences, and everything in between, which really makes it interesting. So from my perspective, where I'm coming at this, being a hardcore technologist, and now about 15 years ago, I really started getting into doing human subject trials, which was kind of really an eye-opener for me. When I was much younger, you know, I was the kind of programmer who believed, hey, I know exactly what users want, and I'll build it, and you'll just use it, and you'll be happy with it. And then we ran some human subject trials, and man, my world came crashing down when I was like, wow, they really hated a lot of the stuff that we were building, and we began to understand why and really get into it. And so now, over the last 10 years or so, we've really developed this approach of fusion, of really how do we get in these XR technologies into human subject trials to really enrich, you know, what you can do. And I think that the theme of this conference, Beyond Assessment, is really apt for what we do here. And I'm hopefully I'm going to sell you on that in the next, 12 minutes or so. So a little brief definition, so we're all on the same page here. We're talking about virtual reality. That's going to be in that lower right picture right there. That's our C6. It's the highest resolution VR system in the world. There's also a lot of, head-mounted displays. I didn't show those. Oculus Rift, HTC Vives, those kind of things, the Quest, the Oculus Quest, very popular right now. So that when you're defining virtual reality, we're talking about that the entire world, the entire environment is simulated. We control every pixel. We control everything going on. And for VR, it's very nice, but you're usually going to be tied to your system in some way, shape, or form. So whether you're in our big C6 and it's a big physical system, you only have about a 10 by 10 room you can walk around in, or you're tethered with a headset. Even if you have an Oculus Quest and you don't have a tether, computational power is very low, so you're limited to what you can draw then. And then but that's been going around for a long time. Then along came augmented reality. And for those of you, if you're familiar with it, Pokemon Go, that's augmented reality, right? And I show a couple pictures there. It's kind of the new hot kid on the block, if you will. And so you're going to have your markers there that are going to be recognized using computer vision, and we're going to draw graphics. So that picture in the upper right is actually not Photoshop. That's an actual what you would see through a headset. On there is an engine block, and all the red piping there is actually photorealistically rendered. That's not those computer graphics overlaid on top of the engine block. So that's what augmented reality can do. And then you have different flavors of it, like mixed reality, where we kind of put all these together. You might have a system that does some virtual reality, some augmented reality. You might have TV sets and real set walls. So you're in a physical room, but you're looking out the window, which is actually a TV screen, but you're seeing what you would see out a normal window. So we're kind of fusing these technologies in different ways. And the term that I personally really like that's come out of that has been extended reality, or XR. And really the X is going to represent all the current future kind of spatial computing technologies. And we're seeing a lot of those, right? The smartphones now are able to do, spatial scanning and measurements and things like that. And you're going to see more and more and more of that as XR really gets more pervasive. But for many of us, like myself, we've been working in XR in a long time. And the issue that we've really had is, how do we use XR effectively in human subject trials? Now, we might use XR as a technology. We're actually studying it. We want to know, okay, how does augmented reality compare to using virtual reality? Or how does virtual reality training compare to physical training if a company or a manufacturer perhaps does that? But there's other ways the technology can also be used to actually enhance the actual experimentation. So we're going to kind of talk about a few of those. And the issue is that the disciplines conflict. And this is what I had to kind of live through. And some of you may be living through this or going to live through this. Is that traditional human subject trials, really, you're going to gather a lot of data, but it's going to be a lot of qualitative data. And I would argue that for a lot of the human subject trials, the quantitative data is limited. Now, for those of you that are screaming bloody murder right now, going, come on, we gather metrics. I know you do. You have tasks, and you're going to look at what's the completion time of that task, how many errors. But that's fairly limited in my mind of how much quantitative. You're going to do lots of questionnaires. We're going to have a lot of qualitative data. How did a person feel about using it? What was their sense of immersion if we're studying virtual reality, something of that respect. But really, as a technologist, I want that overload of quantitative data. I want arm angles. I want where their head was positioned. I want their eye movements. I want frame rates. I want to know everything, how much bandwidth was being used, what the data was going through, what the latency was in the network. And in reality, there is a way that all this can come together. And we're exploring this and using it. And I'm going to kind of give you an example of a number of projects that really fell under this one umbrella that I think will really show how we put all this together and how it can really enrich your overall outcomes that you find from doing these human subject trials and in general assessment. So the case study, and it's really several experiments and papers that really were worked on by my group as well as others in our center, is on what we call XR guided assembly. And this is being done by a lot of people. So a lot of it was being done using augmented reality or mixed reality. You're seeing people doing with some kind of virtual reality sometimes. You might have a robot kind of doing some of the assembly. But think that you're on a manufacturing line. And although we always see in the news that manufacturing is really happening with automation, many manufacturing processes are still done by hand and are going to be done by hand for a long time. The automation just doesn't have the accuracy and the repeated, for the little variations that you get as something comes down a line that a human can recognize and address immediately. So you have instructions, you have a work cell, maybe you have an engine block coming through, you got to put hoses on, maybe you got little parts coming on an assembly line, you've got to quality control them, or put a screw on or whatever you're doing. And a lot of people have studied this. I give you several references over here, that if we deliver those work instructions, and they can be fairly complicated, PDFs, think of like you're putting a piece of IKEA furniture together, and it's going to be a lot of little steps. And although a lot of companies have gone from paper to digital, Oftentimes it's a monitor that's just stationed in one place of their work cell, and they have to use that to get all their instruction. If we use that using, let's say, augmented reality, whether it's a tablet interface you see there or head-mounted display, again, is in the upper picture, you see just in the academic setting, unbelievable improvements. I mean, things like 8 times faster. You can reduce your time and error by anywhere from 50 to 60% or even 100%. So it's really incredible. So as we start to examine a process or project that we want to do a study on, the first thing we're going to do is we want to integrate some XR into it. Whether the XR is going to be used for the assembly as it is in this particular project, or you just want to use it to have on the participant to gather additional data, it really doesn't matter either way. But you want to figure out which form factor you're going to be using. So in this case, there's lots of different ways to do, could be augmented reality or extended reality. You can do, a projection system on a surface or even a curved surface, head-mounted displays, obviously, as I've mentioned before. An HHD is a handheld display, so that's going to be a phone or a tablet, something of that kind of respect. Or you might have smart glasses. Yes, although Google Glass is not around really, there are still smart glasses out there that you can use. And so we kind of have a little table right there that shows sort of the strengths and minuses of each one of them, strengths and weaknesses of each one of them. And what you're going to find is that no system is going to be perfect. You really have to look at your situation and judge it. So if you're doing some kind of assembly task, which is what we're doing here, hands-free is really, really critical. We did things using HHDs, we did things using HMDs, and different ones, if I have to hold a device, that's really going to impact what I'm going to be able to do. So we ran a bunch of experiments, and this is where the hardcore sort of human subject trial people are going to be happy, right? We had our participant task. So we had a faux wooden wing here they had to put together, and they had horizontal work. They had to put spars down and run wires through. And they had to go to a parts table and get certain parts. And they had to go to a fasteners bin and get all kinds of fasteners. And so there's some of our different stations and those kind of things. And we had different conditions, different modalities that we've experimented with. So we did MBI, stands for model-based instructions. That's actually the instruction. And we had those actually worked on with the Boeing company, actually came together with actual instructions they would have given. And so we had the desktop, which was that fixed monitor, kind of our control group, if you will. And then there was a tablet, which is nothing more than taking those instructions on a PDF and shrinking them down, but the tablet was mobile, so they could move it around the work cell. And then you'd have a tablet version with augmented reality that would actually show you where the parts should go and which parts you should pick up. And then we did one using HoloLens AR, which allowed you to be hands-free. And so when we did the experimentation, but we did a few extra things, and I'll mention those later. You see, if you see the participants there, they're wearing a helmet. It's got some little markers coming off of it. In the right there, the participant, she's wearing it. She actually has something on her wrist, which is actually taking her heart rate. So we did some extra things using different modalities and technologies and XR technologies that we were able to pull some additional data. When we got done with our experiment, we had 2 trials of putting the wing together, and we came up with the kind of traditional tasks and metrics that you would see in a human subject trial. So, we looked and said if our HoloLens AR was the one we were really pushing, we had statistical significance, much greater, much lower number of errors, compared to the desktop where they walk back and forth and remember complex part numbers, etc. And it was also statistically significant compared to the tablet, but not so much with the tablet. The tablet AR was also very good compared to the MBI. So if I'm looking at the errors, I can see that the AR modes, the tablet AR and the HoloLens AR performed very well. And then I might look at completion times in addition. I'm going to get the same kind of thing where I can see that, hey, the HoloLens AR, boy, just median amount of time it took to complete that trial was just much shorter and was statistically significantly shorter than the other modalities. All right, so that's great. So those are some good metrics we got. Then we also looked at a more qualitative metric, because as we were looking at these results, we were saying, well, look, tablet MBI, if you kind of go backwards a little bit, actually does pretty well. And that's not using any technology. That was just taking those digital instructions and putting them on a mobile tablet. So although it doesn't get you all the benefit that tablet AR or HoloLens AR gets you, it does get you some benefit. So we were very close to telling our sponsors, saying, hey, we're not all the way on the augmented reality or the extended reality modalities yet, but maybe you should just go and put these things on a mobile tablet and you're going to really help your workers. Well, we had someone, other experiment, we're doing data analysis, we're like, well, let's not quite say that yet, because we're kind of seeing some things that we don't really like. And really that was coming from the qualitative side. So we had this score called the Net Promoter Score. This was a paper that was published in 2003. And really what you're looking at, the question you're answering there is you would recommend these work instructions to a friend. And you put it on like a 1 to 5 scale, you throw out 2, 3, and 4 scale, you look at 1 and 5, you want to look at the extremes here. And so if you're in the paper that was presented in 2003, a good net promoter score would be about 16%, and it goes from a minus to 100 to 100 is the scale there. And as you look at when we looked across our modalities, you will actually see that the tablet MBI was really pretty hated. It was worse than the desktop one, which was the standard monitor. So although they performed pretty well, the workers hated it. And that alone was really causing us some issue, like, wow, that's interesting to know. But we had those other technologies on there. What else can we find out? Because what I've shown you at this point is really kind of standard human subject trial assessment. But I mentioned we had some other technology on there to kind of show where some of these problems were happening. So we took the assessment further with the extended reality that we did. The users were being tracked during all their sessions. They had a helmet on. We knew their head position. We knew where they were looking. So we were able to figure out, and you can see that sort of map right there. The blue is the user position, and the orange is the tablet position, just to kind of show you from one of the tablet conditions we did. And you see that they didn't move the tablet around very much. Even though the tablet was mobile, they weren't moving it. And the users were spending a lot of time around different areas that we didn't suspect. And as we looked at other modalities, we also found, for example, when they had to remember a part's name and go over to the parts table, they averaged walking back and forth almost 4 times. Whereas with the AR when they were hands-free, they walked over once, they picked it up. So we were getting tremendous time savings there. We took that a step further and said, well, we have your heart rate data now, and that is kind of a measure, maybe it's delayed, but if their heart rate starts to go up, are they getting a little bit stressed perhaps? Not a great measurement for stress, but it was some physiological data. And then we took that tracking data and actually made heat maps out of it. So we actually developed a data visualization tool for the experimental results. And you could aggregate all your participants together. You could look at them individually. And when you see there is you can see where they're spending all their time. And for example, on the right there is the visualization tool where they're spending this particular one with this particular modality is spending most of their time at the parts table, at the assembly area, which is where they're supposed to be. Whereas in other ones, we saw them walking and spending much more time at the fastener bin or the parts table, which where they shouldn't have been. And in the graphic over on the left, you can see the little heart there. That's where actually we could replay a video of their entire session and saw their heart rate the entire time as they were going through it. And this combined with their information really showed us where the bottlenecks were, not only in our experimentation, but also gave us insights in the results that we didn't consider. So in the end, this tracking technology really reduced collection errors dramatically over the hand collection of data if we wanted to do this. It did require a lot of overhead for the validation and verification. We had to make sure the technology was working correctly. And so we had to do a lot of studies where we were doing all this by hand and then with technology and then put it together and make sure it was accurate. But in the end, as I mentioned, it gave us a really clear sense of what was going on, what modalities worked, why they worked, and why people like them. So this fusion of a lot more quantitative data with the qualitative data gave us an overall picture that we would not have gotten by doing it just one way or the other. So a little glimpse into what we do there. Here's some resources, some of the papers that we've published that you can go ahead and pull down and take a look at. And I'm happy to take any questions if we have time or just pass it off to the next panelist.
Eliot, that was great. We've got just a few minutes for some questions. Can I ask? I've got a question actually. While other people are typing in the chat box, what about inclusion and diversity in these systems? You know, many of these systems we're trying to make things more realistic, more practical, more valid for the person taking the assessment. But I do worry that we might be excluding certain groups. I don't just mean people with kind of traditional visible disabilities, but do we know enough about how people deal with these technologies? I'm not talking about the iPad, obviously, we know about that, but the HoloLens and so on.
No, that's a great question. We've definitely stumbled across this, and it's not anything that we've dove into yet. It's sort of one of those simmering questions that we have. But I will give you one example is when you say diversity, let's talk about age. So the original HoloLens had the air tap gesture, right? And you can see my fingers there, right? That's how it worked. Well, generally, if I had to say all the demonstrations we do and the experimentation we do, as the age range of the participant went up, the ability to successfully complete the air tap dramatically went down. And I've had people, when I'm demonstrating, I'm literally having their hand, I'm trying to get them to put in the correct visual orientation, and they're literally fighting me. And I'm saying, please relax your wrist so that I can bend it the correct way and you can see it. And it's just this, you know, I don't know if it's nervousness. I don't know if it's just aversion to technology or it's just new, or, you know, we don't know, but absolutely there are a lot of different factors there to that adoption. And there's going to have to be a lot of work on that in the future.
Because that HoloLens was fast, wasn't it? In terms of completing the task accurately, it was the best. And
Very
yet it
fast.
wasn't the most popular. Maybe there's something
No, and
there.
actually what I'll tell you, I didn't, you know, this is a very abbreviated version of the full talk, as you can imagine. We actually, the AR did so well, we actually hit a floor effect. The task wasn't complex enough. And it was a very complex task, don't get me wrong. This was the first time that people had ever seen it. They'd never done it before. And some of them the first time did it in like 7 minutes with no errors. There's really nowhere else to go at that point. That's about as fast as you could possibly do it. So it really, you know, to figure out how high this can take you. I mean, could we literally take people off the street, throw them on a complex assembly line and have them put stuff together? It might be possible with this kind of technology.
Eric has made a good point that although we may be excluding people, we're including some other people that may not have been included previously. That's a really good point. Cynthia's asked, actually, I've just got a couple more minutes. So Cynthia's asked, what did people hate about the tablet? I think Cynthia's referring to the kind of movable PDF. What was it? The font size? Was it having to hold it?
That's exactly.
We love these iPads, don't we?
I still remember the kind where I was in their center in the office, and I was like all gung ho to talk to my contact and say, "Hey, go do this." And one of the other analysts said to me, "He's like, Professor, he's like, you know what? Just I looked at preliminary results. Don't say anything yet." And it was literally, we're shrinking it. It's already hard to read, right? They're already tiny, you know, instructions, and now we're shrinking it and putting on about a 10-inch tablet, and so that just made it much worse. And it was funny was participants who really hated it were surprised how much better they actually performed using it than the, like, for example, the monitor. So there really is sort of this mismatch, and that's something we brought to the company, and they said and this company, by the way, was about to introduce tablets to everybody. And this put a big break on that because they just were like, look, they might do better. They're going to be pretty angry workforce. You probably don't want that.
A couple more questions and then we'll move on. Amy's asking, have you been able to integrate a social connection aspect into these environments?
Researchers at my center, yes, and a lot of people worldwide. I don't do that work, and that's not currently where my funding is, in the work that we're doing, but absolutely. There's particularly during COVID times, you can imagine. There's quite a bit of work, collaborative platforms, but a really effective collaborative platform that I can, you know, get micro expressions in the face, and I can really get the same as we're in person. There's been a lot of project work from the RPE on this, trying to say, look, air travel is a huge energy waster and polluter on the planet. If we could find a better, effective way to do virtual meetings that aren't just, you know, webcams, essentially, could we potentially dramatically reduce business travel? So there's a lot of, and this is all kind of tied into that. In that social, there's a lot of work going on from a technology standpoint of view. What I can tell you is the technology is not there yet. We don't have the bandwidth, the kind of resolution we would need, the kind of data packets we're sending. You can do a calculation and the kind of bandwidth, it's getting there. It's just going to take some time before it's in our homes, it's in our offices.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Just going to ask one more question, actually, a question that Rebecca asked. You know, when you use a sat nav and you get to your destination and you feel calm and you feel unruffled and you've absolutely no idea where you've been or what you've done, you've just followed the instructions on the screen, turn left, turn right, don't crash. Rebecca's asking, I think she's asking the same question about this. Do the people using the HoloLens, do they learn to do this thing, or are they just kind of you know, robotically following instructions? Couldn't do it a second time without the thing on?
That's a great question. We've talked about that. We didn't follow up and do it and bring them back later on. We like to do that, but that wasn't, we weren't able to do that and then see if there had been learning, right? If they had actually absorbed what they had done. The interesting part, we've talked about it with sponsors and particularly industry working on this, is they have need for both. If you look at, Foxconn as an example, where Apple does a lot of their production, they don't care if you understand it or not. They're going to throw you on a line one day, just do your job, do it well, do it, good, high quality. And the next day you might be doing something different. But obviously in other manufacturing, we need those experts around that when a situation comes up that, you're not really sure what to do, I can pull the expert over and they can then advise me. So that I think is a really pertinent question. What I can tell you is just from ad hoc experience, the repetition does build expertise to some point. We haven't optimized that yet, but it absolutely does. So even if you're doing the same task, even if you're kind of doing it mindlessly, you are going to encounter slight variations. And you're going to figure out how to get by those, and you're going to build that expertise up over time. But I can't give you any formal sort of metrics on that. That's great.
Amy's asking any suggestions of, she's written FOLX. I'm not familiar. FOLX. Maybe it's a typo. I don't know what that means. Let's pick it up in the end session, if that's okay. Eliot, thank you very much. Thank you for sticking to time. We're on time. And next up is Tanya from eCOM. Hi, Tanya. I can see you. Can we hear you?
Hopefully you can.
We can. You're a little bit faint, but let's see if it gets better.
Okay. Is this a little bit better?
That's a bit better, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So, hi everybody. My name is Tanya MacDonald, and I am here for eNet Reality for eCOM Scotland and USA. I am their head of commercialization, and I'm originally from Phoenix, Arizona, and actually am currently in sunny Dundee, Scotland. So a little bit of a ways away. So any U of A people, then you can still stay here. I actually don't mind. I have a lot of friends who went there as well. But actually it's a really good transition from Eliot, so I'm happy to be here. So just to kind of talk a little bit about virtual reality today and the new normal in vocational assessment. So first, getting onto eNet Reality and what that is, just a little introduction here, is eNet Reality is a VR authoring tool which allows you to create your own virtual assessments directly on the web. And so really what we did here at eCOM is we ultimately started this out with just a research project. It was a Canal College program that was working with disadvantaged young people getting into work. And the problem was that they basically created this program for individuals, but they weren't able to finish it. And the reasoning for that was the last assessment was out in the field, literally a field. And it was really difficult for them to actually get to that location. So Canal College program came to us and basically said, hey, are you by chance able to create something virtually for us? So then that way these individuals can do this on their own time in their own space. So what we decided to do is actually create a VR assessment for that field program, basically allowing these individuals to go into this field. And what they did was actually clear the area out for basically checking out the actual area for, like, say, for example, you're going to do construction in the area, what kind of natural hazards might occur, basically clearing the area, so what kind of trees and bushes do you have to take out, etc. So basically 3D models. And through that experience, we learned a lot. Number one, it is hard to hard code virtual reality experiences, but we also learned that it's really impactful. So being able to actually see, well, these individuals were able to actually go to this experience, but not necessarily have to go the actual full way to get there. And so it was really interesting because it gave the teachers, the professors, a little bit more insight into what those learners were experiencing. Say, for example, if they did not experience something, that if they didn't finish it properly, for example, the teacher was able to actually then look at what was that individual doing at that time, where were they focusing their eyes, things like that. And so ultimately what we did is we ended up pushing that a little bit further. And we decided to basically try and get partnership for UFI, and we actually got that. And the nice thing about this was that we had partners, so the Scottish Qualifications Authority, City of Glasgow, and Fife College. And what we were able to do is basically tell them that we wanted to create a platform that enabled non-technical users to create their own virtual reality experiences. And the great thing about this was that previously, a lot of times organizations, if they wanted to create their own virtual reality experiences, they would have to go externally. So you'd have to basically outsource that to somebody who knew how to do that. So for example, we have the technology, we have the people who know how to hard code. And so that's how we were able to do it initially. But because these VR experiences and assessments really are so impactful, we wanted to basically branch that out and enable more organizations to be able to experience that. So working with them, we basically wanted to make sure that it was accessible for colleges, for further education, and then we would branch that out. But in order to do that, we wanted to make sure that it was really applicable and relevant. And so that's why we basically incorporated the Scottish Qualifications Authority, basically that awarding body, and have them with us throughout that entire experience. And really the benefit from that was that we were able to see, well, for example, if you're trying to get a qualification, what exactly do those reviewers need to actually get that done? So for example, is it a printout? Is this, because basically a lot of the qualifications, so a little bit of foreshadowing, so construction, for example, a lot of times their assessments are done either in person, where you have somebody watching you perform a task, and then there's also a written performance. And so basically both of those go hand in hand with this qualification. So basically having that awarding body with us throughout this entire experience was really great, because we could say, okay, what do you need from us to accomplish this qualification? And then moving forward from that, how can we basically best suit that? And so that's exactly what we did. We worked with them throughout this whole process of this project, and we're actually just coming on close of that, even though we just launched the tool not too long ago. But with that, we basically have created this platform so that you can create your own virtual reality experiences with your own content, imagery, even importing library footage if needed. And then you can actually share that. One thing that we actually learned through this is that a lot of organizations aren't ready to fully move to virtual reality just in the headset. And the reasoning for that, especially during COVID, is organizations, they weren't ready necessarily to basically dole out a lot of cash on these headsets and try to send them out. And colleges, for their education, depending on what type of headset you're trying to do, it can be quite costly. So what we did is we actually made the tool flexible. So you can actually do it either on a headset, a mobile device, a desktop, etc. Obviously, a headset is going to be the most immersive, but kind of how Eliot was talking, you're looking at these different options, because initially we had these colleges saying, well, no, actually, we prefer to use it on a desktop. And that's just because we don't have the money, for example, to be able to, give everybody a headset. And we said, well, it is virtual reality. But the thing is that through this digital transformation, we understand that these organizations, not all organizations are going to be able to do that. And with COVID, for example, it's not really that sanitary to try and share either. So basically, through that whole process, we have then been able to create this. So just kind of showing you the actual solution here. So we basically, what we ended up trying to figure out throughout this whole time is well, what exactly do these organizations need? Because there are other technologies out there that can help you create virtual reality experiences and assessments. But what we wanted to do is actually make sure that it was that relevant and make sure that it was actually geared towards assessment specifically. And so what we focused on, and in our beta trials, we realized that basically we need to make sure that it is really easy to use. So basically you're talking drag and drop, double click, and I have a couple screenshots of the tool just to kind of show you some things. 15 minutes isn't a lot, but I'll give you a little bit. The cost effectiveness of it. So basically, like I said before, a lot of times if organizations wanted VR, they would have to go and outsource that, basically making it as cost effective as possible, because as I mentioned, we can see the impact. And as you know, quite a few of these other talks have discussed, is there's obviously a positive correlation between knowledge retention and even engagement with these technologies. So trying to make it as accessible as possible. And I did actually put a link in the chat, so you can check that out as well. And then being able to track compliance. So being able to actually look at, okay, well, what is that learner doing inside of the tool and at what point? So for example, we created an example for working at heights. So there's a fourth rail bridge. If you don't know what that is, think of in San Francisco, the Golden Gate Bridge, kind of very similar. Basically, these workers were going up on this bridge and saying, get me down. I did not know I was scared of heights, but I actually really am. So get me down now. And so this organization came to us and said, look, we need help. We need to be able to not only recruit for the right people, but then train them and assess them before they get up on the bridge, because it's really expensive to get up there. And so throughout that process, we wanted to make sure that we could actually track the progress in order to make sure that if you're trying to recruit somebody, what is the data that you actually need to pull? And as we've been talking about in a lot of these talks as well, is you can pull a lot of data, but depending on how you actually use that is a really impactful part. So being able to see, okay, so for example, heart rate, is that something that's important, etc. And so basically we've been using a bunch of different use case examples to look at what type of information do we need to pull. And so we've basically made it so you can export in quite a few different ways and the different reporting that you can do. So for example, on the train, or on the bridge, if a train is actually passing you, you're not supposed to look at the train, which is counterintuitive to me. But what we did is we actually made it so if you're looking at the train, it gives you a warning. And if you don't, then it basically says, good job, a check mark. And if you continue to look at the train, it basically fails you. And all of that is in then the report. So not only can you stream and actually see what the learner is doing, but then you also have a report of, okay, well, what were they focused on during that time? What did they actually look at? What did they do before and after, et cetera? So it gives you additional information and insight into that learner. And then last but not least, the scalability and being able to integrate it with your systems. So the fact that you can actually integrate this with your own LMS, but if you don't have one, we have one, etc. So that's kind of basically how we wanted to make it from basically the original beta. And so how that actually works and what you do is you basically get your content. So whether you want to use your own 360-degree footage, 3D models, etc., you gather all of that and you upload it into the tool. Then you go ahead and build that out, and you basically do that by adding text, adding questions, quizzes, etc., actions, and then you share that, and you can do that again by either desktop, mobile, headset, and even it can be anything from like Oculus Quest to Google Cardboard. And we've basically created apps because we realize that the deployment of virtual reality a lot of times is the difficult part for organizations that are trying to make this happen, because you don't want it to be clunky. And then last but not least is being able to actually track that. So here I have some footage. So this is actually just some of the current top features, but just for time, we'll just kind of go look So this is kind of the interface of the tool. So as you can see, it's pretty, I wouldn't say plain, but we wanted to make it as simple as possible. And so you can see here, just basically by double clicking on the background, you can add anything from audio, hotspot, images, object selection tool, which is basically, for example, that field, being able to identify, what are some of the possible hazards in the background. A quiz or just a single question, text, video, and then 3D models. And we've basically continued to expand it. We actually just deployed a new version today. I was telling my development team, I said, well, we have an event today in the US, so if we could get that done, that would be great. So they did. And so we're basically continuing to improve it. And these are just a couple more. And so, for example, one thing that we did actually just launch was outcomes. And the reasoning for this is basically learning outcomes. So, for example, you can actually track within the tool itself different learning outcomes that you want to have been accomplished within that one scene. So, for example, in a construction video, for example, we had an organization that wanted them to be able to identify any hazards in the area. And so you can actually list that out in the tool, and it tracks it with that scene. And we basically built that out because in our experience, it's important to be able to have that follow the actual assessment itself. And then as that information gets updated, because we all know things change quite quickly, being able to update that right inside of the tool. And this was actually just one of those use case examples of the construction. And that was actually Fife College. They decided between health and safety risks, psychological training, inaccessible or expensive training, and they decided on the construction, safety of construction. And the reasoning for that was the visual identification of risk, and being able to capture those 360 images quite easily. And they were able to actually identify that. I might even just post a blog that was just done for that later. But yeah, so that is basically my presentation for today, and just wanted to leave you with a couple questions. So what does that new normal look like for you? Because before COVID, a lot of organizations were saying we're really just not ready for virtual reality. And now we've had the same organizations come to us and say, we weren't ready, but we didn't realize we needed to be ready. So how do we do that? How can your organization use VR if you don't already? And what would you create? Thank you. And I'll take any questions, so feel free to put it in the chat.
Thanks, Tanya. That was great. I'm just waiting to see if people have got some questions. Let me start with one. How long does it take to kind of get used to building this VR stuff? I mean, I think you're saying that it's quicker and you can do it without having to be a programmer, but
Sure, yeah.
That's quite a thing.
Yeah, so basically, if you were to try and hard code it, that takes quite a while. I personally cannot hard code it. I am not the technical expertise, but with this tool, for example, if you already have your content, I've built entire assessments in 30 minutes. To be fair, I am familiar with the tool and how it works. But being able to create something that I normally would not ever be able to create because I don't know how to code is quite exceptional. And being able to basically, some of the tests that we've done is giving it out to other individuals that have never seen it before and basically seeing how long it takes them. I would say that, so for example, I just did this with an individual and it took them, I would say the same time it took me about 10 minutes to do something, it took them about 15 to 20 minutes. And so I think like basically just kind of figuring it out, and they had never seen the tool before. So I think that the time frame there is really, I mean, the thing is that being able to create it in such a short amount of time and being able to update it, because like I said before you'd have to outsource it, and now being able to have that in-house and be able to update it immediately, the amount of time and savings is a lot.
I'm really interested in this because as I think I mentioned at the start, we're getting interested we're an assessment organisation, we're getting interested in whether we can do this. And obviously there's a lot of money pouring into this sector. And one of the big things is that people need money to build enough applications, enough versions of the rail bridge or the construction task. The minimum viable product is a lot of applications. But I think what you're saying is that, well, it might be a lot. They're quite quick to do, or they're becoming quick.
I mean, I can't think about it in dollars actually at this moment, but for example, one license is $2,500, and you can do as many projects as you want with that. And we've basically tried to make it as basic as possible. And if you need more, you can get more. And like I saw here, Rebecca, what is the investment in hardware to experience the VR test? So the thing is that in order to actually create, you would just need one license. And if you wanted to, say, create your own content, you'd have to have a 360 camera, or you could even use Panorama on your phone. Granted, the more money you spend on the hardware, the more quality that's going to be. But for example, like some organizations, they don't have the money to be able to spend on the headsets. So they invested that in, say, a camera, or they decide to use it for desktop to be able to share that as much as possible. I'm thinking of schools if they want to design tests. Yeah, so actually we even have like a free trial right now. So you can test it out if you want to see if it's something that would work for you. There are ways that you can get information, and feel free to just contact me. It's tanya.macdonald@enetreality.com. I'll put it in the chat as well. But if you want to even just discuss it, I'm happy to do that. And I'll be at the panel as well.
I'd really like to have a free trial of one of the latest headsets and one of those HoloLenses as well.
Yeah.
I feel like everybody needs to try this stuff out. It's a bit like 3D glasses. Perhaps if more people had tried that out, they might have realised it wasn't such a brilliant idea for the cinemas. We all get a chance to try these things out. We can move our customers. Assessment's a traditional world, isn't it? We're making decisions that matter, and there's still a bridge. There's a gap to be bridged between genuinely useful innovation and people willing to take it up. Tanya, that's really thought-provoking. We're going to move now to our last presentation. Che, I can see you're there. We're bang on time. So got 15 to 20 minutes, and then we'll have our panel discussion. If you've got questions for the panel, either pop them in the chat box or in the Q&A box, or save them up, and we'll be doing that in about 20 minutes. Che, are you there?
I am, John. Thank you. And part of the challenge of going at the end of one of these sessions is so many good points get raised as you go along. You suddenly realise there's lots of things you want to address, and hopefully we'll get time to touch on all of them. Just to sort of break things up a little bit before I kind of get into some slides, I thought it might be useful to actually have a look at some of this stuff. We've seen lots of fantastic presentations, but I thought you might actually like to have a look at some VR training. So what we're going to take a look at here, hopefully you can all see my screen okay. This is a VR training session that I'm going to use to illustrate a couple of points that were raised in some of the questions. So I'll just start this rolling in the background whilst I'm talking. I'm going to keep the sound turned off, although there is sound with it. So what's happening here is this is a VR recording. It's not a video recording. It's actually full VR. And this is made possible by the amount of data that we collect. And when I come to look at my slides, I'm going to talk through that data. Eliot raised some really interesting points, as did some of the others, about this data point. But what's ostensibly happening here is there is a multi-user training session going on. So you can see there's two people. There is a person in blue and a person in pink. One's a trainee, one's a trainer. Now, they can quite feasibly be in completely different parts of the world. They put on their VR headset, they've gone into this training session. We host these on our cloud-based platform. So I'm coming in ostensibly as an assessor. So I'm watching this session. And what you can see across the top of the screen is I can look through the eyes of the trainer, I could look through the eyes of the trainee, but there are these other camera angles that I can watch the session through. So I'm navigating the session via the browser whilst I watch this person being trained. This learning experience that's on screen at the moment is a formative learning experience. So what you'll see happening is there are little tooltips popping up. So this is a piece of technical hard training. Person's being trained on how to degas this tank on an oil rig. And they've got the trainer there coaching them, but they're also getting the tooltips on screen. And this simulation has been configured so that, first of all, as a learner, they can go in with a trainer taking them through it. Then it can be made available to them on demand, because if they go in on their own, they're going to be guided through the learning experience by these tooltips. And then there's a third mode where we can turn all that off, and they can go in and be assessed on how they're performing by working their way through that process. And we're tracking all the data from these sessions. So we can see what they're getting right, what they're getting wrong. And this is not just did they flip the switch or not. We can see where they've stood, where they've moved, where they've looked. So there's a huge raft of data that's being gathered here on how they've performed in the session. And that's all of the sort of objective data that the platform is gathering as we go along. Now, as I said, I've come into this as an assessor. So I'm looking at this session in a browser. And what's going to happen in a moment here is I'm going to get an observational assessment facility pop up on the right-hand side of the screen, where there's a list of processes that this trainee's got to go through, and I can score them as well. So we're now getting a combination of 3 sets of data out of this session. We're getting all the objective data that the platform's capturing. We're getting all the subjective data, which I'm gathering as an observational assessor for this session. And in addition to that, we've got a recording of the session. So for things like competency testing, if we have to show evidence of how this person performed, we've got this full session recorded. So I'll stop that recording there, but I thought it might be useful to kick off just with an actual look at a piece of VR training rather than just my slides. I know the slides have been very valuable from everybody, but I thought you might be ready to take a look now at a piece of content. So with that, I'm just going to flick across to my slides, if you bear with me 2 moments. And I'll just launch this now. There we are. Hopefully my slides are visible. So I'm Che. I'm from a company called Immerse. We provide a platform that's used by lots of organizations to distribute and measure VR training around the world. So it's a SaaS-based platform which allows us to train people in lots of different locations. I think Eliot touched on this, and I'm just going to expand out a little bit on his definition. So when we talk about VR, the terms can be confusing. You know, lots of these terms are getting bandied around at the moment, so it's worth being clear on what the definitions are. So when we talk about virtual reality, we're talking about full CGI-based environments. These are digitally created. Mainly they're developed on 1 of 2 platforms. There's two different systems that are used. One is called Unity, one's called Unreal, and these are the big gaming engines that are used to build some of the games some of your children probably play online. These are completely immersive environments. So once you're in that environment, you can completely move around. You're free to interact with everything that's there. There's no kind of restrictions. We then look at things like 360 video, which I think our previous presenter had said, you know, you can get a 360 camera, you can walk through somewhere and capture that whole environment. And this is quite a quick way to produce lots of interactive content. And what you do then is you have that 360 video and you overlay tasks and questions over the top of that. The only challenge is you can't move off of the rails that you were on as it was recorded, but that might not be needed. Mixed reality is where you're going to have the real world and you're going to insert something simulated into it. So you imagine you're sat looking at a table through your tablet and you're going to insert and put a globe on there, for instance, or something similar. And then augmented reality, you know, this has got a lot of traction at the moment. Augmented reality, you might take your tablet and point that at a piece of machinery, and then you get a layer of data come up, and it might tell you the service history on that piece of equipment, or it might take you through the standard operating procedure. And then there's 3D interactive content. You know, this is very useful for pushing out to a browser, so you can navigate and move around in things. Maybe you played 3D games. And all of these are really quite powerful tools. They all have very good applications and particular things. We mainly focus on the VR side here at Immerse, but our platform supports all these different types of technologies. And organizations, I think, are really starting to learn the benefits that these bring. There were some questions earlier about, what is the efficacy? What's the benefit of doing that? And one very stark statistic for you. Imperial College carried out some training in 2019, whereby surgery students, some were trained in VR, so they're learning the processes in VR. And there's a great video to this I can share for you. And then others were trained in the traditional classroom methods of teaching people how to undertake certain surgical procedures. And when they came to assess them, 83% of the students who had been trained in VR could carry out the task without assistance. None of the students who'd been trained in the traditional methods could do it without assistance. And that's quite a stark kind of statistic when you look at it. And it talks to the efficacy of these kinds of technologies. So I'm happy to share those details as we come to the end of the session if they're useful. But it's worth being clear on these definitions because there's lots of technologies in this area. And as Eliot says, we kind of think of these in this umbrella term of extended reality. At Immerse, we get involved in developing these kinds of experiences in lots of different places. Now, predominantly, we're working in the corporate space. It's no surprise because big corporates had the money to invest in these kinds of technologies. But we're developing experiences right the way from things that are being built to be used at the recruitment stage, where they're using it to inspire people to come and join their organizations or to measure how competent they are to do that. Bringing them onboarding, getting people up and working in your organization quickly is clearly an important thing. And then, building these kind of guided learning experiences. There was a question earlier about social VR, what social things can be done in these experiences. So this ability, like the example I showed you, whereby you can have a trainer or a coach in the session with some trainees being coached as they go through an experience is a pretty powerful thing. And then there's the self-learning. So, with these experiences, they can be developed. So they can be self-led learning as well. Tooltips, auditory prompts and other things can guide people through those training experiences. And we also do quite a lot around assessments, whether these are sort of formative, diagnostic or summative type assessments. Again, most of this is done in the kind of corporate space. But when organizations talk to us about, VR or extended reality, what do you want to do? We start the conversation with, look, really, what is the problem you're trying to solve here? And these are the kind of 6 areas. There's a lot of research data out there now around the efficacy of VR and these other technologies in these areas. And there's proven use cases for all of these things. But ultimately, probably the most powerful thing with virtual reality is it makes you feel like you are actually there. So if you're looking to train people or assess people on how they're going to perform in particular environments or situations, being able to immerse them in that environment is quite a powerful thing. And it allows us to tackle things that are not easily tackled in the real world. Everybody thinks about the sort of technical type of training, oh, I've got to teach someone how to change a high pressure oil pump on an oil rig. And that's not easy to get people there and it's not easy to train them. That's very logical. But there's a lot of work being done in the kind of soft skills areas, for instance, how do we train people on diversity and inclusion in a more powerful manner? If we can put someone into a situation where they feel like somebody else, then VR taps very well into their empathy and we can start to see some quite powerful outcomes from doing that. So there's a lot of things we're able to do. And also this kind of technology now, John made a good point at the beginning, is this kind of tech is now being kind of industrialized. We're working with organizations that are looking to train many thousands of people in multiple countries around the world using this technology. So it's moving out from the sort of the R&D function and the innovation function into the kind of core of business as usual because of all the benefits that this kind of technology brings. And this ability to deliver this out to multiple different types of devices, you heard Eliot talk about it and the previous presenter talked about it. There are ways of delivering these kinds of immersive experiences onto different technologies that allow you to scale up in a way that you weren't before. Now, clearly, developing something that's going to be delivered in a virtual reality headset, something like these kind of Oculus Quest is one thing. But if you're going to deliver out simulations onto a tablet or a PC, you've got to take those design things into consideration. You know, something that's going to be a fully immersive experience in a head-mounted display is going to perform differently if you're trying to re-engineer that to run on a tablet. But as organizations are scaling up their adoptions of these technologies, we're seeing, you know, people move from starting out having some stuff on the tablet and moving across into full sort of virtual reality types of simulations. And the latest iterations of these headsets, you know, for the area that we work in, which is predominantly, you know, engaging people and employees, these kind of devices like the Oculus Quest, which are untethered, the latest version of these retail at about £300. So yes, they come with a reduced capacity, but when you're trying to train somebody on an objective, or you're trying to measure how they perform in an environment on a task, quite often these devices are powerful enough to achieve that. And the fact that they're easily scalable and deployable outweighs the other things that you might have to compromise on. And this ability to deploy to these different types of devices opens up a world of lots of different types of ways in which we can engage with people and how we train them. So with what we do with our platform, we've got this ability to deliver these simulations out into a sort of full VR headset or out via the browser. And that browser can be a sort of passive experience where I'm just going to watch, or it can be something which is fully navigable via the browser. You could have a simulated 3D environment and be able to navigate around that, pushing content out onto mobile devices, or opening up the world of having these blended types of solutions. So that if we look at the experience I've got on screen here, and this is what we had in the simulation that I played you, if we look at the top left-hand corner, we've got two trainees, and they're in that simulation working collaboratively. So they can see each other, they're working together. It's like they're in the same, you know, they are in that same simulation at the same time. We then have the trainer who's also in that environment and is coaching them as they go through that experience. And we've also got the assessor who's coming in via the browser and scoring how they're performing. So whilst the trainer is coaching them and going along, we can be gathering all the objective data of how they perform the tasks. We've also got the assessor there that says, well, look, Che's perfectly technically competent, but he's not very good when he has to work collaboratively with somebody. And that kind of data is better captured here. If you imagine the other way that we do this kind of thing is maybe to have people doing role play at the front of the class where you don't really get very realistic data because people perform how they are expected to perform. Whereas this is more objective, they're going to be in a simulated environment and there's data that shows that they will perform in a more realistic manner here than they would if they're doing a role play in the class. When we look at the types of data, and Eliot touched on this earlier, about what is the kind of data we're collecting and how much data do you collect? So within these VR simulations, our platform technology, we capture about 30 data points per person per second. So there's a huge raft of data being gathered around everything that I do within these VR simulations. And one of the critical things to think about is, you know, what is it that you want to measure? What do you want to understand from these sessions? Because clearly it's better to define that at the beginning because you're then going to be able to get to the data more clearly that you want at the end. But some things to think about when you look at these kinds of technologies and what it is that we're doing with them and how you might usefully use them for assessment is to look at things like, you know, there's the clear things like movements and interactions. Where did I stand? What did I do? Did I flick the switch? Did I pick the coffee cup up? But we can also do things like track voice. And I've got another example at the end for you, which is an example of VR being used with AI if we've got time, because that's quite interesting. But we can tell a lot about people from their voice. We can look at gaze tracking. Where did they look within the simulation? And there's also work being done around biometrics. You know, what happens to someone's heart rate when they go through one of these experiences, just as an example. So lots of very key things going on there with the data we can gather. And there is this ability to look at both objective evaluation and subjective evaluation. And it's worth thinking about, you know, what is most important to you? How do you want to look at this data and what's going to be most helpful? The observational assessment piece is clearly quite a useful tool. when looking at how people are performing outside of just can they competently carry out a list of tasks. All of this can be recorded, as I say. So in addition to having your traditional kind of dashboarded reporting data, then your subjective data, you've also got the ability to bring back any one of these recorded sessions. So when I talked about us gathering 30 data points per person per second, what we actually do with these recordings is all of that data is captured. When I press play, it regenerates the VR experience in its entirety. So as an example, what I could do is I could go through and do my training. John, as my boss, could go and review my session and give me some pointers in the observational interface. I can watch that recording back, but I can also press play, regenerate that VR, put on my headset and go back in and watch myself undertaking that training. So there's lots of opportunities here, and we are to some degree still at the beginning of this. I mean, at Immerse, we do lots of work with Dr. Thomas Bonnet over at the University of Cambridge, where there's lots of research going on. Eliot and his team are clearly doing lots of research too. And I think we're still discovering all of the things that these things can tell us and how powerful they are. One thing I did just want to touch on before I switch to my other example was somebody had asked a question on the conference interface about security and what can that tell us and what else can this data tell us about people. And there's some really fascinating research just come out from the University of Stanford. And what their research has shown them is that they can identify users within using only 5 minutes of movement data from these VR experiences. So if you imagine that I put on my VR headset and I start to perform some tasks, and very quickly they can identify who I am by how I'm performing that. So that sounds pretty powerful. Maybe that's part of an answer to some of the security questions. But on the reverse side of that, the question that's being asked is, with technologies like the Oculus Quest headset that I showed you there and one or two of the other headsets, those companies are harvesting a lot of that data. And even though it's supposedly anonymized, is there a security risk that comes alongside, that amount of data being harvested by the companies that are manufacturing the hardware technology? So I think there's definitely some questions to be asked there and some things to consider as these technologies become used in a far more widespread manner. Certainly, the work we do with a lot of the large corporate organizations, there's very stringent security questionnaires and technical security challenges we need to go through as a platform provider so that they're confident to have things like their content IP and their employee PII stored on our platform. So it is certainly something to consider. So with that, and as time is tracking on, I'm just going to stop the slides there and just play you another very quick example I had to mind. Because this session was geared towards both VR and AI, I wanted to show you an example of some exploratory work that's going on with a usage of the two. So there's been quite a lot of work being done around how can AI power some of these simulations and how are they useful for what we're doing. So one example of using AI is that Stanford research I just showed you there, whereby they're using an AI engine to drive, or machine learning ostensibly, to understand who it is doing that training based upon their movements. But how about if we could use AI to power the characters we interact with in this VR simulation? So I'll just mute this one and play this as I'm talking. So what's happening here, this is a piece of content that was done as a sort of POC for a pharmaceutical organization, whereby their sales reps are going out and having to interact with doctors. And they're out positioning drugs. This is a very heavily regulated industry, so training is very stringent. Everything's got to be data-driven, etc. So this sales rep is actually interacting with a CGI doctor, but that doctor is powered by AI. So the organization that we did this POC with, they've got sort of 30 years worth of data that they're using to drive this particular simulation. And what's happening is, as the sales rep who's in VR talks to the doctor, That voice is then coded, analyzed, run through the AI engine, and the doctor responds. So this is at a very early stage POC concept. It's not industrialized by any means, but I thought as a way to round the session off, this might be quite useful. So if I'm just going to try and play this with the volume, hopefully it will come through clearly.
Jay, in order to hear the volume, you need to select play with volume in the share screen.
My apologies. Let me just I'll just try that again on the share screen.
Yeah.
I'm not finding. My apologies.
Yeah, it's a couple menus deep. It's not exactly easy to find.
Okay, well, maybe in the interest of time, maybe I can share this example with people after the session. So what's actually happening here is the doctor, the CGI doctor, is actually responding to statements from the trainee who's in VR. And it is a little kind of early stage. It's not, as I say, it's not an industrialized product by any means. It's at the kind of research stage. But these are the kinds of things that we're starting to see open up, where AI is impacting on all of these areas, from the sort of identification piece of the piece of research I said earlier, through to AI driving these kinds of interactive experiences within the simulations. So with that, John, I think I'm within time.
You are. You've done brilliantly. Thank you. That was great. It's really encouraging to see real applications, you know, for real industrial clients. We've got quite a lot of questions. I'm going to try and fish out the ones for you, Jay, specifically. Move into the panel session with our other 4 colleagues. If you guys can be ready with your audio and video. Jay, John was asking, how do you address motion sickness? I laughed when he said that because I was watching the video of the guy with the pipe and I suddenly started to sort of lean over and feel a bit wobbly. I guess it's different if you're wearing the headset, but is this a real deal?
It is. So to a large part, the technology has solved that. So part of there's a whole scientific answer as to what the motion sickness is caused by, but it's when your body moves and your vision doesn't kind of move with it. And now the refresh rate on these new generation of devices is much, much better. So I would suggest that mainly it's been dealt with, but of course you do have to factor that in when you're building the experiences to make sure you don't build something that's going to make people sick.
Right. And presumably even when you say the latest versions, even this new, cheaper, untethered one is still, you move your head and the image moves pretty quick.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this latest generation, so the one I've got here is what's called an Oculus Quest. Oculus was the company bought by Facebook. A year and a half ago, these devices were sort of £500, and that frame rate and everything on that is great. On the right experiences, you won't have any problems at all. The new generation, they just released version 2, and that's now at £300. So the devices are coming down and down, and much like your PC, they're getting more powerful and much cheaper. Now, to be clear, these devices don't solve every problem. If you want to do very large scale visualization or technically very large projects, they're probably not the right device. But if you're just training people or assessing people, they're very good for bite-sized chunks of content.
So just a couple more points on tech. I think Eric was asking, how do you do in basic and enterprise VR systems? I think that's a technology question.
Yeah, and it is a really very good question. So lots of companies and lots of organizations have done sort of VR POCs. You know, they've tried pilots and proof of concepts. And what they've done is they've built a VR simulation. Okay, so you've got a nice piece of content. And when someone sits down with their headset and does it on the PC, that's great. So then how do you train 1,000 people in 15 countries and 25 different factories with that? That's enterprise. When you've got a SaaS-based platform with all the tools that allow you to integrate to get your learners in, integrate to get your data out, and it's industrialized to go, okay, we can train 1,000 people over, you know, this period of time. That, to my mind, is the difference. You've gone silent, John. I'm sorry, John, we lost your volume there. So, well, as I can't hear...
John, we still can't hear you.
Well, I'll call out a couple of questions while John maybe tackles that, and there is a raft of questions here. So, can you communicate and give feedback during the observations, or is that only at the end of? And that's from D. Absolutely, you've got both options. So those sessions, you can be in there and communicating with people via the browser live whilst the session's taking place, or it can be done offline afterwards and you can assess it and leave all your scoring on the recording as you wish. From Michelle Che, if stand has been established for colours, assessor is always yellow, etc., viewpoints, navigation systems. I don't think there's been standards established for those things yet. Again, this is an emerging area. What I would say is all those things are completely configurable. So it says it seems daunting here to have to find for each contract. You keep data types, and are companies that are developing these trainings talking about standards yet? Yes, they are. There's lots of work going on around standards in this whole XR area. I'm sure Eliot will have a viewpoint on those as well. There's a couple of key things to think about with the standards on it. One is the sort of bring your own device type market. So at the moment, when you build these simulations, they're built to run on particular devices. So if I build it to run on an Oculus Quest, I might have to rebuild it to go onto another device and another device. And ultimately, there's lots of work going on to say, well, that's crazy. Surely, you know, if I build a piece of VR content, I should be able to run it on any of these VR kind of headsets. Simplified, but that's the route it's going on. Somebody asked in one of the earlier sessions I was on about accessibility. So a couple of the projects we're working on, we're looking at accessibility in these areas as well. But many of the same standards apply here that apply in other industries. So all of the data that we capture on our platform, and I saw that Tanya captures on their platform, all of that can be exposed via XAPI, for instance. And XAPI is something that works very well with these kinds of interactions. So although it's still early stage, there is definitely a big drive towards standards. And I think we're going to see more and more of these appearing. I'm not sure if John's got his volume back.
Thank you. Can you hear?
I can now, John. You're back.
Yeah. What are the chances of me operating one of these headsets? I was definitely the person that couldn't do Eliot's little finger thing. Eliot, our colleague earlier was asking about other folks that work in this area. So perhaps you could have a think about that or type some stuff into the chat. I wanted Che to just pick up on this thing about XAPI. We've been following XAPI and Tin Can and so on. And our experience has been that as an assessment person, you go from getting almost no useful data to just getting a kind of torrent of, you know, not 30 data points a second, but mountains of data, which as an assessment person it's just like, where do you start with all of that? Right. And the impression I get from learning analytics, which is where all that stuff's coming from, that it's taking quite a long time to work out what to do with all that. I just wonder if anybody else has got experience of making all that stuff work.
It is a really good point. So we always start out the conversation with people when we come to build these experiences. Look, what is it you want to measure? What do you want to understand? Because if you highlight that, you don't want to know that I just moved my arm across the screen like this. You want to know particular things out of it. And if you can define it, we can kind of measure it. We're doing quite a lot of work over with the guys at Watershed, with the Learning Record Store, to expose this kind of data. Because, of course, once you start assessing lots of people, you get into the validity and reliability conversations about the tasks that are being performed in these. And to do that, there's quite a lot of number crunching involved. So as a platform, we capture it all. You know, we're not trying to be an analytics company here. We'll look at pushing that data out. The reality of it is, in the corporate world, of course, most of this, what they care about is when did Che do it? How long did he take? And did he get it right or wrong? And they don't put a lot more rigor into much of this than that. And I know, you know, the assessment people on the call here, the hairs will stand up on the back of the neck, but it is how a lot of this stuff is done. There is more work to be done and lots more, you know, understanding around, you know, how do you prove the validity of these tasks is going to be something, you know, we'll expand. And I'll be fascinated on Eliot's viewpoint, because obviously him and his team will have done a lot of work in this area.
Yeah, so kind of going back to that question, it was funny, John, as you were asking, I was trying to unmute and, you know, it keeps popping up saying I can't do it. So really, it's funny how things come around and go around. My PhD back in the dark ages, you know, we were doing visual analytics, was what we called it. And no one was like, what's that? And it was kind of dealing with very large data sets at the time, which are nothing like we deal with today. And it's kind of come back around again. And so I think that's a field that really offers a lot of promise. A lot of people were like, what's visual analytics? Well, it's taking that data and really making representations that can be interpreted almost immediately by someone with no training. So can I take, you know, gobs and gobs of data and give you a representation? For example, if I'm watching you assemble something and I can create a graph of what the expert looks like, some kind of three-dimensional representation, then I show yours next to it, and I can immediately see your deficiencies. Or I can glance at it and say, you know, Tanya's an expert, let her go. You know, Clark needs a little more work, or something like that. And so those are techniques that it's a smaller growing thing. It's coming out of machine learning and AI. It's been around a long time. And it's really impressive what you can do with it. We had projects with, I can't tell you who it was, but they gave us data. They actually gave us this data set that apparently they would hire young engineers in and give them the data and say, go mess this for 2 months. No one can solve it or figure out what's in there, just so that you learn about, you got to go talk to people at the company and get familiar. We spent 3 months of it and legitimately with some of our tools and pulled out some things and said, well, have you ever looked at A, B, and C? And they were like, how did you find that? It's not even the data. We're like, it's there. It's just hidden underneath a lot of crap. And you've got to get that noise out of there. And visually, though, we were able to see where those connections were. And you can't see it. You know, if you're just making 2D plots, you're just doing bar charts, and you're trying to examine multidimensional data, you know, 100, 200, 300 dimensions, you're never going to get there. But if you can find techniques that'll fuse all these together and give you essentially dimensionless representation, you can really glean that those relationships you need to get the good data to the decision maker, as opposed to getting lost in the forest, if you will.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Did anybody else want to come in on that?
Well, Clark, I just want to just note that I think that the fidelity of assessment that we sort of come to, even when we have a terrific richness of input, maybe especially when we do, is really, you know, 10 or 20 or 30 paths. When I was building very, very complicated AI-driven educational simulations, almost no matter how hard or how powerful the AI system was, at the end of the day, you know, you sort of look for patterns, and those patterns involve, you know, maybe 5 or 6 subsequent decisions, as you say, with some timing between it. And part of my own reducing the complexity to a short-sum level is sort of realizing that those finite number of decisions that we're actually measuring and are actually useful, both for creating the content initially and then evaluating someone's performance in the content, are very finite. And, you know, from my perspective, it just almost made more sense just to start with that in mind, of saying, given there's only going to be mumble number of permutations, why don't we just build a sim that just uses that number, as opposed to creating this infinite variety of analog inputs and then go through the AI computation of condensing it back down to what is basically a simple framework that is discussable and analyzable and transferable. So it's just, you know, from my perspective, I think we can be simpler here.
I think, I mean, speaking from an assessment perspective, this conversation reminds me of a conversation like 20 years ago between traditional paper-based exams people and people who said you can do exams on computers. And what had to happen was that the the people in charge of making the exams good had to get together with technologists, and they both had to understand each other's perspectives. And the starting point was neither side understood nor cared about the other's perspectives to start with, and both had to learn about each other. The assessment, the psychometricians had to understand that computers had limitations, and the computer people had to understand that the psychometricians were in charge of the exams. And it was only when those two groups really started working together that real progress was made. And this kind of feels like we're in that same space, at least as far as assessment's concerned.
I'd agree, John. I mean, we're starting to see the first sort of pilots kicking off, where we'll start to gather that kind of validated data hand in hand with the assessment professionals. You know, this has been very much driven in the learning domain from our experience, because again, the corporates have had the money to invest to do it. As the costs come down, it then becomes more applicable to say, okay, well, look, which of these kinds of exams can we start to deploy out? And then I think, you know, you start to, because you need the volumes to be able to make those proper kind of judgments about it as well, I think. So it will happen, and quite quickly, I think. You know, I think this has come a long way. The latest generation of delivery technology, i.e. this untethered type of VR headset, has only really been around 18 months, 2 years tops. And the costs are at that point. Another year or two, you know, certainly some of the exploratory work that we're doing will start to generate more data.
Tanya.
That's kind of like what I was talking about with our project so the Scottish Qualifications Authority, SQA as they're known here, is actually they create all of the required, like anything that's actually required for colleges. So anything, they basically actually say like what needs to be turned in to actually get that qualification. And I will say, like to your point, John, is basically from the start, having them in the same room as the people who are creating the assessments is what we made our priority. And it's been really great, because the thing is that basically SQA, they even had talked about it, saying, we know that we are kind of those, we want it on paper and this is why. We know that we have a lot of people that are like that, but actually we're not all like that. We are actually in the way of, we get these requests all the time of, we want to use virtual reality. How do we do that? And so basically sitting across from the table is, we're not there yet, but how do we get there? And the first kinds of conversations were like day retreats where we would provide lunch and kind of sit down to have these conversations and basically try to get there. And now we're at a place of actually creating that transformation within the Scottish Qualifications Authority, which is really amazing. And I kind of trying to push that further for like other care quality, etc. But yeah, to your point, it's just getting them at that table.
I've got a technical question from Greg at UCLA. He's asking, what are the choke points in the process of going from fine-grained, I think he means movement, to fine-grained moment-to-moment data, fine-grained moment-to-moment data to inferences about learning or competencies? I think it's the choke points that he's interested in. Maybe this is the same point that we've been talking about.
Yeah, because as Eliot said, it's really, you're either going from drinking from the fire hose and trying to figure out what you want from it, to looking at, you know, a coaching report that says Che did these 10 interactions, and somewhere in between the two is the data that you actually want. So I think that's where, you know, data like the XAPI data and looking at that on these dashboard technologies to extract it, you know, is pretty powerful. I mean, we do it. We can look at it cohort by cohort, individuals, we can compare, you know, those kinds of traditional things. We've got to understand that these technologies are uncovering data that hasn't had lots of people looking at it before. You're measuring things in a way that haven't been measured before. So there's a lot to kind of digest from that. But Eliot, I'd be interested in your view on that.
Yeah, I would agree with you 100%. I think, you know, and I can't speak to all the way in the FAR assessment. I do a lot of it now, but I still don't consider myself an expert, right? I'm kind of the kid playing in the adult sandbox still. But for me, there's so much data, getting it down to what the usable stuff is, and the usable is, I have to understand what the true assessment person wants to look at, what they need to make their decision. And so really what I see the choke point is this disciplinary knowledge being shared. So years ago, to give you an analogy that would understand, your design people in your company and your manufacturing people never talked. I can't tell you the number of factories I walked through 20 years ago that had walls between them, and it was just stunning to me. The design engineers never talked to the manufacturing. And companies broke those walls down and said, that's ridiculous, right? We need the manufacturing people right at the beginning. And so manufacturing people now understand some of what design people are trying to do and vice versa. That has to happen here. So your technologists, your data scientists, the people that are gathering data like me that can really plow through it and get you, and the folks in the assessment trying to understand what the humans are doing, what are the critical elements I need? We have to understand each other enough that I can get you what you need to make that decision. And that's what takes the longest amount of time, is just sort of learning that. It can take months sometimes in the data set. And finally we have the aha moment. I'm like, oh, now I know what they want. Okay, I can go build them the representation of the tool real quick so they can go get to it. And then once they have that, they're just using it every day and plowing through it and making those decisions. But it's really that, it's sort of that, how do you get that disciplinary expertise? And machine learning AI is going to get you there to some respect. But I would also put it on kind of my sector. It's education. We need to stop we need to be training people across disciplines, as opposed to just, okay, you're just statistics, you're just a programmer, you're just assessment. We got to be speaking the language of a lot of different groups now if we're going to break down these walls.
It's highly multidisciplinary.
Sorry, John, just one important point on that. With all this data being gathered, and it came up, it had got mentioned in the thread. One thing that does get overlooked sometimes in the rush to sort of scale this stuff up is the security aspect. We are gathering a huge amount of data here about people, and it is something that's a key requirement. Not just in the corporate space, there's lots of protected, sensitive information in the actual content. But when we're gathering all this data about people, it's not all completely understood yet what the implications of all of that are. There's a recent case where Oculus themselves have been challenged in the courts in the US about how much data they're gathering about people in these experiences. And I think we're going to see more than that. So as vendors, it's our duty to make sure that stuff is stored safely and securely as we go through this.
Can I bring us, thank you, Jay, bring us back round to where we came in actually. As I was listening to Adam and we were talking offline, I was reminded how so much of the assessment we're doing with professions, doctors, accountants, lawyers, although the focus is on the technical skills and knowledge, actually the real problems with all the professions now are about ethics, about practical behavior in practice, about aligning your behaviors with what's expected of you in the profession. I'm interested to hear from Adam about whether he thinks these technologies will work for the complex stuff that he wants to measure, and whether any of the rest of you have done any work around trying to measure whether people are good people, whether they behave correctly under stress, etc. Any thoughts?
Well, I think, thank you. I think that Clark mentioned well that when people are taking some of these assessment items, they're in a certain context that might be different than real world behavior. So when you're taking an ethical exam, you're in a context, but that can also be useful to be on your best behavior, to exercise moral knowledge and things of that nature, to be aware that one is taking an exam. And then with classroom discussions and other curricular items, one can take that to real world behavior as well. I think Clark mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, and I think there's two parts to it. One part of it is how do you measure someone's ethicalness or whatever you want to use, or leadership skills or cybersecurity skills or non-sexual harassment skills or whatever. I mean, fill in the thing. And then there's how do you actually develop it in people? How do you predictably get people to be better? And I think there's two different things, and we can decide if we want to just focus on the assessment side. How do we measure someone's implicit bias towards good behavior or bad behavior? if you just want to focus on that, you can do things like put people in interesting situations, not necessarily telegraph exactly what you're measuring, but here's a day in your life kind of thing, and give them a series of interesting choices they can make. The more you can align those choices with the real world, the more you can get people to be in a real world mentality, the more accurate it is. And the second part of that, which is I focus perhaps more on, is how do I then actually develop the skills in people to understand why. And the inclusiveness sim that I showed put out there is sort of an example of what is the logic behind being inclusive. Is it just to be a good person, or, which is fine, by the way, or is it to have better business results? How do you connect those two? How do you connect moral or ethical behavior or cybersecurity behavior to better business results? And I think a lot of that is both creating simulations that encourage people to show their real behavior as opposed to their I'm being watched behavior, and then show them the consequences of their behavior if they do the wrong thing. And most of the time when we've developed bad behaviors, it's because we get positive feedback for it. If I develop the bad behavior of business results at any cost, at any ethical cost, that is because my system has rewarded me for that behavior. And so in many cases, you have to then sort of say, well, the short-term feedback for your behavior is good, but the long-term consequences are in fact bad. So, I think when we're talking about this area, funnily enough, this gets back to our earlier conversation, which is, the use of highly complicated technology, whether it be computer games or virtual reality or augmented reality, has never actually paid off in most cases. Similarly, in a wide scale way, in a way that has been applied to a large number of assessment opportunities. Likewise, when we're talking about these kinds of big skills like leadership or project management or relationship management or stewardship or ethics or whatever, all of these things we have not begun to wrap our hands around. And so in some cases, we just sort of have to be biting the elephant one bite at a time rather than saying, ta-da, here's the big solution.
Yeah, fantastic. Listen, time's getting on, and I think we'll bring the session to a close. Firstly, can I just thank everybody? Chairs always say this, of course, but I could literally talk for hours on this. It's getting on for 9 p.m. in the UK, and I know some of our listeners are elsewhere in Europe, and yeah, it's been absolutely gripping. Every one of you has helped me learn about this. Could I ask all of the participants to just take 2 moments to copy that link from the chat box to fill out your post-session survey, and just for me to say thank you to our 5 speakers and panelists. Well done, really enjoyed it. We stuck to time. It's been great.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you, John. And with that, we'll go ahead and wrap up for the day. We will reconvene tomorrow, and we're going to put our agenda up for tomorrow. We've got another exciting session, actually, that's going to tail from what we talked about toward the end here with regard to data security, remote proctoring. That will start in the morning. And we'll move on to protecting learner data. We're going to have a quick session with our special partner from eLearn magazine to talk about the special issue that we've been pulling together for the we'll have another virtual networking and lightning demo, and that will be the end of the session after assessing through performance evidence. So a very exciting agenda tomorrow. We hope to see you all tomorrow. Feel free to pass along to others that the conference is ongoing. Again, send them to the homepage if you can. And for folks who will be coming back, don't forget to download the conference app. Engage with us on the LinkedIn group, and then, like I said, share with your colleagues. We had some great numbers today. Hope to get those even more tomorrow to get even deeper engagement. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it, and look forward to seeing you all tomorrow.